In the myriad realms of existence, there exists a terrifying breed of beings who often require merely a few years or decades of cultivation to transcend the realms that ordinary individuals would need millennia to achieve. They are referred to as protagonists. Zhang Tian is a lover of peace, and his innate talent for cultivation does not permit him to dominate the world with unchecked power. Subsequently, he experienced an extraordinary turn of fortune, and thus there were no further developments. When his cultivation level synchronizes with that of the world's fastest rising protagonist and surpasses it by 3 major realms, what kind of spark shall ignite? When the Emperor of Desolation ruled with an iron fist throughout the ages, Zhang Tian wielded his sword to shake the heavens. The endless inferno of the Flame Emperor incinerated all life, while Zhang Tian concealed himself within the god's tomb. As the Emperor of the Stars waged war against the heavens, Zhang Tian beheld the 9th layer of the heavens as the sky crumbled and the celestial laws wept blood. Chapter 75. In the vast expanse of the 3,000 flames, several twinkling stars above radiated their light, resembling mirrors reflecting brilliance. This was not truly a boundless starry sky. Otherwise, even if Zhang Tian spent a millennium exploring, he could not fully uncover the universe. This was merely a space brimming with immense stellar energy, akin to a celestial expanse. Is this truly the starry sky? Zhang Tian stood upon the void, flanked by the figures of Xiao Yan and Yao Lao. Xiao Yan, with his fighting spirit manifesting as wings, surveyed the surroundings. The spectacle of being seemingly immersed in the Milky Way left him in awe. These stars shine brilliantly, appearing almost lifelike. Xiao Yan observed that in this space, aside from the dim celestial canvas, there were only the twinkling stars, with vast amounts of stellar energy coalescing into peculiar planets. Naturally, these stars are manifestations of stellar energy, fundamentally akin to true stars. Zhang Tian smiled gently. As he took a step forward, the stars seemed to retreat as if welcoming a sovereign, with the stellar energy oscillating, enhancing the luminosity of this celestial domain. I can sense its presence now. Yao Lao closed his eyes, then opened them again, revealing a knowing smile. Zhang Tian chuckled. Although not on par with Yao Lao, he still emanated a soul force. Just as this force was about to sweep through, it retracted, yanking forth a white dragon hidden within the stellar energy, its aura strikingly similar. The soul force of a 2-star Do Saint is merely at the mid-stage of the heavenly realm, still somewhat lacking compared to Yao Lao, Zhang Tian remarked, almost having overlooked this treasure. This white dragon was indeed a manifestation of the 3,000 flames of fire. Due to its concealment within the starry expanse, it was difficult for ordinary individuals to locate, allowing it to persist for extended periods, evolving over countless years like most extraordinary fires. This 3,000 flames of fire had evidently developed a modicum of sentience. Upon realizing it had been discovered, it ceased hiding. Its originally featureless white form surged forth from the vast starry clouds, coiling magnificently, with blue flames igniting along its massive body, while azure otherworldly fire erupted from its eye sockets. Roar! A low growl imbued with a hint of dragon might resonated, igniting flames in the void. How terrifying! Xiao Yan's countenance paled as he dodged the flames, only to find that they seemed to pursue him, akin to a relentless pest. The colossal starry fire dragon opened its fearsome dragon eyes and charged toward Xiao Yan. Cursed be this! Xiao Yan bellowed, realizing he was the softest target among the trio. Seeing no way to evade, Xiao Yan inhaled deeply and hurled forth the azure lotus heart fire, which instantly extinguished the pervasive white flames of the starry sky, transforming them into a green blaze that continued to burn fiercely. Meanwhile, a purple 9 netherwind fire morphed into a ghostly purple underworld fire dragon, shrieking towards the starry fire dragon. Boom! The two collided, producing a series of deep, resounding impacts, accompanied by the thunderous sounds of repelling extraordinary fires, causing the entire starry space to tremble. This 3,000 flames of fire possesses the strength of a 3-star Do zone. However, due to its nature as an extraordinary fire, its offensive techniques are somewhat limited. Xiao Yan, commanding 2 extraordinary fires, should be able to contend with it. Zhang Tian observed the scene with crossed arms. As the undulating spatial waves approached him, he merely stepped lightly, stabilizing the entire space, rendering it impervious to the impacts of Xiao Yan against the starry fire dragon. This display of power caused Yao Lao's pupils to constrict slightly. No wonder a Do Saint could establish a unique colossal space. Such a feat was unattainable for a Dozun. Logically, the 9 netherwind fire should rank above the 3,000 flames of fire. Yet in practice, every time they clashed, the underworld dragon's form dimmed further. After several encounters, the fighting spirit within Xiao Yan dissipated significantly, partly due to his inability to unleash the true power of the 9 Netherwind fire. But the 3,000 flames of fire, nurtured in the starry void for a millennium, were exceptional, far surpassing the typical extraordinary fire's might. Fortunately, the 3,000 flame spirits possess limited intelligence, rendering them capable only of transforming into colossal starry dragons to engage in brutal hand-to-hand combat. Additionally, given that Xiao Yin practices the devouring flame technique, which grants him substantial resistance against exotic flames, he is able to struggle through the conflict. The most formidable aspect of exotic flames lies in their terrifying temperatures and combustive properties. It is evidently unwise to engage in a direct confrontation as a starry dragon, as the disadvantages of size would overshadow any advantages. Imagine if a deluge of exotic flame petals were to descend from the heavens, each droplet bearing the horrific temperature of these flames. Xiao Yan's Doqi shield would scarcely endure before being reduced to ashes. The green lotus earth fire also morphed into a fiery lotus seed pod, descending upon the starry fire dragon in a bid to suppress it. After half a stick of incense, neither side could gain the upper hand, resulting in a deadlock. Suddenly, the lotus-shaped green lotus earth fire burst forth, transforming into flickering flames that coiled around the body of the nether dragon. The ghostly violet nether dragon appeared to don an armor of flames, and each collision caused the starry fire dragon to shed numerous fiery fragments scattered across the starlit sky. Xiao Yan, your Doqi is running low. Elder Yao forcefully repelled the starry fire dragon with a single palm strike. The nether dragon let out a reluctant roar before its form shimmered and dimmed, reverting to a small exotic fire that flew back to Xiao Yan's side. At this moment, Xiao Yan's complexion was as pale as parchment, and even his Doqi wings were on the verge of collapse. His wings appeared somewhat transparent and ethereal, prompting Elder Yao to hastily provide him with several bottles of 5th-tier elixirs to replenish his Doqi. Congratulations, Xiao Yan. You have truly captured an exotic fire for the first time, Zhang Tian remarked with a smile, observing the still struggling starry fire dragon. He subtly released a fraction of his aura, and under the suppressive effects of the burning heaven technique, the starry fire dragon reluctantly transformed into a diminutive exotic fire seed. The exotic fire seed, no larger than a peanut, harbored the celestial power accumulated by the 3,000 flame spirits over millennia. After consuming the elixir, Xiao Yan's complexion improved significantly. For someone at the first Star Do Wang level, the consumption was considerable. However, in the next moment, Xiao Yan's aura surged, and he astonishingly broke through his realm, oscillating between states until he reached the 2nd Star Do Wang level. Were this to be divulged, it would undoubtedly astonish countless individuals, as it is rare for someone to achieve a breakthrough during combat, particularly in a struggle against exotic flames. A look of joy appeared on Xiao Yan's face, though his gaze remained calm. The smile at the corners of his mouth was impossible to conceal. You and your master are both monsters, Elder Yao exclaimed, recalling his own perilous journey to the extreme cold land, where he nearly perished while attempting to subdue the bone spirit cold fire amidst a century of extreme temperature fluctuations. Yet, Xiao Yan had managed to subdue an exotic fire so effortlessly. Among the trio of master and disciples, it seemed that Elder Yao held the least prestige. Zhang Tian, without parents or spouse, had resigned himself to his circumstances, but Xiao Yan, being the son of a duke and a scion of a noble family, was undeniably superior to him. How infuriating! Yet, it seemed he had also not captured 2 types of exotic flames in his time, so the difficulty of subduing the bone spirit cold fire was somewhat understandable. Alas, how could it be that he possessed 2 types of exotic flames? The more he reasoned with himself, the more frustrated he became. Chapter 76, The Soul Palace, the Heavenly Gang Hall. It appears fortune is on our side. We have managed to subdue the 3,000 yen flames before the Alchemist Association could intervene. Upon exiting the starry space, although the internal celestial energy has diminished significantly, the overall impact is not overly severe. Perhaps, after a millennium, this place may once again give rise to a new bloom of the 3,000 yen flames. Xiao Yan, do you feel confident about devouring the 3,000 yen flames now? Zhang Tian inquired, turning to Xiao Yan. After a moment's hesitation, Xiao Yan replied with a hint of uncertainty. I should be able to. Zhang Tian's brow furrowed slightly upon hearing Xiao Yan's response. Ability is one thing, and inability is another. Refining exotic flames is a perilous endeavor. How can you be so ambiguous? Xiao Yan, feeling quite embarrassed, lowered his head and murmured, I still may not be ready. Having already devoured 2 exotic flames, the burning decision had reached a state of saturation, making it improbable to absorb another exotic flame in the near term. After all, the burning decision originates from the ancient techniques of the Emperor of Flame. who did not consume multiple exotic flames in one go, but rather accumulated and digested them over centuries. I will concoct some potions to stabilize your realm and enhance your physique. This should greatly assist you, Xiao Yan, the medicine elder remarked at the opportune moment. Xiao Yan's eyes brightened as he said, if that is the case, I am confident I can devour the 3,000 yen flames within 3 months. Zhang Tian chuckled softly, shaking his head. What do you think the power we face is? Surely, the foremost force in the central continent is not to be underestimated in terms of their intelligence capabilities. It is very likely that trouble will find us within 3 days, not 3 months. While the medicine elder had a vague understanding of the Soul Palace's main hall, Zhang Tian was acutely aware of the strength of its leaders, the Hall Master, Han Mieshing, at mid-stage 5-star Dose Saint, the Deputy Hall Master at mid-stage 3-star Dose Saint, the Grand Heavenly Sovereign at 2-star Dose Saint, and Han Qing at 1-star Dose Saint, along with 2 half-saint level Heavenly Sovereigns. Although the central continent is said to comprise 1 palace, 1 tower, 2 sects, 3 valleys, and 4 pavilions, even the 3 titans of the Alchemist Association cannot contend with Han Mieshing. Xiao Yan, it seems we need to part ways for the time being, Zhang Tian said with a slight smile. He was unafraid of Han Mieshing and the other Dose Saints, but Xiao Yan was different. Even with the borrowed power of the medicine elder, he would likely be obliterated by the aftershocks of a clash between Dose Saints. Understood, Master, Xiao Yan acknowledged. He was aware that his presence would hinder Zhang Tian, so he was not one to feign strength. The Dose Saints represented the pinnacle of this continent, and aside from select few, there was hardly anyone capable of withstanding their might. You shall remain in the Starfall Pavilion and Medicine Elder. Please keep an eye on Xiao Yan for me. I will venture out to engage with the people of the Soul Palace. A cold smile played upon Zhang Tian's lips. He was not one to simply acquiesce. With the Origin Emperor weapon in hand, unless faced with the Emperor of Souls or more than 3 2-star Dose Saints, no one could rival him. Xiao Yan gazed at Zhang Tian's departing figure, feeling both moved and anxious, reassuring himself that with Zhang Tian's strength, he would not encounter any issues even in the most perilous of places. Zhang Tian had never faced defeat, and throughout his journey, he had seldom encountered foes that could make him falter. Xiao Yan could only fathom the extent of his master's terrifying power, which instilled a blind confidence within him. Still too slow, Xiao Yan muttered, clenching his fists as he diligently adhered to the medicine elder's method, beginning to refine his body using the medicinal liquids. Various potions seeped into his flesh, akin to sulfuric acid searing his skin, causing his body to blaze with heat, transforming him into a veritable furnace. This method was more agonizing than the dark thunder method of body refinement within the gates of life and death. Xiao Yan's physical strength could not deter the medicinal liquids from permeating his body, while the exotic flames were stored within the spatial dimension of his body. Even the residual heat emitted by the flames could be catastrophic. Without a robust physique, his internal organs would be reduced to ash. Though Xiao Yan was merely a 2-star Do Wang, his physical prowess surpassed that of 7-star Do Wang by a considerable margin. It seems the results of the Dark Thunder body refinement are exceeding my expectations, the medicine elder noted with satisfaction, observing Xiao Yan's remarkable absorption of the refining potions, which brought a faint smile to his face. At this rate, in just 2.5 months, you should be able to begin refining the 3,000 yen flames. By then, the burning decision will undoubtedly evolve into a high-tier Earth-grade technique. I wonder if it can ultimately transform into the legendary Heaven-grade technique. Even the medicine elder could not suppress a glimmer of anticipation in his expression. The high-tier Earth-grade technique was the most advanced method he possessed. Heaven-grade techniques were not something just any Dose Saint could attain, let alone the more precious techniques. In truth, even if it did not evolve into a Heaven-grade technique, the burning decision's continuous fusion with exotic flames would allow it to challenge higher levels, far surpassing the typical high-tier Earth-grade techniques. Indeed, it was the most formidable technique in the medicine elder's arsenal. Yet, a flicker of hope lingered within the medicine elder's heart. To see Xiao Yan catch up to Zhang Tian, only the legendary Heaven-grade technique could potentially achieve such a feat. Meanwhile, in the distance, Feng Xian took a sip of tea, stroking his graying beard and shaking his head in amusement, though his expression darkened slightly as he thought of Xing Lu, his brow furrowing gently. Still no sign of Xing Lu? Feng Xian addressed a disciple who had just arrived, prompting the disciple to kneel promptly. Reporting to the deputy pavilion master, no trace of junior brother Xing Lu has been found. Hearing this, Feng Xian's brows knitted tighter, a look of realization crossing his face as he sighed. Xing Lu has always been fascinated by techniques for concealing his presence over the past decade. Coupled with his tenacious resilience, it is likely that even those of low-tier Do Zone could not locate him. Sighed his child. A twinge of regret filled Feng Xian's heart, lamenting why he had not revealed the truth to Xing Lu all those years ago. Although he was merely a 7-star Do Wang, he was now more troublesome than a 9-star Do Zone. Since the Medicine Elder's return, Feng Xian had unhesitatingly handed the Starfall Pavilion back to him, assuming his role as Deputy Pavilion Master once more. Yet at this moment, he felt an overwhelming headache, lacking the imposing presence of a Do Zun, instead resembling a weary elder. If anything were to happen to Xing Lu, how would I face Cousin Yunro? Feng Xian sighed, recalling that they were a century apart in age. Despite their mutual affection, they had ultimately been unable to be together due to various circumstances. Such formidable soul energy. In the secret chamber where the medicine elder was preparing potions for Xiaoyan, he raised his head, his gaze seemingly piercing through the chamber. Xiaoyan, too, felt a sense of foreboding and lifted his head, feeling a stirring in his heart at the powerful soul energy that enveloped him, even causing a sense of oppression. This soul power, though not as potent as my own, is still immensely formidable, the medicine elder mused, sensing the aura. It should belong to an 8th-rank alchemist. Such alchemists are highly sought after, aside from the ancient 8 clans, and can be considered esteemed guests in every force. However, it was peculiar that someone would exude their soul fluctuations and pressure. Typically, powerful beings emanate their own aura, while soul power serves as a comparative measure of strength among alchemists. Since many Do saints may not possess soul powers surpassing those of 8th-rank alchemists, they could easily provoke annoyance by exerting pressure, which is why cultured alchemists generally refrain from emitting such pressure. This is troubling. That aura belongs to the Soul Palace. As the medicine elder pondered deeply about whether news of his resurrection had leaked and attracted attention, a palpable sense of dread arose within him. 3 3-star Dozuns, 1 5-star Dozun. Feng Xian felt an acute tension, immediately mobilizing the protective formation of the sect. Unlike the makeshift formation of the Cloud Mist sect, the Starfall Pavilion's formation, once activated, could evade even the keenest senses of Dozun experts. Once the Starfall Great Formation commenced, it unleashed a vast array of meteorite power, effectively concealing the entire Starfall Pavilion. It seems we have not been discovered. Feng Xian let out a sigh of relief, well aware of the nefarious activities orchestrated by the Soul Palace. It appeared that a group of its members was pursuing an 8th-tier alchemist. The power of the Soul Palace was so formidable that even the 3 titans of the Pill Tower found it impossible to contend with them. Thus, it could be said that the Pill Tower, which claimed to be indifferent to worldly disputes, was more accurately described as being fearful of the Soul Palace's leader, Han Miesheng, and consequently chose to endure in silence. Chapter 77. Han Miesheng, with a sudden spurt of blood. A figure clad in black robes collided against the Starfall Grand Array and fell silent, as a single palm strike shattered the Soul Palace's Do Zun along with his weapon. Zhang Tian observed with keen interest as the fleeing Soul 7 transformed into a wisp of black mist. With a mere tug, it seemed as if he had shackled the very essence of Soul 7's soul, causing him immense agony that nearly shattered his spirit. Zhang Tian, may you suffer a most wretched fate. The venomous curse escaped Soul 7's lips, his visage twisted with malice, enveloped in a menacing aura. At this moment, all Zhang Tian could ponder was whether Han Miesheng would remain indifferent after witnessing the demise of so many of the Soul Palace's Dozun, including that of the Palace Master himself. He exchanged a glance with Yao Lao, since this Soul Palace member was aware of his name. It indicated that the Soul Palace was indeed not oblivious to his existence. Yet, why had no formidable adversary sought him out? I would rather die than betray my lord. A fierce glint flashed across Soul 7's eyes as his entire being erupted with black energy, swelling with an immense power that far exceeded his own level. He was preparing for self-detonation. Yao Lao gasped in horror. The self-detonation of a Do Zun could obliterate the Starfall Grand Array and even annihilate the entire Starfall Pavilion if left unchecked. Zhang Tian's gaze flickered as he slightly raised his hand, effectively sealing the energies of the world, transforming the very fabric of reality into his domain. Soul 7, who had intended to self-detonate, found his Do Qi stagnant, as if his voice had been choked like a duck. However, having absorbed a vast amount of violent Do Qi, coupled with his own explosive energy, his body could not withstand the pressure. Although signs of an explosion were absent, Soul 7's form began to fracture, splintering as torrents of Do Qi surged forth from his broken body. Just as Yao Lao stepped forward to extract Soul 7's memories, a clear voice resonated through the void. "Are you searching for the saint?" A middle-aged man's voice echoed, resonating through the sealed space with a fearsome aura that shook the heavens. The fabric of the restricted space began to crumble under his might. "Who goes there?" Zhang Tian's brow twitched, sensing that the newcomer was of a similar caliber to himself. A shadow made a sound of surprise, revealing a middle-aged man whose countenance exuded authority without anger, bearing the visage of a sovereign. 3-star Do Saint. Intriguing, intriguing. You are worthy of knowing about that race. Would you consider working for the Soul Palace? I can grant you greater power. The newcomer was none other than Han Miesheng, the leader of the Soul Palace, who had traversed the rift of space upon detecting a trace of Zhang Tian's aura. This explained the absence of competent pursuers. Han Miesheng had chosen to take matters into his own hands, even against other 6-star Do Saints from ancient races. He had emerged victorious, albeit at the cost of his own realm. Nevertheless, he remained highly regarded by the Soul Emperor. Zhang Tian chuckled heartily, the dragon's halberd appearing in his grasp as he lunged towards Han Miesheng, speaking as he fought. "Surely, the Lord of the Soul Palace cannot be so arrogant. Yet, I am quite curious. You are merely a 5-star Do Saint. How could you possibly grant me greater strength?" Zhang Tian's eyes gleamed, though his movements seemed to outpace Han Miesheng by a fraction. Have you not already surmised? Every powerful faction is backed by an unparalleled master. I am not the true master of the Soul Palace. The actual ruler of this foremost power in the Central Continent is the leader of the ancient 8 strongest races, the Soul Race, the Soul Emperor. Even such a terrifying figure as Han Miesheng held the Soul Emperor in the highest esteem, shattering the image of Zhang Tian's halberd with a thunderous clap. "Impressive. Even as a 3-star Do Saint, you are nearly my equal," Han Miesheng remarked, acknowledging Zhang Tian's rapid strikes that, while lesser in power, came at a speed that often allowed him to launch 2 attacks in the time it took Han Miesheng to respond, thus putting him at a slight disadvantage. "The Soul Emperor would surely take a liking to you, but first, I must subdue you." Han Miesheng smiled, though his demeanor turned serious. He had no doubt that should Zhang Tian pledge allegiance to the Soul Emperor, he would gain strength surpassing even that of Han Miesheng. However, it was crucial to ensure that Zhang Tian did not underestimate the Soul Palace. One must maintain a profound respect for that esteemed individual. "Oof." Zhang Tian scoffed coldly. He understood that the enhancement of strength Han Miesheng spoke of was merely a means to have the void-devouring flame consume him for rebirth, potentially forging a stronger self. Yet, he harbored too many secrets. Should the void-devouring flame decide to sabotage him, he would have nowhere to lament. His aura surged once more, escalating to mid-level 3-star Do Saint, igniting a fiercer gaze in Han Miesheng's eyes, akin to that of a predator eyeing its prey. Even at this juncture, he remained supremely confident, for the disparity between a 5-star Do Saint at the peak and a mere 2-star was insurmountably vast. Han Miesheng drew forth his weapon, a longsword imbued with the essence of death, adorned with a skull motif. This is a sacred weapon, not a relic of ancient sages, but a holy blade forged from rare materials, nurtured with my Do Qi for a millennium. Furthermore, it has been consecrated multiple times with the blood of a Do Saint. Even when compared to the Soul Emperor's Imperial Demon Bloodblade or the Royal Dragon Sword of the ancient Dragon Clan, it ranks among the top 5 weapons on the continent. As the fearsome sword emerged, it demanded the blood of saints to awaken. "It appears I shall not need to use my own blood this time," Han Miesheng chuckled, albeit with a bloodthirsty glint in his eyes. Gazing upon the overwhelming dread emanating from the fearsome sword, Zhang Tian manifested a cerulean sword, the Phoenix Cry Sword, infused with an abundance of water attribute Do Qi. Earth, wind, water, fire, open the heavens of the vast sea. With a single slash, a cataclysmic force erupted forth. Han Miesheng bellowed as a ghostly aura, as formidable as Zhang Tian's azure sword energy, surged forth, colliding and cleaving the earth surrounding the Starfall Pavilion into a valley, revealing a cross-shaped fissure. Though Zhang Tian had intentionally redirected the attack to protect the Starfall Pavilion, the violent fluctuations of Do Qi and the ensuing wind pressure caused the Starfall Grand Array to tremble. Fortunately, it was an exceptional formation crafted by Yao Lao, showing no signs of fracturing. Ultimately, Han Miesheng's superior realm granted him the upper hand, Centuries of battle experience allowed him to close the distance. As the fearsome sword slashed towards Zhang Tian's visage, in that instant, a chilling wind howled, and the air thickened with the scent of blood, as if countless malevolent spirits sought to drag him into the abyss. Zhang Tian's speed surpassed that of Han Miesheng, enabling him to react swiftly. He brought the cerulean phoenix cry, sword up to defend, yet the terrifying sword energy of the fearsome sword severed a lock of his hair. Droplets of blood seeping from his forehead. Shatter. The dragon's halberd thrust forth from an angle, imbued with the power to obliterate all. Naturally, Han Miesheng did not wish to be pierced, hastily attempting to evade. The cerulean phoenix cry sword followed through, aiming to behead Han Miesheng. In a moment of desperation, Han Miesheng swung the fearsome sword to parry the dragon's halberd while forming a massive solid fist that spanned several meters, directing it towards the phoenix cry sword. Crack! In the face of Han Miesheng's incredulity, the dragon's halberd unleashed the might of a primordial emperor's artifact, nearly shattering the fearsome sword in an instant. Puff! He swiftly altered his stance, narrowly avoiding a fatal strike that could have pierced him, albeit at the cost of a wound on his right arm inflicted by the phoenix cry sword. Chapter 78. 5-star Do Saint Han Miesheng clutched his arm, retreating as a shroud of black mist enveloped him. Within the swirling darkness, his aura intensified, and the wounds on his arm vanished without a trace. However, upon extricating himself from the inky shroud, the soul terror sword he wielded, once exuding an ominous aura of pure darkness, now emanated a considerably diminished and more corporeal malice. Such a token will surely delight Lord Soul Emperor. Soul Miesheng bit down on his tongue, allowing his essence to surge forth, absorbed by the surrounding black mist, which then enveloped him in a blood-red haze, intertwining with the soul terror sword, now laced with crimson threads. As his lifeblood infused the blade, its power surged dramatically. The sword arc slicing through the air, a colossal crimson-black beam extending 3,000 zhang, cleaving through all obstacles in its path. Roaring, Zhang Tian's hair whipped about as if caught in a tempest, his azure garments billowing without a breeze, a thunderous roar reverberating through the heavens. Golden flames erupting as his golden-hued eyes filled with fervor. Shatter! He thrust his arm into the sword's aura, effortlessly dismantling the overwhelming sword chi. As if the immense power had vanished, his palm grasping the very core of the soul terror sword. To Soul Miesheng's astonishment, the golden light surged once more. The prowess of his indomitable battle body peaked, rendering him impervious to harm for 3 breaths. In this fleeting moment, brilliant energy ignited around his fist, striking the soul terror sword. To Soul Miesheng's incredulity, the once pristine blade crumbled into countless ebony shards. Another blow landed on Soul Miesheng's abdomen, a vulnerable point in the human body, sending him reeling, eyes bulging as he coughed up a mouthful of internal organs. Cough, cough, cough. A cloud of smoke billowed forth. At this moment, the Starfall Array could no longer withstand the onslaught of celestial energies, its foundational stones shattering into a heap of rubble. Hiss! He is still alive. Elder Yao, probing the mist with his spiritual force, couldn't he help but draw in a sharp breath. Within his spiritual perception, Soul Miesheng's presence had not waned, but rather intensified, resembling a slumbering beast awakening from its slumber. I truly did not expect to encounter a soul-forging alchemist at the heavenly realm here. Soul Miesheng's voice echoed softly, casting a nonchalant glance at Elder Yao, his chilling gaze plunging the elder into an icy abyss. As one of the Soul Emperor's most trusted subordinates, though he may not rank among the foremost in the Duki continent, he undoubtedly stands as one of the pinnacle figures in the second tier of power. You are formidable. I once defeated a 6-star Do Saint, yet I find myself unable to vanquish you, even being subdued. Soul Miesheng's words carried a hint of admiration, acknowledging Zhang Tian as an exceptional power of this era. Oh, are you suggesting surrender? Zhang Tian paused his assault, a bemused inquiry escaping his lips. However, Soul Miesheng's tone shifted. Opposing the great Lord Emperor of Souls leads to dire consequences. The might of the Soul Emperor is beyond your imagination. Submit. A manic grin adorned Soul Miesheng's face, a whisper of annihilation emanating from him. How terrifying! Xiao Yin felt his very soul tremble. This aura rivaling even that of Elder Yao, a late-stage heavenly realm spirit. Even Zhang Tian sensed an oppressive weight. an uncontrollable urge to obliterate everything rising from the depths of his being, his power teetering on the brink of chaos. The Azure Phoenix cry, sword quivered slightly, dispelling all chaotic thoughts, radiating light that shielded him from the destructive essence. Soul Miexing, the master of the Soul Palace, is indeed formidable. Zhang Tian had never faced a 6-star Do Saint, but he sensed that Soul Miexing's strength surpassed the boundaries of a 6-star Do Saint, suggesting that although he himself was a 5-star Do Saint, extinguishing Soul Miexing was no less challenging than slaying a chicken. Simply submit to the Soul Clan, and you shall eventually acquire such power, perhaps even greater than mine. The might of Lord Soul Emperor far eclipses my own. A colossal hand, shrouded in shadows, descended, nearly engulfing the entire Starfall Pavilion, as the heavens and earth quaked with a tumultuous shift. In my eyes, you are but an ant. Zhang Tian regarded the cataclysmic flow of Duqi with indifference, taking a single step that reverberated through the cosmos, stabilizing the trembling space in an instant, rendering Soul Miexing's frenzied outburst futile. Golden flames ignited. Zhang Tian felt his Duqi surge forth like a torrential flood unleashed. Within moments, a tenth of his energy had dissipated. Without hesitation, he swung a fist towards Soul Miexing's head. When Soul Miexing's claw of Duqi struck Zhang Tian's abdomen, the corrosive force dissipated like vapor in the air, swiftly transformed by the golden flames. The Dragon's Wrath spear blazed with brilliance, infused with formidable Duqi, aiming to obliterate Soul Miexing, whose millennia of combat experience allowed him to erect a defensive barrier in an instant. But just as Soul Miexing prepared to act further, the Phoenix Cry sword emitted a resplendent azure light, causing his soul to tremble. In that fleeting moment, the Dragon's Wrath spear shattered the Duqi barrier. Infused with a destructive essence, it lunged towards Soul Miexing, unavoidable, piercing through him with ease. Soul Miexing's millennial Do Saint body began to fracture, cracks appearing around his eyes as he stared incredulously at the Phoenix Cry sword. What manner of weapon is this that can affect my late-stage heavenly realm soul? Soul Miexing's unwillingness surged. How could such a thing exist? What exactly is this azure longsword? A blade of azure energy, several zhang long, sliced into Soul Miexing's body. With a scream, his form ruptured, azure light spilling forth from the fissures. His body shattered completely, a deluge of blood staining the earth, gradually succumbing to stillness. It seems I must eradicate every member of the Soul Palace to find peace. Zhang Tian glanced at the blood on the Dragon's Wrath spear, the essence of Soul Miexing, yet the spear remained pristine, unblemished despite countless battles. He understood that he could only unleash 4,000 thrusts. Once he achieved 1,000 thrusts of Earth-tier advanced Duqi, the spear would reach its limit. At 1,001 thrusts, the Dragon's Wrath spear would shatter, for such power would transcend the Do Emperor level. The Dragon and Phoenix Emperor. This was the information Zhang Tian gleaned from the two primordial imperial artifacts. The Dragon and Phoenix Emperor, in ancient times, was a mid-tier powerhouse among Do Emperors, known for wielding two formidable weapons. The progenitor of the quick-shot technique must far surpass the Dragon and Phoenix Emperor, for upon mastery, one could unleash 1,000 thrusts instantaneously, with potential for further enhancement. The quick-shot technique lacks a notion of completion. It can be enhanced without limit, possibly culminating in 1,000,000 thrusts. While it may not possess the destructive capability to annihilate the cosmos like other Do techniques, its greatest advantage lies in its boundless potential for growth. If merely dealing with Soul Miexing is this arduous, how formidable must the Soul Emperor, who has been in seclusion for a millennium, be? Zhang Tian could not deny that the Soul Emperor was beyond his current capabilities. Removing the spatial ring from Soul Miexing's hand, Zhang Tian probed its depths with his spiritual force, discovering its vastness, nearly 1,000 meters in size. Likely not much smaller than that of the Soul Emperor. As the Soul Palace's leader, Soul Miexing was one of the least likely to perish. And given his role in the expansion and development of the Soul Palace, even if it did not contain all of its resources, it likely held a third or fourth of them. Various precious herbs piled together formed small mounds, the rich energy invigorating, making even a single breath enhance his Duqi. Zhang Tian disregarded the inconsequential items, continuing for 3 breaths until he finally arrived before his intended target. It was a mountain-like heap of magic cores, an array of colors and attributes piled together, each emitting a radiant glow indicative of their high-grade quality, clearly above the 7th tier. though the energy within these cores was exceedingly volatile and could not be consumed or absorbed without the expertise of an alchemist. The value of a single magic core has always remained exceptionally high, rendering the wealth here almost beyond expression. 3 ninth-tier magic cores. Zhang Tian gazed at the 3 profoundly resonant cores, and despite their owner having perished many years ago, they still exuded an air of deep potency. Although he now possessed the strength to hunt 9th-tier magical beasts, such creatures were exceedingly rare. These 3 cores were likely the cherished collection of the Soul Destroyer from millennium past. The materials required for crafting 9th-grade elixirs were precious, and even a 9th-grade alchemist, Soul Void, could not guarantee a successful refinement. Hence the retention of these 3 9th-tier magic cores. Soul Emperor. Zhang Tian felt the magic loot within his spirit, a faint smile gracing his lips. The reason the life and death chest of the magic loot was classified merely as a low-level heavenly technique was not due to its lack of offensive power, but rather because its casting conditions were excessively stringent. It required the activation of magic cores, making it a costly combat technique that few would dare to learn. Yet, with 3 9th-tier magic cores and 4 8th-tier cores at his disposal, Zhang Tian's expression was inscrutable. Prepare to feel the might of the fighting emperor. The body of the Soul Destroyer had already been secured by Zhang Tian, intended for the old alchemist to revive. Although he had managed to obtain the body of Soul Yomu, which barely reached the threshold of a 1-star fighting saint, the old alchemist was taken aback upon seeing the Soul Destroyer's body and subsequently disregarded the nearly completed Soul Yomu's corpse. Now, employing Bone Spirit Cold Fire to incinerate the body of Soul Yomu, a 1-star fighting saint, albeit one forcibly elevated, would yield at most a half-step fighting saint strength. Conversely, the Soul Destroyer's body could at least retain the cultivation of a 3-star fighting saint. While merely 3 stars, the old alchemist would not risk a fleeting gain, opting instead to wait for several hundred years of further cultivation. Chapter 79, Invincible. After vanquishing the Soul Destroyer, Zhang Tian commenced a vigorous hunt for magical beasts, slaying untold numbers of top-tier creatures. The 9 nether-earth serpents, the gold-eating mice, and the celestial toxic blue dragons, all were ruthlessly purged by Zhang Tian, with dozens of 8-tier magical beasts at the fighting sovereign level falling to his blade. Even the leader of the 9 nether-earth serpents, Yao Xiaotian, despite holding the strength of a 3-star fighting saint, was ultimately defeated by Zhang Tian. Furthermore, the creature imprisoned by Yao Xiaotian in the 9 nether yellow spring, Yao Ming, was also freed. Yet after being sealed for so long, Yao Ming proved no match for Zhang Tian and was slain, filled with rage and despair. Next was the Qing Wan clan. It remained uncertain whether their leader had attained the rank of fighting saint. Zhang Tian extracted a pale green magic core from the body of a colossal scorpion of fighting sovereign caliber and placed it within the black spatial ring in his hand. This was indeed the one belonging to the Soul Destroyer, with a spatial capacity of 1,000 meters wide. The Qing Wan clan operated discreetly and swiftly, prioritizing survival. Although their leader, Qing Feng, had once been a formidable powerhouse, the clan had adopted a low-profile stance following the death of the previous leader, retreating into obscurity akin to the reclusive Dragon Island. 3 days later, Zhang Tian achieved his objectives, yet he found himself exasperated. Having only acquired 3 magic cores, one of which radiated with vibrant colors and contained a substantial amount of wind attribute fighting energy, clearly a peak-level fighting sovereign magic core. Had he known to delay his visit a few days longer, he might have secured another 9th-tier magic core. However, having interrupted Qing Feng's breakthrough, there was no turning back. After a fierce battle, Qing Feng's aspirations of breaking through to become a top magical beast clan in the fighting Qi continent were shattered, and Zhang Tian, with a heavy heart, extracted the magic core. What frustrated him most was being ensnared in the Qing Wan clan's final array for a quarter of an hour, during which time he could only watch as the clan's members scattered like birds and beasts, leaving not a single feather behind for him. The Qing Wan clan had experienced a stroke of luck. Aside from losing a half-saint leader and 2 fighting sovereigns, they had suffered minimal losses. Zhang Tian was not foolish enough to wait idly for the Qing Wan clan to regroup. Reluctantly, he set off to Dragon Island in search of fortune, only to be thwarted by 2 Dragon Kings, who barred him from entry, resulting in the demise of a single fighting, sovereign-level ancient void dragon. You will regret this. Zhang Tian glared at the 2 once furious Dragon Kings, now transformed into cooperative allies before him. which only fueled his frustration as he found himself unable to breach the joint defense of the two mid-tier 4-star Dragon Kings. Evading the island in a flash, he sensed another formidable aura approaching, evidently the remaining North Dragon King, alongside a weaker presence, likely an elder from the ancient Void Dragon clan supporting the Dragon Emperor. Among the three recognized great clans of magical beasts, the ancient Void Dragons, the Celestial Phoenix clan, and the 9 Nether Serpents, the ancient Void Dragon clan, despite the disappearance of their emperor and their division into 4 islands, still possessed the means to rival the Celestial Phoenix clan on each island. With the 4 Dragon Kings joining forces, the number of individuals capable of defeating them across the entire Fighting Chi continent, including Soul Emperor and Gu Yuan, could be counted on one hand. Although Zhang Tian's journey did not yield the slaughter of several 9th-tier ancient Void Dragons, he did manage to eradicate the ancient Battle Bear clan, a subordinate force of the ancient Void Dragons. However, upon encountering a black and white patterned ancient Battle Bear, he found himself unable to strike the fatal blow. How did this creature end up here? Zhang Tian stared in disbelief at the sunglasses-clad bear, now clinging to the hind leg of the ancient Battle Bear clan leader, Bear Zhan, and playfully seeking his affection. After much hesitation, he ultimately refrained from delivering a fatal strike. 4 months later, Zhang Tian emerged from the territory of the Celestial Phoenix clan, covered in dust and looking utterly disheveled. What a revolting array! Zhang Tian shot a fierce glance back at Huang Tian, who was preparing to pursue him. The overwhelming aura emanating from Zhang Tian caused Huang Tian to hesitate, his emerald eyes aflame with intensity, wavering as he ultimately chose not to follow. This boy is a true monster. A trembling voice from a member of the Celestial Phoenix clan echoed beside Huang Tian. As his words spread, a chorus of agreement arose among the clan members, their voices filled with panic. They had witnessed a human charge in and obliterate their respected 5th elder with a single punch, transforming him into a cloud of blood mist. Although only a mid-tier 3-star fighting saint, he had managed to suppress Huang Tian, a 4-star fighting saint. The Elder S-Wing had been torn from him, and it took the combined efforts of 2 2-star fighting saints, 3 half-saints, and the full force of 4-star fighting Saint Huang Tian to barely expel this demon from the territory of the Celestial Phoenix clan. Zhang Tian's face turned pale, his body swaying precariously as he barely managed to support himself with one hand. The Celestial Phoenix clan proved to be no ordinary adversary. In truth, had it not been for the indomitable war roar, he likely would have been reduced to ashes by Huang Tian's flames the moment he was ensnared within the array. Although Huang Tian was no match for Zhang Tian, once within the Celestial Phoenix clan's Phoenix Flame array, Huang Tian's fighting energy surged, amplifying the power of the flames several-fold, a force even Zhang Tian struggled to withstand. His eyebrows had been singed away. He was indeed in a rare state of disarray. Just as Huang Tian was about to call for silence among his clansmen, a distinctly different voice emerged from one of the Celestial Phoenixes, startling them. Indeed, it appears this individual is quite weakened. Clan leader, he must be severely injured, merely a dying ember. Let us unite and slay him. The words of his kin stirred a flicker of emotion within Huang Tian, causing his breath to quicken slightly, his eyes ablaze with fury. It was this very individual who had ruthlessly extinguished countless bloodlines of the Heavenly Demon Phoenix clan, a lineage that prized its bloodlines above all else. Following this devastating blow, it would take millennia for their vitality to be restored. Clan leader, as the call echoed, Huang Tian, swayed by emotion, resolved without hesitation to hurl a massive fiery sphere, a vibrant orange inferno, towards Zhang Tian. The flames erupted from the fireball, transforming the surroundings into a veritable ocean of fire, distorting the very fabric of space. While the clouds above appeared as though they were ablaze. Slightly lifting his gaze, Zhang Tian sensed the terrifying power concealed within the flames. A bead of sweat trickled down from his hair, landing on the ground, yet his countenance bore a smile, for he realized that the aura within him was steadily escalating, and the fighting spirit that had been nearly obliterated by the Phoenix Annihilation Array was rapidly rejuvenating. It seems my choice was indeed the right one. Zhang Tian understood that this was the result of Xiao Yin successfully refining the 3,000 yin-yen fire, prompting him to forego the use of the magical qin within his spirit. As the colossal orange fireball neared its target, Zhang Tian slowly rose to his feet, the atmosphere becoming increasingly viscous. What should have been an instantaneous impact was now a sluggish advance, the fireball struggling to move forward. Mere inches from Zhang Tian. The searing heat and oppressive winds exhaled a blistering aura, yet his garments remained unscathed, even billowing gracefully behind him. However, at this distance, the fireball could advance no further, halted by an inexplicable force, as if the very space around it threatened to collapse. In the astonished and incredulous gazes of Huang Tian and others, Zhang Tian gradually raised his hand. How can this be? His aura has actually strengthened. Zhang Tian tilted his head, observing Huang Tian and the others. His fingers clenched into a fist. I apologize for intruding upon your territory, but you have left me in quite a predicament. As a token of gratitude, I shall grant you a glorious demise. With a sudden motion, he thrust his fist forward, and before anyone could react, the massive fireball erupted, scattering into countless flames, followed by a terrifying beam of light that pierced through everything before him. In the blinding brilliance, all that lay ahead vanished without a trace. The once impenetrable barrier of the heavenly demon phoenix territory showed no signs of resistance, not even shattering, but rather dissolving rapidly. Huang Tian's form gradually turned to ashes, while the remaining members of the heavenly demon phoenix clan were reduced to mere dust. Zhang Tian himself was unaware of his own strength. He merely unleashed the surging fighting spirit within him, shaking the very heavens and earth as if heralding the apocalypse. When the dazzling white light dissipated, the once thriving domain of the heavenly demon phoenix had vanished entirely, leaving nothing but an empty expanse. Chapter 80. The Might of a Dou Emperor Strike. Even the tectonic plates of the central state had fractured slightly, the radiant glow illuminating a vast portion of the region, inciting tremors and unrest among countless factions. In the ancient realm of the ancient clan, Gu Yuan observed a mirror with a grave expression, within which the blinding white light surged and the image of the central state fracturing flickered. This was the ancient clan's treasured artifact, the ancient emperor mirror. Seated upon a stone chair, he emanated an imposing presence, yet after deep contemplation, he remained perplexed, murmuring to himself, this power must be at least at the level of an 8 or 9 Stardust saint. Are there truly such formidable beings still existing in this continent? The other ancient races, such as the spirit-devouring clan, had long vanished, while the Stone clan had been obliterated by the Soul clan. It was said that the one who had slain the Stone clan's leader was none other than the recently deceased master of the Soul Hall, Hun Yeshing. The Medicine clan had become reclusive, unlike the leaders of the Flame clan and Thunder clan. Gu Yuan mused, his fingers anxiously tapping against the stone chair, when suddenly a lamp within the hall ignited with a bright yellow flame, flickering momentarily before extinguishing. Clan leader, Miss Sun's Golden Emperor Burning Heaven Flame has exhibited anomalies. A 2-star Dou Saint expert from the ancient clan entered, offering a slight bow to Gu Yuan. On the Dou Qi continent, Dou Saints were transcendent beings, capable of obliterating the land given time, which granted them tremendous respect. They rarely knelt except during significant meetings or ancestral ceremonies, often merely bowing and greeting. I understand. Gu Yuan acknowledged, glancing at the newcomer with a nod. The ancient clan expert showed no sign of departing, remaining quietly by Gu Yuan's side, observing his contemplation. Why haven't you taken your leave? After a moment of reflection, Gu Yuan noticed the presence beside him and could not help but inquire curiously. Uncle, it would be dreadfully boring to leave. You don't know that I've been looking after Sunner for so many years. When will you let me go out and play? The ancient clan expert leaned closer, resting against the stone chair with a playful grin. Gu Yuan fell silent. The young man before him was the child of his close friend, possessing remarkable talent, having reached the Dou Saint realm in merely 600 years. Yet, despite being a few hundred years old, he still lacked seriousness, often surrounding himself with numerous women of low cultivation or no cultivation at all, reveling in their astonished and admiring gazes when he revealed his lineage and strength, followed by their various attempts to curry favor with him. Gu Yuan found this quite bothersome, though he was relieved that Gu Xian never brought anyone back to the ancient clan, allowing him to turn a blind eye. Leaning against the stone chair reminded him of his own brother, Gu Xian's father, Gu Tong, whose talent had surpassed even Gu Xian's, achieving Dou Saint status in a mere 547 years. Yet, he had ultimately perished at the hands of the Soul clan, who had ambushed him, leaving Gu Yuan to ponder what might have been had Gu Tong occupied this position instead. Typically, Gu Xian was tasked with caring for his cousin, Gu Sun'er. Under normal circumstances, Gu Yuan would express concern for his daughter, but in the current situation, he found himself unable to divert his attention. Just stay and look after your sister. Don't even think about going out to play. The continent is in turmoil, Gu Yuan admonished. Unable to ignore the fact that even the nearly 1,000-year-old Han Yesheng had met his end, let alone Gu Xian. Uncle Gu Yuan, where's Gu Xian? A cool voice rang out, eliciting a smile from Gu Yuan, while Gu Xian instinctively shrank back as footsteps approached. The first sight to catch the eye was a pair of exquisite light green and gold boots, the white shoe surface embroidered with a small golden phoenix. Looking up revealed a pair of delicate long legs adorned in a flowing white gown, the waist so slender it could be grasped with a single hand. The upper garment was embroidered with a blue lotus, and from her ample bosom, one could glimpse a finely shaped chin and a stunning visage. With delicate willow leaf brows, an exquisite face, a charming little nose, and a pair of slender eyes that seemed to sparkle with mirth. Isn't this my domain? Gu Yuan's face broke into an unusual smile as he gestured subtly towards Gu Xian. You've irritated me, and now you're in trouble. The girl, Gu Ronglian, approached with a smile, lightly patting Gu Xian's shoulder, causing him to tremble in pain, yet he dared not express his ire. The reason was simple. The girl before him, appearing slightly younger than himself, was a 3-star Do saint. Gu Ronglian casually rested her hand on Gu Xian's shoulder. Husband, why not return to accompany Liener for some serious cultivation? Why do you always come to disturb Uncle Yuan's peace? Her smile remained unwavering, while Gu Xian, paralyzed with fear, quickly defended himself. I didn't tea. Gu Yuan chuckled. It seems my dear nephew mentioned there was a fierce mother tiger at home, always absorbed in cultivation, making life rather dull. Gu Xian gazed at Gu Yuan with a face full of despair, recalling that this incident had occurred 300 years ago. Uncle Gu Yuan, why bring this up now? Gu Ronglian, with her unwavering smile, had her arm draped over Gu Xian's shoulder, yet her palm was now infused with fighting spirit, causing Gu Xian's shoulder to ache unbearably. As Gu Yuan looked on with a mischievous grin, he observed Gu Xian being dragged by Gu Ronglian to the most inhospitable area of the ancient realm, donning a sorrowful expression. One could only speculate how many years Xian would be forced into seclusion this time, compelled into retreat. The expectation was to fuse 5 9th-grade magic cores and 4 8th-grade magic cores, a combination that seemed poised to unleash a force surpassing that of an ordinary Do Emperor. If Soul Emperor were to make an unwarranted appearance, it could very well spell his doom. Zhang Tian acknowledged that his strength was slightly inferior to that of the Soul Emperor. However, he had no intention of returning to Dragon Island to wreak havoc. Instead, he set his sights on the Canaan Academy. With his current spiritual power, he could scour the entire northwest continent in a short span, let alone the mere Canaan Academy. Approximately half an hour later, he pinpointed the location of the inner courtyard of Canaan Academy and shattered the fabric of space to construct a spatial passage. What is this? The instructor, Ruolin, preparing to take a break after class, stared in bewilderment at the suddenly materializing spatial passage. Though her cultivation was that of a great dome master, her experience as an educator afforded her considerable insight, and she knew that such a spatial passage could not be created by mere Do Emperors or Do Zongs. As Zhang Tian traversed the spatial passage, he was greeted by a gentle and intellectually alluring beauty cradling several books. Where's this? A sweep of his spiritual force revealed many familiar faces. Vice President Hu Qian from the outer courtyard, and his granddaughter Hu Jia, who was hiding in a room reading an inappropriate book. A curious glance caused Zhang Tian's face to flush. The two exceptionally beautiful women were entwined together, indulging in affectionate gestures. What on earth is this? Zhang Tian's cheeks flushed even deeper. After Hu Jia exited the room, the book she had been holding silently turned to ashes. Hu Qian, a man of great stature? Zhang Tian chuckled, recalling that the outer courtyard president was not one to be easily intimidated. Or so he thought. It seemed he had miscalculated. Shaking his head, he reassured himself that since he had locked onto the outer courtyard, the inner courtyard would not be far off. Another quarter of an hour passed. In the inner courtyard of Canaan Academy, the elders were utterly astonished as they beheld a man radiating immense authority, clutching a magma fire serpent measuring several dozen feet in length. The individuals below were in a state of chaos, desperately evacuating students fleeing from the heavenly burning chi tower. Zhang Tian gazed at the lifeless serpent in his hand, devoid of any aura. Hey, you are supposed to be a strange fire. How can you lack any aura? You're not extinguished, are you? Zhang Tian couldn't help but chuckle. As if acknowledging the absurdity of his words, the fainting dead, fallen heart flame opened its eyes. Its enormous serpent pupils bewildered, molten lava dripping from its form, evoking a sense of helplessness in Zhang Tian. Fallen heart flame, formless heart fire. Pardon me, esteemed elder. The elders respectfully clasped their hands in greeting. Despite Zhang Tian's youthful appearance, they still addressed him as an elder. The fallen heart flame belongs to me. Consider it a favor owed to me by the alchemist sovereign, Zhang Tian. Zhang Tian's voice was calm. The elders exchanged glances, unable to contain their protests. This cannot be allowed. Though he was a sovereign, their president, Zhang Tian, was a dose saint. If the fallen heart flame were simply taken away, it would be a tremendous disgrace. A glimmer of azure light flashed in Zhang Tian's eyes. Water attribute fighting spirit dispersing around him, emanating an overwhelming aura that instilled terror and despair in the elders. Moreover, this presence far surpassed that of their president, Zhang Tian. This cannot be. How can we allow an elder to leave so easily? At the very least, he should stay for a meal. One of the elders, in a panic, exclaimed, beads of cold sweat trickling down his brow. No need for a meal. Zhang Tian waved his hand, dissipating his overwhelming aura. He had a modicum of patience for humans, as familial ties and distances were natural. The elders felt the pressure lift from their bodies. Their burdens eased significantly. A glance at the students below, who remained unaffected, revealed shock mirrored in their eyes. Zhang Tian departed from the Black Corner region, heading back toward the central state. Speaking of which, Queen Medusa still seems to be around, doesn't she? Zhang Tian paused momentarily, not with the intention of ruthlessly claiming her magic core, but recalling that Queen Medusa had seemingly survived. He wondered how she was faring now. The serpent people are a humanoid race, lacking magic cores within them. While the ancient void dragons possess dragon pearls, and the 9-nether serpent python houses demon pills. With some free time on his hands, and no trouble from the Soul Emperor, he might as well pay her a visit. Chapter 81. The decision of Queen Medusa in the Tagore Desert. Zhang Tian silently evaded the searches of dozens of fully armed serpent warriors. The defenses here are considerably stringent. Zhang Tian mused, shaking his head slightly. In the sky, the blazing sun gradually descended toward the west, revealing a colossal city on the horizon. Here, the landscape was no longer just stretches of yellow sand. Amidst the scalding grains, numerous large stones emerged. After traversing the stone circle, he arrived at the temple of Queen Medusa. Although it was termed a temple, its vastness and footprint resembled that of a small city. While the serpent people dared not act with impunity, the level of prosperity rivaled that of any city in the Gamma Empire. The influence of the serpent people far exceeded that of the Gamma Empire, had it not been for the multifaceted pressures they faced. The Gamma Empire could never have posed a challenge. Surrounding Queen Medusa's temple were numerous small to medium-sized tribes, with formidable defenses and the presence of the Queen's elite guard, the Medusa Serpent Guards. This elite unit had achieved remarkable feats during the wars between the Gamma Empire and the Serpent People, instilling fear even in some of the Empire's generals who commanded elite legions. Yet, despite their elite status, Zhang Tian easily infiltrated the palace within the temple. Inside, Queen Medusa, draped in flowing purple waves of hair and clad in a short white robe, exhibited a figure that was impossible to conceal, her tender skin igniting the imagination. With her alluring red lips parted, she raised her delicate arms and yawned. Why has a human powerhouse intruded upon the territory of my serpent people? Queen Medusa's eyes opened, revealing a sharp gaze. Though her inquiry was accusatory, the mature and seductive aura she exuded, combined with her enchanting peach blossom eyes, caused a bound human male to tremble with anxiety, swallowing hard. I'm asking you a question. A disdainful leader of a Do Wong-level serpent people tribe cast a derisive glance at the man, kicking him aside before turning to Queen Medusa, his eyes filled with admiration. A robust man of around 30 furrowed his brow and spoke in a deep voice. Brother Man Snake, I apologize. You may seem startled by the man and quickly offered an apology. Only then did the strong serpent known as Man Snake nod in satisfaction, closing his eyes. This is your fault. After all, this person is reputed to be one of the top 10 powerhouses of the Empire, the Lion of Yen. Are you not afraid that Brother Man Snake would seek trouble with your charming serpent tribe for such humiliation? A male serpent swayed his tail, his voice dripping with a sultry tone. Scoundrel! Yume's expression darkened, her fists clenched, nearly ready to retaliate. The Mamba serpent spoke in a deep voice, then turned his gaze towards the male serpent, an overwhelming sense of pressure immediately enveloping Haida's heart. It seems your Poison Spring tribe has been thriving recently. Mamba's tone betrayed no hint of joy or anger, as the second most formidable being of the serpent race. His prowess remained consistently at the pinnacle of the Battle King level, and he could even unleash the power of a 3-star Battle Emperor through secret arts. Second only to Queen Medusa. Haidu quivered, cold sweat almost cascading down his brow. Sensing the discontent in Mamba's voice, he hastily offered an apology. "Brother Mamba, I beg your pardon." At that moment, his cold sweat unconsciously dripped onto the palace floor. Cough, cough, cough. A series of coughs echoed through the chamber, as if a visitor's presence was faint yet imminent, destined to fade away, but no one believed the former Queen Medusa's trusted minister would perish so easily. The elder Inshur, sporting a long gray beard, cast a discontented glance at several individuals, while Mamba stood his ground, seemingly unafraid to confront the elder's gaze, embodying a new generation that dared to face their predecessors. In contrast, both Yume and Haidu instinctively flinched away from Inshur's stare. "What a time for internal strife. I am utterly disappointed in you all," Inshur scolded, tapping his cane, causing Haidu to involuntarily shrink back. "Elder Inshur, please do not be angry." A conciliatory voice emerged from behind, as all present were leaders of various tribes, yet only Inshur, with his seniority, commanded respect and bore the title of elder. "Mo, Beast, hold your tongue," Inshur retorted, his initial sense of relief evaporating upon seeing Mo Ba smiling at him, recalling the foolish words he had just spoken, which incited his ire. "You and Yin Ci are the most troublesome. You love to follow Mamba around. Your temper's volatile and lacking Mamba's composure." Yuinshi bluntly criticized Montauk Bus. "Enough, let's maintain silence, for there are outsiders present." Queen Medusa's voice was the softest and most melodious, yet upon her utterance, both Mamba and the fuming Inshur gradually quieted down. Recently, the Yun Empire had nearly met its demise. However, the Yunlon sect was also severely weakened, and even its leader, Yun, was unaccounted for. Inshur cleared his throat, and his words illuminated the minds of those present. None were foolish, and they understood the implications behind Inshur's statement. "Continue." Even Queen Medusa's demeanor revealed a hint of intrigue. "Now, as we prepare to assault the Gamma Empire, we need not bear any burdens," Inshur succinctly summarized, yet his words stirred the hearts of those assembled. "In the past, during the Human-Snake War, our serpent tribe suffered a devastating defeat, forced to dwell in the inhospitable Tagore Desert. Now that the Yun Empire has fallen, it is time for the Gamma Empire to pay in blood for their transgressions." Mamba was the first to speak, evidently in agreement with the proposal, prompting a nod of approval from Queen Medusa seated upon her throne. "I second that. I too concur. It is high time those wretched humans face the consequences." After a cacophony of voices erupted, 5 out of the 8 leaders, including Mo, Bas, and Yume, expressed their agreement, leaving only 3 remaining silent. "Your Majesty, what is your opinion?" Inshur inquired, directing his question towards Queen Medusa, fully aware that the decision regarding this war rested not with them, nor the Gamma Empire, but with the formidable, mature queen before them. Queen Medusa lifted her brow, her violet eyes reflecting an inscrutable expression. Years prior, an unprecedented calamity had ravaged numerous empires, leaving the Serpent Tribe to struggle under the leadership of the former Queen Medusa. The Serpent Tribe has endured significant hardships over these years. Chapter 82. The alarmed Queen Medusa in the past. During the siege against the previous Queen Medusa, both the Yun Empire and the Gamma Empire had deployed battle emperors to the fray. Yin Shur, one of the 10 strongest of the Gamma Empire. "Do you have any final words?" Queen Medusa inquired, her tone imbued with regal authority and devoid of emotion. Below, the disheveled Yin Shur surveyed the intimidating assembly of 8 battle kings and 1 peak battle emperor, nearly fainting from despair. Were these so-called strongest of the human empires merely defeated subordinates who fled from Brother Mamba? Yume sneered disdainfully at his pitiful state, while Mamba remained silent, his disappointment in Yin Shur evident. "Only that old coot, Zhang Tian, possesses some real strength," Haida murmured under his breath, casting a sidelong glance at Mamba, who glowered back at him. Recalling Zhang Tian's terrifying prowess, Haidu remembered how, even at his fullest strength, he had been defeated in 11 moves. The speed of a battle emperor was akin to a flash of lightning. "You have no final words? Then do you have any intelligence to divulge?" Queen Medusa frowned, yet maintained her composed tone. However, in her heart, she had already resolved that regardless of whether Yinshur spoke or not, he would not leave the temple alive. At most, she would grant him a swift death. Suddenly, a sound of steady footsteps resonated through the quiet, expansive palace. Each step synchronized, even the breathing matched a singular rhythm. Mamba stiffened, straining to listen, as if he could hear an expansive ocean. A world brimming with water attribute energy gathering, an endless sea. Although he listened with his ears, the visage and scenery of this world unfolded vividly before his eyes. Just as Mamba reached out to touch this world, a thunderous roar erupted. This unexpected sound caused Mamba's outstretched arm to tremble, and he beheld the once boundless ocean and the water-laden sky igniting into flames. The dark and azure waters seemed to split apart. The waters acted as the finest fuel, almost instantly filling this world with the dual forces of water and fire. Heavenly conflagration, oceanic boil. Mamba coughed up a mouthful of blood, his spirit nearly shattered. Wisps of smoke rising from his soul, a small fraction consumed by the unending sea of flames. Yet, his entire being surged with newfound momentum, his already towering figure expanding even further. A wave of energy swept through the temple. Battle Emperor. All present gazed at Mamba with astonishment and elation, save for Queen Medusa, whose expression morphed in horror, her graceful figure trembling as her eyes fixated on the approaching silhouette. That height, that voice, indeed it is him. After many days apart, the queen remains as captivating as ever. As the newcomer fully materialized before Queen Medusa, the assembly finally grasped that an unfamiliar presence had invaded the temple. You again, Queen Medusa seethed through gritted teeth, despite the man's unremarkable appearance. He had left an indelible mark in her heart, the destructive melody of his instrument, the terrifying waves of fire still vivid in her memory. Damn it! Who are you? Human. Halt! Mobas and you may barked in unison within the temple, while Haidu's gaze flickered uncertainly. Only Mamba remained unmoved, his acute senses heightened from his recent breakthrough, unlike others who might have succumbed to silence. However, his entire being was in a state of alarm. Every cell and fiber of his being warned him of impending danger. The sensation of death lingered incessantly in his mind, causing him to sweat profusely. In a concealed corner, Queen Medusa trembled uncontrollably, biting her crimson lip, her arms quaking. Although reluctant to admit it, she had to acknowledge that the man before her resembled an abyss of darkness and terror. Human, the serpent tribe does not welcome you. Queen Medusa forced herself to maintain composure, though her body felt weak and unsteady. Was the queen truly seeking vengeance against the Gamma Empire? Zhang Tian, unperturbed by the presence of others, picked up a spirit fruit placed upon the table, wiped it absent-mindedly, and bit into it, causing a cascade of emerald juice to splatter. After a brief pause, he ascended the high platform of the palace and stood before Queen Medusa, gazing intently at her, gently nibbling on the spirit fruit. A faint energy emanated from it, splashing droplets of juice onto Queen Medusa's visage. Her breath nearly hitched, and though she yearned to articulate that the serpent spirit fruit contained trace amounts of poison, consumable only by the serpent folk, the words lodged in her throat. Refusing to escape, observing Medusa's silence, Zhang Tian suddenly chuckled. We have been neighbors for quite some time, yet you, my queen, have harbored intentions to assault my homeland. I am most curious about the enmity between the serpent folk and humanity that I have heard whispers of. At this juncture, Zhang Tian's tone faltered as he glanced at the seemingly defiant man-snake, tempering his imposing presence. He continued, Are your aspirations directed towards avenging the Gamma Empire and the Izumo Empire, or do you seek retribution against humanity as a whole? Given that the Izumo Empire had already fallen, Zhang Tian found little merit in voicing it. Yet Queen Medusa's voice faltered. Naturally, it is all of humanity. Macabas, suppressing the crushing weight upon his heart and spleen, barely managed to utter a word. In a continent of combat countless powerful beings, along with various super races and transcendent powers, abound. Humanity boasts an overwhelming number of mighty fighters and champions. A flicker of amusement graced Zhang Tian's countenance. To my knowledge, aside from the ancient Void Dragon clan, it is unlikely that any race would dare to declare vengeance upon humanity. Second Elder, save me. Observing Zhang Tian's formidable presence, Yen Shi, who was bound, was momentarily stunned before he hastily bowed before Zhang Tian, tears streaming down his face. Although restrained, he managed to adopt a comical posture. Yet, no one mocked him. They were all struck by Zhang Tian's might. Oof! Curse humans, Yume exclaimed, clutching her chest as she hurled a short dagger towards Yen Shi. Though termed a short dagger, It was crafted from Yumei's own serpent fangs, drenched in a lethal toxin. A wave of sword energy flashed past, and Zhang Tian's eyes flickered as he withdrew his finger. The once expansive temple now bore a meticulously carved section, exposing the sunlight of the Tagar Desert. After all, you are the one I intend to save, Zhang Tian remarked, his gaze sharpening. Yumei, as if struck, spat blood and staggered back several paces. At this moment, Yanshi's state of mind was far from ideal. His hair disheveled and face soiled, Zhang Tian nearly failed to recognize him. Had it not been for his formidable cultivation, he might have perished at the hands of the serpent folk. Yet, he was overjoyed, crawling on his knees toward Zhang Tian. Second Elder, they have humiliated us. The Gamma Empire is without defenders. You must avenge us. Faced with Yanshi's lamentations, Zhang Tian remained unmoved. At over 40 years of age, he found himself somewhat at a loss for words, and he merely chuckled as he patted Yanshi's head, resigning to the moment. Yanshi felt fortunate, grateful that he had previously invited Zhang Tian to visit his faction, thus forging this bond of kinship. Your Majesty, rather than pursuing this unrealistic revenge, why not seek to awaken the bloodline of the seven-color devouring python and forge a splendid future for the serpent tribe? He suggested, but Queen Medusa regarded him with heightened suspicion. How do you know this? Do you wish to join me? Zhang Tian addressed the man-snake, whose will and talent far surpassed the ordinary, merely lacking an opportunity for awakening. Otherwise, the prospect of becoming a nine-transformation saint was not beyond reach. The man-snake's eyes sparkled, flames of crimson igniting around him as he thrust his fingers toward Zhang Tian, resembling a divine sword cleaving the earth. In response, a subtle smile graced Zhang Tian's lips as he raised a finger to meet the man-snake's assault. The man-snake felt a blur before his fingertips clashed against Zhang Tian's outstretched finger. Despite the minuscule distance, the fiery essence enveloping his fingers could not breach the invisible barrier between them, as if an infinite expanse separated them. The man-snake, realizing this truth, felt a surge of defiance, and with a tremendous effort, he advanced slightly. Zhang Tian nodded, bending his finger and gently flicking the man-snake's forehead, causing him to stumble backward, the crimson steam dissipating swiftly. After a moment of silence, the man-snake bowed thrice to Queen Medusa, ignoring her as he approached Zhang Tian. Unperturbed by Queen Medusa, Zhang Tian regarded the man-snake with newfound appreciation, an inexplicable power descending upon him, drawing him into the vast space Zhang Tian had opened. As they departed the territory of the serpent folk, Zhang Tian addressed Yanshi, let us part here. Do remember to send my regards to Lord Jia. Observing Zhang Tian's beaming countenance, Yanshi felt a profound sense of gratitude, realizing it was indeed thanks to him that he had escaped the jaws of peril. Casting a glance at the coldly huffing man-snake, he felt a pang of panic. He was no match for the man-snake, especially now that he had broken through to the Do Emperor level. I shall not visit your wild lion pavilion this time. Until we meet again, Zhang Tian said softly. Yanshi had no objections. After enduring so many tribulations, he longed for the days of abundance within his sect, and he promptly cupped his hands in farewell to Zhang Tian. Once Yanshi departed, the man-snake suddenly addressed Zhang Tian, my lord. Why is it that no matter how I attack, I cannot approach you? He remained perplexed. This is another application of spatial power. While it can be used to compress enemies, it can also be employed to banish them. Zhang Tian offered a brief explanation. For such understanding was reserved for those of the Do Zone level. Oh, the man-snake replied, lapsing into silence once more. Cool me. We are heading to a place where I will procure a transformation pill for you. As soon as Zhang Tian's words fell, the man-snake, filled with excitement, exclaimed, You know a 7th-tier alchemist? Are you unaware of my strength? Zhang Tian inquired, turning back with a hint of curiosity, but then felt his response was somewhat inappropriate. Wiping his nose, I do not know. I only know that you, my lord, are exceedingly powerful. I wish to alter the circumstances of the serpent folk. Yet the current queen, while strong, does not possess the fortitude and prowess to guide us in the direction I envision. The man-snake, an honest soul, spoke his mind. Let us go. Zhang Tian beckoned the man-snake to follow him. Where to? The man-snake, now slightly curious, wondered which faction they were to visit. Central Continent. Starfall Pavilion. Chapter 83. Internal Affairs of the Ancient Clan. Xiaoyan and the young lady seemed quite close. The 7-star Do Zun stationed outside Xiao Sun'er's chamber at the Canaan Academy murmured to himself. Through the window, he observed Xiao Sun'er's gaze fixed upon the sky. her expression one of deep longing. Should we? Ling Ying began to speak to Zhang Tian, though the thought remained unvoiced. The implication of reprimanding Xiao Yan was clear. Have you lost your mind? Zhang Tian shot him a glance, his tone laced with discontent. After all, he was backed by the Saint Long Yin. If reprimanding were necessary, it must be communicated through the clan. Ling Ying detected a hint of anger in Zhang Tian's demeanor. In truth, Ling Ying was merely a pseudonym. He had no name, having served as a caretaker for Xiao Suner since her childhood. Although lacking in cultivation, his loyalty was unparalleled. He was initially taken aback, hesitating to speak. Saint Long Yin? Has that Zhang Tian truly broken through to Dosheng? Ling Ying could hardly believe it. Within merely 2 years, he had ascended from a one-star Do Huang directly to Dosheng, becoming one of the continent's preeminent powerhouses. Exercise caution. Do not speak his name so freely, Zhang Tian admonished with a shake of his head. They had no grievances with Saint Long Yin. It was prudent to maintain a degree of respect. Who on earth is this individual? Though Ling Ying appeared outwardly calm, tumultuous waves surged within his heart. The legend of the Dou Emperor had come to an end, with only the final Ta Shigu Emperor remaining. Thus, even Gu Yuan could not glean any insight into the Dragon Phoenix Emperor from the name Long Yin. Moreover, the quick gun technique was a legacy whose origin even Zhang Tian himself was unaware of, belonging to some superlative powerhouse. Upon arriving at the Starfall Pavilion, Zhang Tian discovered that a young man had long awaited his presence. Zhang Tian raised an eyebrow, internally lamenting the youth of this Dou saint, who was likely no more than 700 years old. Unbeknownst to him, Gu Xian was equally taken aback, although he had heard of Zhang Tian's exploits. The excessively youthful man before him was shrouded in a thin mist that obscured his true cultivation level. If it were an abyss of stagnant waters, Gu Xian could roughly sense his realm, but now he could only perceive an enigmatic haze, indicating one truth. Zhang Tian's soul power was above the mid-stage of the heavenly realm. The name of the Long Yin saint was indeed well-deserved. Zhang Tian chose not to respond to the young man's words, yet the potent bloodline of the Dou Emperor emanating from him piqued his interest. Are you from the Medicine Clan or the Thunder Clan? The individual before him lacked the Medicine Clan's customary medicine gourd. And since the Thunder Clan had been obliterated by the Soul Clan, Zhang Tian had already formed a conjecture in his mind. Ancient Clan, Gu Xian, came the amiable smile of Gu Xian, his earth-toned robe lending him an air of composure, resembling a kind-hearted elder. Ancient Clan, Gu Ronglian. A cool voice emerged as a girl clad in a water-green long-sleeved gown stepped forth, each stride blossoming with ethereal blue lotuses. You two must be the unparalleled prodigies of this generation of the Ancient Clan. The moment Zhang Tian laid eyes on the girl, he was astonished, though young. Her cultivation far surpassed that of Gu Xian, and both exhibited remarkably powerful soul forces. The girl's soul power had already reached the pinnacle of the early heavenly realm, merely a step away from breaking into the mid-stage, while Gu Xian, though slightly inferior, had also attained the early heavenly realm. Nevertheless, even a soul at the peak of the heavenly realm would be obliterated by the Phoenix Cry Sword-S soul-slicing effect. Why did you come out? Gu Xian inquired, puzzled. As he regarded Gu Ronglian, did Uncle Gu Yuan not say that this task was solely entrusted to me? I came to assist you, Gu Ronglian replied, rolling her eyes and communicating telepathically, evidently having sensed Zhang Tian's dangerous aura and unwilling to leave Gu Xian to face him alone. Do you two have business? The silent man snake trailed closely beside Zhang Tian, his intuition suggesting that these two were likely significant figures. As this thought crossed his mind, his black and yellow serpent tail swayed slightly, revealing his underlying tension. Noticing Zhang Tian interrupt their interaction, they bore no offense but ceased their conversation. Gu Ronglian gently brushed her hair aside, smiling without uttering a word, while Gu Xian offered Zhang Tian a friendly smile. The ancient clan cherished friendships, with connections spanning the continent, and a reputation of a Long Yin saint now eclipsed that of many factions. Naturally, the ancient clan sought to forge a bond. Gu Xian's words flowed smoothly, akin to a refreshing spring breeze, his tone gentle as if merely stating a fact, calm and genuine. However, Gu Ronglian's smile took on a somewhat disingenuous quality. It seemed this was how Gu Xian typically charmed young women. Little did he know that Gu Ronglian was currently clenching her fists in frustration. I am willing to befriend the ancient clan, but I am currently unable to engage. Perhaps we could reconvene at a later date. Zhang Tian responded, acknowledging their overtures. While he had no objection to allying with the ancient clan, such matters should be initiated by them. Gu Xian's smile faltered for a moment, but he quickly regained composure, gritting his teeth as he said, "It appears that the Long-Yin Saint has a disciple named Xiao Yan, who is quite close to our young lady. Surely you would not disregard your disciple's lifelong affairs?" As Zhang Tian was preparing to turn away, he was drawn back by curiosity, glancing over his shoulder and asking, "Is your ancient clan truly proposing a marriage alliance? Are you genuinely willing to bind Suner to Xiao Yan?" At this moment, Zhang Tian found it hard to believe. Although Xiao Yan would soon become the Flame Emperor and he himself would ascend to Do Emperor within a year, the ancient clan was unaware of this. What audacity did they possess to consider marrying Suner, the bearer of the ancient clan's legacy, to Xiao Yan, merely because they shared mutual affections? As long as the Long-Yin Saint is willing to visit the ancient clan, it is not entirely impossible, Gu Xian stated, mustering his resolve. Observing Gu Xian's demeanor, Zhang Tian discerned his lack of confidence and gently shook his head in mild disinterest. Very well, Gu Ronglian's voice caught both Zhang Tian and Gu Xian off guard, especially Gu Xian, who looked incredulously at Gu Ronglian, bewildered by her willingness to sell out her cousin. "I perceived a fragment of his strength," Gu Ronglian whispered telepathically, having deduced a hint of Zhang Tian's might, which was a unique ability of hers. War was inevitable between the Soul Clan and the Ancient Clan. Although the Soul Emperor surpassed Uncle Gu Yuan, the gap was not insurmountable. However, that entity, known as the Void Devouring Flame, was terrifyingly powerful, requiring the combined efforts of several clan elders to contend with. Of the ancient 8 clans, only 4 remained, and the strength of the Long-Yin Saint would assuredly not fall short of that of the ancient clan leaders. Gu Ronglian articulated her insights. The ancient clan had an opportunity to resist the rise of the Soul Clan. Furthermore, the marriage proposal was merely a formality. Whether it entailed a bride price or a dowry remained uncertain. As long as the source flame did not fall into the wrong hands, even Gu Yuan would likely acquiesce. Zhang Tian envisioned it as a marriage, while Gu Ronglian considered it a dowry. Despite their differing perspectives, they shared common ground. "Then I kindly request both of you to rest in the Starfall Pavilion for a few days while I take my friend to procure a transformation pill." Zhang Tian nodded in agreement with Gu Ronglian's decision, gesturing towards Man-Snake. Gu Xian understood the situation was untenable, though somewhat disheartened. He recognized that befriending a formidable ally could yield benefits. He produced a transformation pill from his sleeve. "This is but a trifling matter. There is no need to trouble the Long-Yin Saint. I happen to have one on hand, and I dare to present it to this esteemed friend." As Gu Xian revealed the transformation pill, Gu Ronglian's expression shifted, casting him wary glances laden with disapproval. While it was one thing to return with various human women, a transformation pill? Now even beasts were not spared. Chapter 84. The ancient clan Saint Xiao Yin remained unaware of Suner's true lineage. Zhang Tian chuckled as he sipped his tea. Gu Xian sat beside him, furrowing his brow, internally reluctant yet suddenly breaking into an ambiguous smile. The Long-Yin Saint seems to have a profound understanding of Suner's background. Gu Ronglian, overhearing Gu Xian's words filled with tension, inwardly scolded him. How could he be so charming with young women, yet exhibit such impatience with men? This was the Long-Yin Saint, a figure far more formidable than the Lord of the Soul Palace. "I have some inkling," Zhang Tian replied with a hint of displeasure, though he suppressed his feelings, responding with an indifferent remark. He suddenly felt that the ancient clan's Golden Emperor burning heaven flame was no longer appealing. Indeed, he would not oppose the union between Xiao Yin and Suner, but his primary focus was the Golden Emperor burning heaven flame. Now, upon reflection, other flames, such as the 8 Desolations destructive flame and the Xian Huang flame, seemed equally enticing. Sensing the subtle shift in Zhang Tian's mood and tone, Gu Ronglian discreetly stepped on Gu Xian's foot, then beamed a bright smile. The ancient clan's friendships are widespread across the continent. It is only natural that the Long-Yin Saint would have heard of them. How many Do Saints does the Soul Clan currently possess? Without warning, Zhang Tian interrupted Gu Ronglian's attempt to warm the atmosphere, leaving her momentarily at a loss for words. If we exclude the Soul Clan's leader, Soul Emperor, there are approximately 13 formidable figures remaining, including the Grand Elder of the Soul Hall, the Deputy Hall Master, Soul Shuzi, and others. Zhang Tian's words filled Gu Ronglian with immense joy, prompting her to respond eagerly. observing Gu Ronglian effortlessly recount the number of powerful beings within the Soul Clan. Along with their habits and weaknesses, Gu Xian felt a twinge of frustration. It seemed his initial display of authority had been overlooked by both of them. Gu Ronglian elaborated on the general strength of the Soul Clan with the familiarity of recounting treasured family lore. Gu Xian reluctantly accepted the reality. After all, if Zhang Tian agreed, it would mark the first time in a millennium that the ancient clan managed to align itself with a powerhouse of the 8th clan leader level. A significant enhancement to their strength. As for Xiao Yin and Sun Er, they were still young. Their marriage could be discussed in a few years. Zhang Tian concluded with a remark that brought a flicker of happiness to Gu Xian's heart, secretly praising Zhang Tian for his self-awareness. If not for the disparity in strength, Gu Xian would have been tempted to pat Zhang Tian on the shoulder and proclaim him a good brother. However, he merely whispered this sentiment quietly to himself. Gu Ronglian also displayed a knowing smile, sincerely bowing slightly in his direction. "Do not rush to thank me," Zhang Tian gently interjected, shaking his head to halt Gu Ronglian's gesture of gratitude. Amid their puzzled glances, he calmly stated, "Should a coalition be necessary, I require 2 flames of extraordinary nature as recompense." As he spoke, he raised 2 fingers slowly. Extraordinary flames? Why? Gu Xian couldn't restrain his curiosity. It wasn't that these flames were overly precious, but rather that such a request seemed rather unconventional. Zhang Tian hardly appeared to be someone in need of extraordinary flames. These flames only served a select few, and only a handful could aid in combat to attain the might of Doshang. Including the combined flames of the Flame Clan's leader, the 8 Desolation Destruction Flame. Gu Ronglian furrowed her brow slightly, delicately lifting her sleeve to cover her mouth. "I share a long-standing friendship with the Apothecary Elder. He narrowly escaped with a remnant of his soul, and I require 2 extraordinary flames to forge a body for him. Moreover, Xiaoyan is also an alchemist." Though it was an explanation, Zhang Tian's words conveyed no sense of justification. Rather, they sounded like a statement of fact. Gu Xian and Gu Ronglian found nothing amiss. It was entirely normal for a top-tier powerhouse on the continent to possess their own pride. They had encountered individuals with even more abrasive personalities than Zhang Tian's. So it's for Xiaoyan. Brother-in-law, Gu Xian managed to utter the term with reluctance. Yet his doubts had dissipated. As former top alchemists of the Central Plains, they had indeed crossed paths with Yao Chun. In truth, upon hearing of his demise, Gu Xian had lamented that had Yao Chun accepted the Apothecary clan's inheritance, he might have truly broken through to Do Sheng and become the continent's foremost alchemist. "Is there a problem?" Zhang Tian raised an eyebrow, gazing at the standing Gu Ronglian. He gently placed the lid back on his teacup, and the entire cup, along with its contents, gradually disintegrated into dust and vanished with the wind. Gu Ronglian felt cold sweat bead on her forehead and quickly replied with a smile. "The Holy One jesting. Such a modest request could easily compel your assistance. Not to mention 2 extraordinary flames. Even 3 would pose no issue." "Then let be 3. Zhang Tian stated in a flat tone, extending 3 fingers and casting a sidelong glance at her, his azure eyes causing her heart to race. Gu Ronglian's expression stiffened under the immense pressure. What formidable pressure! She felt a tightening in her chest, hurriedly responding, "It shall be done. The 3 extraordinary flames will be delivered to the Holy One in a few days. I beseech you to exert your utmost in the upcoming battle against the Soul Clan in 6 months, to rid the continent of evil." As the overwhelming pressure bore down on her, Gu Ronglian's heart raced. What level of cultivation was Zhang Tian practicing to elicit such a reaction even from one bearing the bloodline of a Dodi? As the pride of the ancient clan, she and Gu Xian trained in the clan's top-tier low-level celestial methods, and she had only ever encountered such immense pressure from Gu Yuan before. The last time Gu Yuan had shown anger was 2 centuries prior, and during the skirmishes between the Soul Clan and the Ancient Clan. She had yet to reach the level of Doshang, thus had never seen the Soul Emperor. In truth, among the younger generation who had encountered the Soul Emperor, only those of the Soul Clan had done so. Otherwise, those who had laid eyes on the Emperor were exceedingly rare, as most had perished. And even an 8-star Do Sheng might not escape his grasp. The leader of the Soul Clan, fearsome indeed, watching Gu Ronglian and Gu Xian flee in disarray. Zhang Tian tapped his fingers rhythmically on the table, glancing at the imposing figure of man she who had just entered. After consuming the transformation pill, man she exuded an even more ferocious aura, his stature towering and nearly blocking out the sunlight in the hall. Being a 7th-grade pill, it would undoubtedly have some effect on a Do Wang. That was impossible to deny. What are your thoughts on those two individuals? Zhang Tian inquired, his gaze fixed on the towering man Shi, who stood at an impressive height of nearly 2 meters and resembled a living fortress. Master, Man Shi replied in a deep, resonant voice, they are incredibly powerful. I sense that if I were to confront them, I would be gravely injured in an instant. His expression reflected discomfort. Yet he answered honestly, the intense sense of peril reminiscent of his childhood encounter with a third-tier sand scorpion in the Tagar Desert. Zhang Tian shook his head. It is not a matter of being gravely injured. It is a certainty of death. Their strength has already surpassed your comprehension. In the realm of your Serpent Clan's tribe, they could easily create a space tenfold larger. Yet, here before me, they bow their heads and dare not even speak loudly. At this, Zhang Tian chuckled lightly, attempting to feign modesty. Ahem, let's tone it down. However, the next moment, he felt slightly uneasy under Man Shi's ardent admiration, causing his cheeks to flush. He rubbed his forehead, bemused by Man Shi's demeanor. While his character and resolve were commendable, his strength still left much to be desired. Speaking of the strongest individuals in the Duki continent, aside from the Emperor-level Xiao Yan and Soul Emperor, the mightiest would be Zhu Kuan, the ancient dragon monarch of the Taishu ancient dragon clan. His strength was terrifying, boasting a 9-star peak Do Sheng level. Yet the formidable physique of the Taishu ancient dragon clan made him exceedingly fierce, due to his insatiable appetite, akin to Zi Yan's. He had been tricked by the ancient emperor into guarding the ancient emperor's cave for countless years, ultimately failing to secure the ancient emperor's legacy. Zhang Tian contemplated subduing Zhu Kuan, as the strength of his subordinates was woefully inadequate, lacking any who could uphold a respectable front. Chapter 85. The Calculated Ancient Clan. The ancient clans still harbored a degree of arrogance, seemingly reluctant to marry sooner to Xiao Yan. Zhang Tian soared through the skies, seemingly lost in thought. It appeared he had made concessions, only requesting 3 extraordinary flames. However, in reality, once Xiao Yan refined those 3 flames and significantly increased his power, it was uncertain whether the ancient clan would still remain the proactive party in the face of an emperor-level powerhouse. The decision of marriage was not one for Gu Yuan to dictate. This strategic delay was executed splendidly, earning Zhang Tian a silent round of applause from himself. Is that the great wilderness ahead? As he wandered casually, he found himself in this locale. Zhang Tian landed on the vast, yellow-brown expanse of land, recalling the fierce battles he had fought here against the Tudo Zun of the Soul Hall. The land still bore the scars of that conflict. A fissure stretching several kilometers marred the earth, leading down into a bottomless abyss, remnants of the burning heaven decisions, Do-Chi energy lingering in the air. By the way, whatever happened to that little fellow from years ago? Zhang Tian suddenly recalled the audacious youth who had once ventured into the great wilderness, seeking to take him as a mentor. A fierce battle from years past had ignited the noxious miasma that permeated the great wilderness, obliterating the poisonous trees, grasses, and flowers that had once thrived there. Now, the expanse was reduced to vast swathes of yellow earth, with the verdant toxic vapors that had previously enveloped the land vanished, perhaps requiring decades to even begin a semblance of recovery. Once dubbed the 100,000 Great Wilderness, Zhang Tian could now effortlessly discern the boundaries of this so-called vast domain, which spanned approximately 1,000 miles, resembling a miniature continental template. At this moment, the city of the wilderness was engulfed in incessant wails. The gates of the Heavenly Sword sect lay strewn with corpses, the once majestic emblem of the sect, pointing defiantly towards the heavens, now splattered with blood. The body of the sect leader, Wan Jianhe, was impaled by a massive steel blade, left suspended at the entrance of the sect, transforming the once solemn and dignified gates into a scene of carnage and despair. The interior was a chaotic mess, littered with the bodies of countless male and female disciples, each in varying states of disarray, clearly meeting their demise in diverse manners. Occasionally, a few surviving disciples could be heard muttering incoherently, their minds evidently shattered, succumbing to their mortal wounds as they bled out. A similar scene unfolded at the Chun family estate. However, this was no longer the Chun family under the leadership of Chun Long, but rather a realm of unbridled cruelty and violence, ruled by the merciless Mo Han. Servants were routinely dragged out with broken limbs, the incessant cleaning of blood staining the entire courtyard. At this moment, a curved dagger was thrust into the plaque bearing the name of the Chun residence, the force of the blow causing cracks to appear in the sandalwood sign. I have returned. A handsome youth, drenched in blood, surveyed his surroundings. His expression was peculiar, shrouded in a swirling black mist that ebbed and flowed about him. His eyes, encircled by shadows, glowed with a blood-red hue, encasing a hint of bright yellow in his pupils. It appeared as though his feet barely touched the ground. Akin to a reaper drifting through the realm of the living, the scent of blood nearly overwhelming, with festering wounds dotting his entire body. "Good nephew, you have returned." Emohan regarded the youth, Chun Zihan, warily, noting the white longsword in his grasp, an artifact belonging to Wan Jianhe of the Heavenly Sword Sect. "It seems you have obtained a wondrous treasure from our ancestors. What a fortuitous encounter." She licked her lips, her alluring eyes sparkling with mischief as she delicately touched her beauty mark, then erupted into a fit of giggles. "Good nephew, your current appearance is quite endearing to this aunt." Kill. Seemingly stirred by a distant memory, Chun Zihan surged forward towards Emohan, the white longsword igniting with a corrosive crimson glow. Whoosh! A shadow appeared beside Emohan, delivering a punch towards Chun Zihan. Puff! Blood involuntarily spewed from Chun Zihan's mouth, splattering onto the ground and causing wisps of smoke to rise from the bluestone surface. "Good nephew, how eagerly you rushed to embrace your aunt." Emohan covered her red lips, her small mouth pursed in mock contemplation. Chun Zihan's gaze remained fixated on the shadow, as though struck by a heavy blow in his mind. "Wan Jianhe has perished at your hands, hasn't he? Your aunt is rather frightened. To think in this state, I truly cannot face you without preparation." Her laughter dripped with seduction, enticing the senses. In the past, Chunlong had also called her Zihan. At this thought, Emohan feigned a sorrowful expression. Chun Zihan's eyes widened, his body trembling rigidly as the blood within his pupils seemed to ebb. "Father, father!" His throat quivered, tears streaming uncontrollably from his eyes, the white longsword clattering to the ground. Yet, at that moment, Chun Long lay pallid and devoid of emotion, cloaked in a dark mantle. "How dare you? To my father! Unforgivable!" Chun Zihan's body trembled, a crimson fury emanating from him, eroding the blue stone beneath him and leaving a gaping void. "Truly, your aunt merely wished for a reunion between father and son. Pray, why are you so angry?" Despite her feigned complaint, Emohan instinctively retreated behind Chun Long's corpse, wary. "I expended considerable effort to preserve your father's body, retaining a full 90% of his original combat prowess." Emohan had retreated behind the crowd, her presence obscured, her voice echoing. Chun Long's remains trembled, an overwhelming aura erupting from him, shattering several heavy slabs of stone into the air, revealing the undeniable might of a peak Do Wong. Chun Long's body, under Emohan's relentless scheming, had become a vessel for two Do Wong-level powers, allowing her to successfully break free from the Wong family's grasp. As the head of the Wong family was only marginally weaker than Chun Long, this left the Wong family, who had invested heavily, with nothing to show for their efforts. A choice made during the initial marriage arrangement when Emohan opted for the less advantageous alliance with the Wong family over the more favorable offer from the second elder of the South Mountain North Star sect. Chun Zihan's consciousness wavered. In truth, he seldom maintained clarity, only experiencing such emotional turmoil upon encountering Emohan and Chun Long. The bright yellow in his pupils gradually succumbed to the blood-red hue, transforming him into a relentless battle machine as he clashed with Chun Long. The power Chun Zihan unleashed was astonishing, rivaling that of the peak Do Wong Chun Long. Observers among the Chun family's guardians and offerings were left parched with awe. Though they yearned to pledge allegiance once more, they hesitated, noting Chun Zihan's unstable mental state. Amidst the crowd, Emohan observed, her alluring fragrance and graceful form rendering the surrounding guardians entranced and restless. What a shame for the Chun family to have devolved into this state. Had Zihan still been with us, the two peak Do Wongs would have effortlessly conquered the city of the wilderness. Mon harbored unfulfilled désirs. Her resentment towards the Chun family patriarch intensifying. "Cursed old man, how dare you refuse my rightful claim over the Chun family?" When the elder of the Chun family passed away, her surprise had outweighed her sorrow. Boom! Following another collision, Chun Long's mantle was blown away, revealing his form. Clad in a blue robe, Chun Long, once known for his towering stature, now appeared gaunt, his flesh seemingly withered, resembling a mere reed. Chun Zihan's eyes reddened further at this sight. Each clash between the two was akin to the detonation of bombs, sending debris flying. In just a few exchanges, the courtyard lay in ruins, the once pristine blue stone shattered. The shockwaves from their battle left Mo Han slightly unnerved, aware that she still fell short of the peak Do Wang's prowess. Zihan, give it your all, but fret not. Your aunt shall fashion your body into a puppet, ensuring you remain by your father's side forever. Mo Han envisioned the future, unable to suppress a seductive smile, her confidence palpable. Her melodious voice ignited a fervor among the nearby guardians, cold sweat trickling down their brows. Mo Han scrutinized further, only to find Chen Han's flesh degrading rapidly, causing her elegant visage to darken. A Doang puppet is an invaluable asset. How utterly useless, Zihan. Having lost her patience with Chun Zihan's antics, Mo Han resolved to take decisive action, lest her plans be thwarted by lingering complications. With a swift motion, she extended her hand, unleashing a whip measuring a yard in length towards Chun Zihan's back, the air crackling with sonic booms. Hiss! Chun Zihan's eyes blazed crimson, nostrils flaring with labor breaths, as the long whip scattered like a wild stallion, emitting a guttural roar akin to that of a feral beast. To Chun Mohan's astonishment, he found that Chun Zihan had seized his whip with a single hand, crafted from the hide of a fifth-tier serpent-like beast, laced with potent venom. However, witnessing Chun Zihan's body, which was in a state of decay, she quickly grasped the grim reality, having already succumbed to such disintegration. He was evidently unconcerned by a mere touch of poison. Yet, it was too late, as she felt an immense force tugging her towards him, rendering her utterly powerless to resist. Just then, Chun Long delivered a decisive punch to Chun Zihan's back, propelling him away, while Chun Mohan found herself landing directly behind Chun Long, wrapping her arms around Chun Long's neck. She tenderly stroked his cold jawline with a finger, reminiscent of the days from decades past when he would carry her in playful abandon. Brother's tiger roar fist is indeed formidable. It has left Xiaohan unable to rise. At this moment, Chun Long was, of course, unable to respond, mechanically engaged in relentless combat with Chun Zihan. Damn it! Chun Mohan exclaimed in frustration. A miscalculation. How had she allowed herself to fight alongside two individuals whose powers far surpassed her own, and who bore no awareness of her presence? Even though her whip had ensnared Chun Zihan's neck, he remained oblivious, countering her with a sword that sliced through her arm. In an instant, her delicate arm began to rot and turn black, sending waves of numbness coursing through her, and soon her senses faded altogether, the decay continuing unabated. Chapter 86. Returned to the great wilderness half an hour later. The courtyard was left with but two living souls and a single puppet. Chun Zihan roared, tears welling in his eyes. Father, forgive me. Clenching the white longsword with both hands, he moved with such speed that even Chen Long could not react, transforming into a crimson blur that seemed to misalign as he appeared behind Chen Long. It was in this moment that Chen Mohan realized Chen Long's body had been pierced through. Hiss, hiss, hiss. He could not help but kneel weakly on one knee, the white longsword supporting him, his arm trembling. The sudden eruption of violence startled Chen Mohan, who could only watch as the once conscious Chen Long collapsed lifelessly to the ground. What is happening? A cold voice echoed, his pristine robe untouched by the surrounding blood, his face betraying a hint of confusion. Chun Zihan, gasping for breath and kneeling with the longsword, instinctively raised his head, meeting Zhang Tian's astonished gaze as he beheld the boy's once familiar visage now transformed almost beyond recognition. Chun Mohan, clutching her arm, gazed at Zhang Tian, her eyes betraying a mixture of panic and unwillingness. Within this blood-drenched world, encountering a familiar figure, Chun Zihan felt a momentary release of tension, only to be met with a searing pain that gnawed his very nerves, his body a wreck of agony. Senior, we meet again. It is a comfort. Enduring the omnipresent pain, Chun Zihan mustered a smile, thankful to encounter a familiar face in his final moments, rather than the dismal memories that surrounded him. I do not wish to die. After uttering this, a shadow of despair clouded his gaze. Indeed, no one wishes for death. However, first, you must survive. Zhang Tian replied casually, surveying the remnants of destruction around them. Who is she? Is this your home? She is my aunt. This is my home. Zhang Tian observed Chun Zihan, whose eyes were nearly consumed by crimson, struggling to articulate his thoughts, his will nearly extinguished. It appears a tragic tale has unfolded here. Do you have any final wishes? Zhang Tian refrained from passing judgment, merely posing a question. Chun Zihan fell silent for a moment, forcibly suppressing the phantoms that plagued his mind, struggling to rise to one knee, clutching the blood-stained white sword. "Please, Senior, accept me as your disciple." His eyes, clouded with visions and shadows, could scarcely comprehend Zhang Tian's words, only vaguely perceiving the movement of his lips. When a senior bestows a sword, the disciple must bow to receive it. When a master grants a sword, one must kneel. When a sovereign offers a sword, both knees must touch the ground. "I do not wish to save you." Zhang Tian unhesitatingly rejected the request, brushing Chen Zihan aside with a wave of his sleeve. In an instant, Chen Zihan's eyes flashed crimson, and he swiftly grasped the sword, lunging toward Zhang Tian. A hand gently clasped the blade, and with a single strike, the long sword shattered, sending Chen Zihan's body flying, yet he suffered no injury. As he opened his blurred vision, Chen Zihan beheld Zhang Tian standing at a distance, an otherworldly figure seemingly detached from the mundane realm. Gazing at Zhang Tian's demeanor, Chen Zihan found himself at a loss for words, eventually letting out a bitter laugh, an unspoken sorrow lacing his tone. "You possess the power, yet you refuse to lend me your aid. You see my eyes stained with crimson. But how can you fathom that my world is equally drenched in blood?" Zhang Tian regarded Chen Zihan for a long moment, reflecting on the trajectory of his life. "Just because you wish to live does not mean I will exert myself to save a relentless killer. I do not wish to be entangled in the mortal realm, yet we are both ensnared within it." With a sigh, he posed a question. "Do you need me to kill this woman?" Zhang Tian recognized that Chen Zihan had exhausted his strength, clinging only to the last vestiges of life. "No need. She will not survive. My sole wish is for you, Senior, to obliterate the Wang family." Chen Zihan's voice grew fainter, his eyelids drooping, his crimson gaze nearly extinguished, with the last remnants of golden light fading away. "That seems rather uncomplicated." Zhang Tian lazily nodded. Ultimately, after 5 breaths, Chen Zihan's body fell silent. Zhang Tian lifted his gaze to the sky, then turned back to Chen Mohan, who was now gripped by terror, desperately seeking antidotes. Upon meeting Zhang Tian's gaze, her heart raced with dread. A hand rose, and amidst her panic, it clasped her throat, an irresistible force suppressing her energy, rendering her powerless before a battle saint. Such a feat could be achieved with but a thought. Close up, he witnessed the grime on her face and the pleading, fearful glimmer in her alluring eyes. His fingers tightened, crushing her throat. Chen Mohan's body stiffened, the light fading from her eyes as she collapsed lifelessly to the ground. Despite the chaos enveloping the Chen residents in the barren city, the other 3 city gates remained bustling with activity, merchants and buyers mingling. The air filled with the clamor of haggling voices and taverns calling out for patrons, while mercenaries, exuding a menacing aura, traversed the streets. Zhang Tian appeared conspicuous amidst the throng, yet no one paid him heed, ultimately halting before an opulent mansion. The grand entrance, adorned with plaques crafted from various woods worth thousands of gold coins, boasted intricately designed lanterns, while 2 colossal stone lions, each weighing nearly 10,000 pounds, flanked the entrance. Zhang Tian's gaze lifted slightly, catching the sounds of revelry and toasting within, a stark contrast to the austere atmosphere of the Shao family. The occupants seemed to prioritize indulgence above all else. One of the guards at the Wang estate noticed Zhang Tian lingering at the entrance without moving, raising a hand to call out to him, only to find that Zhang Tian had already turned to leave. As the guard felt an inexplicable sense of unease, a tremendous pressure suddenly bore down upon him from behind. He whirled around, only to behold an enormous hand descending upon him, as if the very heavens and earth were complicit in this onslaught. Boom! Amidst the eerie silence, a muffled sound resonated, and billowing clouds of dust ascended into the sky. Once the haze dissipated, the once opulent and majestic royal residence had vanished, reduced to mere ashes, leaving behind only a colossal imprint of a hand. Approximately a kilometer in size, the air was filled with incessant screams as passers-by fled in panic, seemingly oblivious to Zhang Tian's presence. One individual even stumbled, glancing back in bewilderment. Chapter 87. The 3 unusual flames of the ancient clan within the grand hall of the ancient clan, even the venerable elders, who had lived for a millennium, could not suppress a hint of amusement. This Long Yin is truly intriguing. He did not refer to Zhang Tian as a saint, for such titles were unnecessary. As the most formidable individual in the ancient clan over the millennia, a pinnacle 9-star dose saint, one of the foremost powerhouses of the Duki continent, standing shoulder to shoulder with the sole emperor, Zhang Tian, while strong, still lacked a certain allure in comparison. The interior of the ancient clan was rather simplistic yet exquisitely antiquated, exuding an air of grandeur and an ancient, regal majesty, with golden flames flickering in stone lamps. I sense that something is amiss. Gu Ronglian shook her head, her delicate brows furrowing. Zhang Tian's overly eager agreement only deepened her suspicions. No matter. Gu Yuan pondered for a moment, waving his hand dismissively. As long as Zhang Tian did not betray us to ally with the Soul Palace against the ancient clan, his solitary strength posed little significance to them. Yet, Gu Yuan soon furrowed his brow again and inquired, "Where is that rascal Gu Xian?" Upon hearing Gu Yuan's words, Gu Ronglian rolled her eyes exasperatedly. That fellow claimed he was out searching for unusual flames, but in my opinion, he is merely off flirting with that female alchemist from the Alchemist Guild. Nevertheless, Gu Ronglian harbored little resentment, for Gu Xian had not suffered any loss, and she chose to turn a blind eye to his antics. Let's retrieve Sun'er from the Canaan Academy. I heard that a mysterious Doe saint recently intruded upon the academy and took the falling heart flame. Gu Yuan contemplated for a moment and then addressed Gu Ronglian, recalling his beloved daughter. It had been many years since they last met. Very well, Uncle Gu Yuan, I shall go bring back Sister Sun'er shortly. Gu Ronglian responded, and Gu Yuan produced a jade slip, handing it to her. Upon her grasp, the slip emitted a radiant glow, revealing a map. The location of the Canaan Academy's inner courtyard was distinctly marked, and Gu Yuan was somewhat aware of the intricate ties between the ancient clan and the Lei clan. Having heard about the academy established by Mang Qianqi, seeing Gu Yuan's eagerness to reunite with his daughter, Gu Ronglian smiled gently, accepted the jade slip, and then departed the ancient realm. After all, the space within the ancient realm had been reinforced by Gu Yuan himself, and her strength as a 3-star Doe saint was insufficient to breach its confines. It seems there have been some unusual movements within the heavenly tomb lately. Xiao Xian, your Xiao clan is truly remarkable. After Gu Ronglian departed, Gu Yuan muttered to himself, casting a glance towards the depths of the ancient realm and sighing heavily. Just when it seemed the Xiao clan was on the decline, they encountered a comet-like rise of Long Yin. Will the secrets of the 8 great clans be uncovered? The Xiao clan. The mere thought of that formidable figure sent shivers down Gu Yuan's spine. That person existed on an entirely different plane. He recalled vividly the days when that individual had been brimming with confidence, dominating the world, turning back to declare, "I shall prove myself as the Doe Emperor." How long had it been since he could only gaze upon their back, the first to touch upon the threshold of the Doe Emperor? Had he diligently cultivated for a millennium, he would likely have surpassed that realm by now. Alas, what am I thinking? I truly am getting old. Gu Yuan shook his head. According to the intelligence, the current head of the Xiao clan had merely attained the Dou Ling level, and Xiao Yan was only at the Dou Wang level, particularly as they seemed unaware of the true purpose of the Tua Shi Ancient Emperor's Jade. Though Zhang Tian was powerful, he still fell beneath Gu Yuan, and without the clan patterns and legacies of the ancient 8 clans. He was hardly worthy of Gu Yuan's attention. Someone, prepare to send a message. Notify our allied Medicine Clan and Lei Clan to unite against the Soul Clan soon. Gu Yuan's deep voice resonated, a hint of gravity evident in his expression. This would be the first time in many years that such a terrifying war had erupted. With 2 9-star Doe Saints alone, it was likely to rival the past when the Soul Clan had allied with other races to ambush Xiaoxian. Miaoyi, do you have any news of unusual flames? In a lavish auction house near the alchemist's holy land, Gu Xian was embracing a young alchemist maiden with an enchanting figure. Her alchemist badge on her chest clearly indicated her status as a 5th-rank alchemist. Oh dear, Miao, he angrily swatted Gu Xian's roving hand away from her chest, her expression a mix of shyness and indignation. You should ask my master about that. I am but a 5th-rank alchemist. Gu Xian retracted his hand with a chuckle, recalling the cold demeanor of Xian Yi, that old woman, causing him to shudder involuntarily. Xian Yi has always disapproved of my advances towards her apprentice. Visiting her will only earn me a frosty reception. Miao Yi gasped, seemingly having witnessed something unbelievable, teasingly remarking, why do I get the feeling you are particularly afraid of my master today? After all, she is a Doe Saint, you know. Miao Yi playfully poked his chest with her delicate finger, only to have Gu Xian seize her hand and bring it to his lips, inhaling her scent with delight. The warmth and dampness of her hand flushed Miao Yi's cheeks, prompting her to withdraw her hand in irritation. Gu Xian, however, remained unfazed. He had no airs about him. Pulling Miao Yi into his embrace, her alluring figure pressed against his abdomen, the intimacy causing her breath to quicken. Gu Xian then leaned his head on her shoulder, one hand slipping beneath her skirt, caressing her voluptuous form. What if Xian Yi, that old hag? She has close ties with Yao Chun, and I hope to rely on Yao Chun for alchemical concoctions to enhance my strength in the future. Though Gu Xian often appeared frivolous, he was not one to lack ambition. Yao Zun, hasn't he been dead for many years? Miao, he asked, covering her mouth in surprise. To be precise, he is a Yao saint. While he has yet to attain full sainthood, he is already capable of concocting 9th-rank elixirs as a master alchemist. Gu Xian patiently elucidated, affirming that Yao Chen's alchemical prowess indeed surpassed that of the peak 8th-rank alchemists, Xian Yi and Xian Kong. 9th-rank elixirs. Miao Yi could not help but exclaim, and Gu Xian found her reaction rather amusing. Did Xian Yi not inform you? In response to Gu Xian's inquiry, Miao Yi, having regained her composure, shook her head. Ever since Yao Zun passed away, my master has grown notably silent, never again mentioning him. So, you only know the ancestor of the Alchemist Guild, but are unaware that Yao Zun was once also a 9th-rank alchemist? Gu Xian's eyes sparkled with intrigue. Was Yao Chen's significance deliberately downplayed? This ancestor of the Alchemist Guild must be rather extraordinary. Something is amiss. Enough of that. We have already missed out on many good things. Miao Yi, not fully grasping the situation, quickly shifted the topic to prevent Gu Xian from perceiving her as ineffectual. Upon noticing the auction had progressed significantly, Gu Xian observed that the atmosphere had grown fervent, with the crimson drapes around the venue being lifted intermittently as patrons entered, and the sound of bidding echoed throughout the hall. The auction was presided over by a mature woman, approximately 27 or 28 years of age, exuding an alluring charm. Her graceful figure and striking beauty ignited the desires of the guests. However, Gu Xian remained utterly unmoved, as it was evident that this woman was unlikely to be a novice. His knowledge stemmed from the countless times he had witnessed this auctioneer, having brought various female companions to the auction house, indulging in extravagant spending, and the countless nights he had shared with such women. Casually peeling a fruit, he turned to the enchanting Miao Yi, who lay languidly on the leather sofa, her cheeks flushed. Feel free to express your desires, he said softly. I must admit, I rather enjoy the sensation of conquering others with gold coins. Gu Xian chuckled, relishing the thrill of exchanging what seemed worthless to him for what others deemed invaluable. This exhilarating feeling was simply irresistible. Observing Miao Yi, who was clearly enamored, he realized that whatever he proposed, she would not refuse. Yet, Gu Xian dismissed any such thoughts. After all, he was a member of the ancient clan and had to maintain a semblance of decorum. 200,000 gold coins once. 200,000 gold coins twice. 1,500,000 gold coins. 1,790,000 gold coins. A calm, yet audacious voice resonated from the VIP room on the second floor, instantly silencing the entire auction house. What sort of jest is this? It is merely a 5th-tier magic core. The auctioneer wiped the sweat from her brow, taken aback by the unprecedented situation of bidding against herself, inflating the price by 290,000. Realizing the absurdity, she quickly concluded the bidding with a saccharine tone, deliberately parting her high-slit qipao a bit more, revealing a tantalizing glimpse of her thigh. This was merely the beginning, as a flurry of bidding ensued, transforming what was meant to be a grand event for thousands into a personal showcase for one individual. How can one possess such wealth? Exclaimed a man in his 30s, his eyes bloodshot, resembling a desperate gambler. He raised his arm in protest, having nearly secured a combat technique book that was snatched away by the mysterious bidder at 10 times the price. I demand to see his credentials. At the very least, he must prove he possesses sufficient gold. His words incited a chorus of agreement from the crowd, many of whom were mercenaries or members of nefarious sections. After all, since the auction began, the total had already reached tens of millions of gold coins. Gu Xian merely smiled nonchalantly, and before he could voice a word, a frantic auction manager rushed to the front of the stage, drenched in sweat. He had never anticipated that someone would dare disrupt the auction today, and the thought of incurring the wrath of that formidable gentleman sent chills down his spine. Seizing the auctioneer's position, he amplified his voice with fighting spirit. My apologies. Quickly escort these troublemakers away. They shall never be permitted entry into the Huiyuan trading house. His voice reverberated throughout the auction house, leaving many in stunned silence. Akin to a duck with its throat grasped, the commotion below erupted, Who could instigate such fear, even to the point of refusing to verify their wealth? Was it the leader of the Bloodblade sect, the infamous Bloodhand Butcher? How dull, Gu Xian mused as he casually adjusted his posture. Observing the flustered auctioneer bowing and apologizing before him, his interest waning. I sincerely apologize for our oversight in allowing such a ruffian to disrupt your enjoyment, the manager stammered, wiping the sweat from his brow as he continued to apologize profusely. Let's not dwell on apologies. Do you have any unusual flames? Perhaps 4 or 5. Gu Xian reclined, while Miao Yi had already composed herself, sitting upright beside him. He rose slowly, offering a warm smile to the perspiring manager. After all, he was not a devil. In no way. The manager nearly wept, dropping to his knees on the hard, specially crafted floor, clutching Gu Xian's robe. Which is more important, your life or the unusual flames? Miao Yi softly interjected, attempting to console the manager, though she too secretly sweated at the prospect of only 4 or 5 unusual flames. Unusual flames. The manager hesitated, contemplating the consequences of his next words. If he could procure them, he would willingly offer 10, if necessary. As he envisioned the repercussions, he closed his eyes. Unusual flames. There is but one. Initially, he thought to shout to a docent, believing his life would be worth it, but ultimately his legs buckled, and he lowered his voice to a barely perceptible whisper. Could it be true? Gu Xian inquired, pleasantly surprised, as he had merely asked out of curiosity, not expecting any hope. Before long, the manager returned, donning a pair of specially crafted gloves, carefully cradling a small flame of deep yellow. As he entered, the intense heat singed the doorway, prompting him to be even more cautious. Gu Xian suddenly sprang to his feet, reaching for the yellow flame just as the manager was about to cry out in alarm. He grasped the flame, containing its overwhelming power, which could incinerate a Do Wang, sealing it within the confines of his palm. The warmth of the flame was unmistakable, as only an unusual flame could possess such potency. It is indeed the Xian Huang flame, Gu Xian recognized, acknowledging this flame ranked 23rd on the list of unusual flames. Feeling the delicate balance of power within his grasp, he pondered why someone of the Sage of Dragon's lineage would desire such a thing. Surely, for Xiaoyan's sake, there must be some extravagant demand for such a precious item. Having completed 2/3 of his objective, he now awaited news from Rong Air's end, a smile gracing his lips, which allowed the manager to breathe a sigh of relief, his tension finally easing. As 2 prodigies of the ancient clan and Do Saint powerhouses, their mere request would likely be met with deference, as many sought to offer them the lesser-ranked unusual flames. My lord, it is getting late. You should return to rest. Miao Yi gazed intently at Gu Xian, her fiery eyes betraying no hint of concealment. Or, a coy smile danced upon her lips. It would not be impossible for my lord to invite a dozen or so young sisters along. What brazen words! Chapter 88. The unusual flame in hand, Mr. Zhang Tian. The unusual flames are prepared. Please come to Wanya Mountain for a discussion. Gu Xian's voice resonated from the golden transmission jade slip, projecting a map-like hologram. Even Zhang Tian, upon hearing this news, could not suppress the exhilaration swelling within him, joy nearly spilling forth. While he knew that 3 unusual flames were trivial to the ancient clan with its millennia of legacy, the moment they were within reach was enough to stir genuine excitement. After all, it was a Do Emperor, a realm that had not been attained in thousands of years, regarded in this era as an impossible legend. Very well, I shall come immediately. With a smile gracing his face, he tore through space, teleporting to the so-called Wanya Mountain. Although it was somewhat distant from the Starfall Pavilion, for Do Saint, it was merely a matter of a few breaths. Just as Gu Xian closed the transmission jade slip, he noticed a figure clad in golden robes appearing in midair. As Zhang Tiangang made his entrance, he was immediately enveloped by a vast shadow that obscured his vision. Instinctively, he looked up, only to behold a colossal mountain shrouded in swirling clouds and verdant foliage. Occasionally, one could spot 7th-tier flying magical beasts soaring through the air, seemingly constrained by an unseen pressure that compelled them to fly at low altitudes. With a piercing cry, a brilliant white silhouette shot through the thick mist like an arrow released from a bow, vanishing without a trace. This was the 7th-tier beast, the emerald-eyed golden eagle, casting a massive shadow that obscured the sun and moon. Zhang Tiangang looked up and caught sight of enormous golden claws capable of rending iron and a dense coat of silver fur adorning its chest and abdomen. Upon discerning the magnificent form of this beast, he could not help but exclaim in admiration at its unparalleled grace. Atop the eagle's head, a small tuft of curved golden feathers glimmered under the celestial canopy, adding an air of arrogance. Its silver eyes reflected the sharpness and confidence characteristic of a hawk. Aside from that, its feathers were a lustrous, pure white devoid of any blemish, and trailing behind it were 5 long tail feathers that resembled those of a phoenix. The majestic bird cast a brief, respectful glance at Zhang Tian, exuding a hint of reverence and battle intent. Then, with a sudden surge, it ascended into the sky, plunging into the ethereal mists of the enigmatic Wanya Mountain. It was then that Zhang Tian realized the mountain was an awe-inspiring spectacle, rising majestically, with even its midsection surpassing the limits of human sight. The divine peak pierced the clouds, although it was merely a mountain. The slope was so gradual that it seemed to stretch endlessly, transforming into a vast range. To his astonishment, this peak in the central continent likely soared to nearly 10,000 meters. Zhang's gaze penetrated through the layers of clouds, and he finally glimpsed a hint of the mountain's summit, where the clouds dissipated, allowing the gentle golden sunlight to cascade down. It was a sight even more magnificent than Mount Everest. His form shot upward with remarkable speed, akin to an arrow released from a bow. As he surged into the clouds, the previously sighted 8th-tier silver-feathered lion phoenix had already vanished, yet the thick mist posed little hindrance to his vision. With a subtle gesture, he dispersed the surrounding fog within a 3,000-meter radius, which rapidly retreated in all directions. At that moment, Gu Xian, who had been meditating atop the summit of Wanya Mountain, suddenly opened his eyes, sensing an overwhelming power brewing and surging beyond his imagination. That chilling sensation ebbed away like a receding tide, and when he opened his eyes, indeed, a young man clad in golden attire was striding toward him through the void. Gu Xian, is the Yeo already? Zhang Tian inquired with a calm demeanor. In response, Gu Xian appeared undaunted by the inquiry, nodding his head. With a flourish of his hand, 3 flames emanating intense heat materialized before him, seemingly sensing the presence of other Yeo. The 3 distinct flames roiled chaotically, each exhibiting a fervent desire intertwined with a repelling force, their energies mingling in a complex yet chaotic dance. With a slight snort, Gu Xian suppressed the destructive power of the combined duo before it could erupt, even causing the flames themselves to flicker slightly. Accommodable technique, Zhang Tian remarked, his gaze flickering with intrigue, uncertain whether he was praising Gu Xian's skill or the actions of the ancient clan. The Wind Fury Dragon Flame, the Netherworld Poison Flame, and the Xian Huang Flame, ranked 18th, 20th, and 23rd respectively on the Yeo list, showcased the impressive ambition of the ancient clan. Zhang Tian scoffed lightly. Though the rankings of the Yeo held little significance for him, he was displeased to be treated with such disdain. I shall assist you in dealing with the 9-star peak, though, Saint, the Soul Emperor, and you present me with such trifles? Gu Xian seemed to have anticipated this reaction, and with a gentle smile, he replied, Please do not be anxious, Zhang Tian. I still possess 1 more Yeo, ranked within the top 5. Observing Gu Xian's nonchalant demeanor, Zhang Tian adopted a stern expression and coldly snorted. Could it be the ancient clan's golden emperor burning heaven flame? If the ancient clan is truly attempting to deceive me, there is no reason for me to endure such indignation. With Xiaoyan's talent, breaking through to Do Huang would take no more than 3 years. The plot has only just begun, and in the original story, the Soul Emperor would not ascend to Do Di until Xiaoyan reached his 30s or 40s. Time is certainly on my side. Zhang Tiangong's jest was met with Gu Xian's seemingly pleasant demeanor, a facade of a virtuous gentleman, as if his sister were his only weakness. The burning heaven flame is a fire of ancient lineage, but what I possess is the 5th-ranked life flame. A look of understanding crossed Zhang Tiangong's face, followed by a sardonic remark. I see, you are indeed fortunate, but the life flame lacks substantial power. As he reached out to grasp it, Gu Xian flashed a small smile, quickly retracting his hand. Zhang Tian fixed his gaze upon him, gripping his wrist tightly. Amidst their clash of energies, fissures began to form across the 10,000-meter-high Wanya Mountain, sending loose stones tumbling into the abyss below. The silver-feathered lion phoenix, which had been dozing nearby, was abruptly awakened and leapt to its feet, its silver eyes filled with wariness and combativeness. If we speak of power, none can rival Zhang Tiangong's unparalleled cultivation. The life flame, despite being ranked 5th, possesses remarkable efficacy in nurturing spirit herbs, making it ideal for Xiao Yan's little brother and the esteemed medicine sage, Yao Chen. Gu Xian, feeling Zhang Tiangong's grip tighten, managed to muster a strained smile. Have you made up your mind, Zhang Tiangang? Gu Xian recognized that no matter how dissatisfied Zhang appeared, he was merely negotiating for his own benefit, and he too shared the same intent. The medicine clan had sought this Eol for a considerable time. Noticing Zhang's silence, Gu Xian hastened to stoke the flames of persuasion. As the only sounds on Wangyao Mountain were the howling winds and the occasional bored cries of the silver-feathered lion phoenix. Let them come to me. With Zhang Tiangong's eventual agreement, Gu Xian breathed a sigh of relief, grateful that he had not wasted the resources spent to acquire the life flame. I have a humble request, to spar with the sage. Regardless of the outcome, I shall willingly present the life flame. Gu Xian continued, a flicker of joy and excitement now gracing his face as Zhang Tiangang relinquished his grip. Is that silver-feathered lion phoenix your steed? Zhang Tiangong's voice rang out, devoid of any emotional fluctuations. Indeed, Gu Xian replied through gritted teeth. If the sage desires, I can offer it as well. This spar shall be kept within limits, and I hope the sage will show mercy. His heart ached. The silver-feathered lion phoenix had consumed much of his resources to nurture. Possessing a trace of the silver phoenix lion god's bloodline and nearing a breakthrough to Do Saint, the silver-feathered lion phoenix snorted in discontent. It merely preferred not to take on a human form, for its intelligence and actions were no different from those of a typical human. Zhang Tiangang chuckled softly, refraining from further comment. After unleashing his 8-star Do Saint-level power, causing Gu Xian to break into a cold sweat, he finally spoke, You shall not perish. But whether you will sustain severe injuries remains uncertain. The azure light of the dragon Yin spear pierced through the heavens, illuminating the 10,000-meter-high Wangyao Mountain with a brilliant blue glow, as though a blue pillar of light had been erected between heaven and earth. Today, everything seemed to have been meticulously calculated by Gu Xian, with not a single oversight, and even remedial measures had been anticipated. However, this sensation of being manipulated by others left Zhang Tian feeling quite irked. Thus, he resolved to turn the tables. Today, no one was to partake in this meal, not even Wang Jingze. As he declared, it was a proclamation worthy of Crow. Gu Ronglian's silhouette appeared atop Forgotten Cliff Mountain, and upon witnessing the overwhelming aura emanating from the figure clad in golden attire, she hastily urged caution. Yet her words were swept away by the unstoppable wave of energy. And in an instant, the mountain capable of hosting a battle between Do Saints was ground down, losing several dozen meters in height. A terrifying gun-like light cleaved through space, causing the atmospheric currents to shift dramatically and rapidly forming a colossal storm that engulfed the skies for miles, obliterating everything in its wake. The mere aftermath of the gun's radiance left both of them aghast, and they intertwined their fingers, casting formidable heavenly tier Do techniques to resist. It was akin to fragile bubbles confronting an enraged dragon, as their otherwise blinding heavenly tier techniques were effortlessly dispersed, just as the gun's light was about to pierce their brows. They momentarily forgot everything. Gu Ronglian leapt in front of Gu Xian, resting her delicate arm upon his shoulder, while Gu Xian instinctively clutched her fragrant shoulder. Their eyes met, and in that glance, their intentions were understood. The girl bestowed upon Gu Xian a smile, her aura reminiscent of ethereal orchids, her lips curving with a gentle mirth that captivated him. Was it not 50 years ago? She remained as tender as the first time they met. The sky darkened, heavy clouds blanketing Forgotten Cliff Mountain for hundreds of miles, accompanied by incessant thunder and flashes of blue-violet lightning intermittently illuminating the landscape, striking the mountain peak like divine retribution. Even the silver phoenix lion was struggling to maintain its form amidst the raging storm, desperately flapping its wings to avoid being engulfed by the eye of the tempest. Just as the destructive gun's light was about to pierce their bodies, the force abruptly shifted, sending them hurtling through the air, transforming into an enraged dragon that surged into the ominous cloud mass. The overcast sky erupted, as if the heavens had been torn asunder, accompanied by a deafening thunderclap that reverberated through the air, instantly dispersing the clouds. The raindrops, previously suspended in midair, morphed into ephemeral wisps, swiftly dissolving beneath the sun's golden rays. Gu Xian, with one hand caressing Gu Ronglian's face, gazed blankly at the sky, their garments drenched. Given Forgotten Cliff Mountain's towering height of 10,000 meters, they were afforded a clear view of the magnificent spectacle. The rain had ceased, and sunlight streamed down from the gaping hole in the clouds, illuminating the earth, while the vast cavity in the clouds rendered them speechless. From afar, it appeared as though the heavens had been shattered. Zhang Tian approached Gu Xian, reclaiming the four unique flames and placing them within his spiritual realm, subsequently conjuring a rope of Do Qi to lead the somewhat fatigued Silver Phoenix lying away from Forgotten Cliff Mountain. Throughout the ordeal, Gu Xian remained silent. Lost in a daze, even Gu Ronglian, the proud daughter of the heavens, could not suppress a tinge of bitterness in her heart. Chapter 89. The Ancient Emperor's Cave emerges prematurely. The ancient cave has surfaced, and the Soul Clan has unleashed a massacre. Long Yin hastened to the Canaan Academy in the northwest continent. As Gu Yuan's silhouette faded, Zhang Tian was left in deep contemplation. Although Gu Yuan's words were shrouded in ambiguity and did not mention the ancient Emperor Tuoshi or the ancient Emperor Jade, Zhang Tian surmised the existence of this so-called ancient cave. After all, the cave that could incite such madness in the Soul Clan, prompting them to disregard reprisals from various races, must indeed be that of Tuoshi, the ancient emperor. The Soul Clan has already set their plans into motion. Sensing that a 2-star Do Saint level restriction he had left to the Shao family had been triggered, Zhang Tian lifted his gaze toward the heavens, and with a swift motion tore open a rift in space, traversing the spatial tunnel like a fleeting light. Upon arriving at the Gamma Empire from tens of thousands of miles away, he discovered the empire in ruins, the royal city obliterated, and the presence of Ka Xing Tian and the royal family completely vanished. The entire Gamma Empire appeared shrouded in ominous clouds, while the Shao family, the largest clan within the empire, stubbornly defended their stronghold in the western part of the royal city. The vast Shao family remained unscathed, though fluctuations of Do Qi emanated from within. Zhang Tian felt a wave of relief. Evidently, the Soul Clan had not deployed any Do Saints or stronger beings to seize the ancient Emperor Jade from the Gamma Empire. Perhaps the Soul Emperor believed that with the acquisition of the remaining pieces of the ancient Emperor Jade, uniting them would render him unstoppable. Upon entering the Shao family, he beheld a grotesque man clutching a translucent emerald green ancient jade, a sinister grin etched across his face. He could already envision the rewards the Soul Emperor would bestow upon him. The only source of his ire was the fact that this middle-aged man, who was still some distance from becoming a Do Emperor, had activated a Do Saints restriction. Had he not just moments ago shielded another companion of the Soul Clan, he too might have sprawled lifelessly on the ground like the other half-saint. 2 half-saints? Observing the grotesque man and the lifeless half-saint at his feet, Zhang Tian clenched his pale hand beneath his robes, causing the space surrounding the half-saint to contract and collapse. The man looked around in terror, frantically unleashing his Do Qi to no avail, as it too was sealed. Seeing the half-saint bound by the spatial lock, Zhang Tian nodded, preparing to greet Brother Shao Zhan, when a waft of fragrant air accompanied by a violet figure leapt into his embrace. 7th Princess, I have returned. Zhang Tian smiled gently, affectionately stroking the princess's hair, her black tresses cascading like a waterfall, draping over his attire. Hearing Zhang Tian's soft and indulgent tone, the 7th princess could not help but feel a lump in her throat, her eyes reddening. Father has perished for his country, perhaps for the 7th princess. The royal family's existence was but an illusion, a life she abhorred, compared to the stern Ka Xing Tian. Her father, who doted on her without regard for her cultivation, was the only genuine affection she valued within the royal confines. Do not weep, dear. If Shao Xian were here, she would tease you. Gently pushing the 7th princess away to help her up, she felt the warmth of his embrace slip away, and her gaze dimmed involuntarily, though she forced a relieved smile. The departed live on for the sake of those who remain. I shall not betray my father's legacy. As she uttered the final words, her voice quivered, and she covered her mouth, succumbing to tears. Why, in the face of dire threats, did her father, a novice Do Emperor, rise instead of the esteemed Ka Xing Tian? Zhang Tian seized the ancient Emperor Jade from the half-saint, whose body slowly disintegrated into ashes. Examining the ancient Emperor Jade, though it appeared fragile and jade-like, its texture was remarkably hard and smooth, emanating a peculiar message or wavelength. When this set of missing information and wavelengths combined with the others, it would serve as the key to unlocking the ancient Emperor's cave. Chief Shao Zhan. This ancient Emperor Jade pertains to a cave and is crucial to all beings on the continent. I hope the clan leader will lend it to me. Upon hearing Zhang Tian's request, Shao Zhan nodded with a smile. If even you cannot resolve this matter, then I too am powerless. In that case, It would be best to entrust this ancient jade to you, for it is a token of my leadership, and I had already intended to pass it on to you for Xiaoyan." Upon receiving Xiao Zhan's consent, Zhang Tian expressed his heartfelt gratitude. The ancient emperor's cave could only be unlocked when 8 pieces of the ancient emperor jade were gathered, and now that he possessed one, he had seized the initiative. After bidding farewell, he swiftly made his way to the subterranean lava space of Canaan Academy. Anticipating the situation, his journey proved far more unimpeded than Gu Yuan had envisioned. For lizardmen of semi-saint caliber lay before him, yet this source of fire was of no use to him. Observing the black mist emanating from the lizardmen's corpses, Zhang Tian realized the Soul Clan had intervened. Neither the bodies nor the black mist exhibited any signs of being incinerated by the lava. As such, temperatures were trivial to a Doshang's physique. The subterranean lava realm was immensely vast, comparable to a colossal expanse forged by multiple Doshangs. Even flames ranked among the top 3 of the Oa list would find it impossible to set this space ablaze. It is known that the 8 Desolation Obliterating Flame and several other Yao had previously achieved the feat of incinerating spaces created by a Doshang. After traversing the lava world, he entered an exceedingly dark realm, where the void offered no standing points, compelling him to remain airborne. After a brief period, Zhang Tian discerned a sound and hastily accelerated towards it. "Soul Emperor, your ambush on my ancient clan and the numerous races across the continent, along with your rampant slaughter, have starkly breached the promise you once made." Gu Yuan floated in the void, his eyes ablaze with a hint of fury as he gazed at the elegantly attired man clad in white before him. Once 4 remained, and now only you and I endure. How fickle fate can be. The Soul Emperor regarded Gu Yuan without a hint of anger, offering a calm smile as he replied, "The demise of the other 2 bears considerable implication from you." Observing the Soul Emperor's feigned demeanor, Gu Yuan let out a cold chuckle. The Soul Emperor, undeterred, suddenly proposed, "If you assist me in ascending to the Dodi realm, I shall likewise aid you in your breakthrough." Gu Yuan was taken aback. In the ongoing conflict among the ancient 8 clans, only 4 remained, and he had not anticipated the Soul Emperor would extend such an enticing proposition. However, he soon scoffed. "Do you truly believe that feasible?" Upon hearing Gu Yuan's unequivocal rejection, the Soul Emperor shook his head in regret, seemingly already aware of this outcome. "Such a pity. You are one of the few who can command my respect. Then why in the past did you strike from the shadows against those 2? Gu Yuan unflinchingly exposed. The Soul Emperor disregarded Gu Yuan's words, instead gazing into the abyssal expanse, murmuring, "It is often said that Dodi experts can transcend heaven and earth. Yet tell me, why do they all vanish without a trace in the end?" Gu Yuan furrowed his brow slightly, replying, "I do not know." The Soul Emperor cast his gaze into the void, seemingly glimpsing the ancient cave, a peculiar glimmer flashing in his eyes. "Perhaps all will be revealed once I ascend to Dodi." He looked towards the edge of the void, then turned to Gu Yuan, a proud smile gracing his lips. "This realm cannot confine me." His tone, calm yet imbued with a touch of arrogance, exuded a tempestuous aura. Gu Yuan remained silent. After years of contention, he had to concede that the Soul Emperor indeed possessed such audacity and potential. In terms of spirit, even he fell slightly short of the Soul Emperor. "With your ilk, you are no match for us." Casting a glance at Gu Yuan's companions, a smile spread across the Soul Emperor's face. The void-devouring flame stood beside him, while 4 elderly figures clad in black energetically surrounded him, along with numerous formidable presences concealed in the shadows. Although soul destruction had perished due to the Phoenix Ming's sword, the Soul Clan's Doshans above the 7-star rank still surpassed 7 in number. "It seems that my presence has hastened the emergence of the ancient Emperor's cave," Zhang Tian mused, his eyes flickering as he gazed towards the depths of the void where the ancient Emperor's cave lay. His burning Emperor formula surged wildly, sensing a being of comparable strength relentlessly battering against the cave. The ancient Emperor's cave was fortified beyond compare, yet a semi-Emperor's might could rend space asunder. It was how the Emperor Great Seed had once aided the void-devouring flame and the pure lotus demon fire in their escape. Indeed, aside from the life flame yet to be refined, the other ego had already been devoured and fused by Xiaoyan, enabling him to reach the semi-Emperor realm. And his gun techniques had finally reached mastery. Chapter 90. The emergence of the ancient Emperor's cave. Gu Yuan's might, even if we are not your match. I must still strive with all my might. Gu Yuan's expression remained unchanged. Should the Soul Emperor acquire the treasures within the ancient Emperor's cave, they would undoubtedly face dire consequences. As for the Soul Emperor's attempts at persuasion, despite his genteel demeanor and beguiling words, Gu Yuan had long since developed immunity to his manipulations. Observing Gu Yuan at a slight disadvantage, Zhang Tian elevated his foot, creating ripples in the void. The sudden disturbance could not escape the notice of the powerful figures present. Upon seeing Zhang Tian, Gu Yuan revealed a faint smile. A 7-star Doshang had indeed leveled the disparity in combat power. Emperor Realm Soul. The Soul Emperor's gaze shifted towards the freshly arrived Zhang Tian, his tone imbued with a hint of excitement. Clearly, he was taken aback. What? The void-devouring flame's pupils constricted. As his soul power had yet to reach the Emperor realm with the Soul Emperor's assistance, he was astounded by the revelation. Gu Yuan's expression shifted, a glimmer passing through his eyes before he boisterously laughed. I have awaited your arrival. Zhang Tian, however, did not look at him, instead locking eyes with the Soul Emperor, unperturbed as if nothing could instill fear in him. After a lengthy pause, Zhang Tian finally spoke. Aren't you in the same situation? Sensing the other's soul power was no less than his own, he could not help but marvel at the extraordinary talent of the man in white before him. Gu Yuan, my conditions remain valid until I ascend to Do Di. Ponder them carefully. The Soul Emperor stood with his hands clasped behind him, his gaze fixed intently on the ancient Emperor's cave, his eyes ablaze with fervor. Zhang Tian's attention was likewise captivated. He too wished to ascertain whether the Emperor-grade seed could manifest the ancient Emperor's cave and whether it could be opened without utilizing the ancient Emperor Jade. The ancient Emperor's cave began to rise and float, drawing closer to the onlookers. Though the ascent was gradual, both Gu Yuan and the Soul Emperor understood that they could not impede the cave's progression. A fervent glimmer emerged in the void, devouring flame's eyes, entirely captured by the Soul Emperor's gaze, which flickered with a hint of coldness. The void-devouring flame held a prominent position within the Soul Clan, as the clan's bloodline propagation relied on his assistance. He had personally promised the two equal standing, yet in the minds of many clan members, the presence of the void-devouring flame ensured the clan's bloodline would never weaken, making him more vital in the eyes of numerous elders than the Soul Emperor himself. Previously, he had never voiced his thoughts on this matter, for the Soul Clan indeed required the void-devouring flame. However, once he ascended to Do Di, the void-devouring flame would lose his value. As the ancient Emperor's cave continued its motion, sensing Zhang Tian's aura, the Emperor-grade seed grew increasingly frantic, incessantly battering against the colossal stone door, which began to show faint cracks. Ultimately, the ancient Emperor's cave transcended the void and entered the lava world, prompting the Soul Emperor, Gu Yuan, and others to pursue immediately, with Zhang Tian following closely behind. The ocean of lava erupted in waves, molten rocks soaring thousands of feet before crashing down. Amidst the surging magma, a corner of the ancient Emperor's cave emerged. Above, Canaan Academy trembled violently, the ground fracturing, and powerful figures exuding terrifying auras floated in the air. Many young students, both male and female, began to scream in fright. Su Qian and the other elders ascended into the sky, gazing warily at these formidable beings. The Soul Emperor's brow furrowed slightly as he raised his palm, aiming towards Canaan Academy. Amidst the cosmos, a tumultuous surge of energy erupted, coalescing into a gargantuan hand. Thousands of zhang in size, which descended upon Canaan Academy with catastrophic force. The moment it struck, a tremendous cloud of dust billowed outward, reverberating through the heavens and earth, as the once magnificent academy was reduced to mere ruins. Beneath the might of the Soul Heaven Emperor's strike, Canaan Academy transformed into a vast chasm, fissures stretching across the ground like deep scars, while the sound of liquid flowing echoed ominously. Suddenly, a crimson hue emerged from the abyss's depths, followed by a relentless eruption of magma that surged forth, further fracturing the ground. In the blink of an eye, the entire Canaan Academy was consumed by the molten inferno. At that moment, Zhang Tian held a small girl in his grasp, who clutched a third-grade elixir, oblivious to the peril she had narrowly escaped. Her large, innocent eyes were filled with confusion and wonder. Little Xian, Zhang Tian chuckled, affectionately ruffling her hair. Had the Soul Heaven Emperor's hand truly landed, they would have faced the wrath of the ancient emperor dwelling within the cave. Hey, mister, who are you? How do you know my name? Xian, captivated by his presence, momentarily forgot about the elixir, her wide eyes sparkling with curiosity. I'll find your father soon. Just be a good girl, he reassured her. A peculiar thought crossing his mind. Perhaps the disparity between a dragon's head and a human's was not so vast after all. Gu Yuan's eyes flickered with intensity. In truth, the Soul Heaven Emperor's actions mirrored his own desires, while his wariness reached its zenith. The figure of the Soul Heaven Emperor twisted and vanished from sight, prompting a glimmer in Gu Yuan's gaze as he prepared to pursue. A tendril of black flame surged from the void, seeking to ensnare Gu Yuan. But with a flash of cold light in his eyes, he unleashed his fighting spirit, dispersing the black flames with ease. His gaze then turned toward the void-devouring flame. The void-devouring flame cackled ominously, seemingly unfazed by Gu Yuan's presence, as four ancient beings summoned a vast portal enveloped in an aura of death, bearing down upon him with oppressive force. Faced with the impending dread of the silent gate and the shameless ambush from the void-devouring flame, Gu Yuan snorted disdainfully. Gathering his fighting spirit within his palm, he retaliated, conjuring an immense ancient mirror that materialized in midair, radiating a kaleidoscope of colors. The ancient emperor mirror refracted a golden beam, hundreds of zhang in diameter, which shattered the silent gate and scattered the surrounding black flames. As the remnants of the silent gate were withdrawn, the four ancient beings, Soul, Shintian among them, gazed upon the damaged gate with palpable anguish. Soul, Shintian, today, I shall send you to the heavens, Gu Yuan declared, his eyes narrowing dangerously as he struck forth, compelling the four ancient beings to join forces in defense. An immense black mist enveloped the space as the four ancient beings united their efforts, while the void-devouring flame unleashed its full might against Gu Yuan. Despite being momentarily detained, Gu Yuan charged fearlessly into the black fog. If the Soul Heaven Emperor could effortlessly dispatch the five, it was because they bore some of his constraints. With a thunderous roar, Gu Yuan surged into the mist, his formidable fighting spirit coalescing into a colossal fist that obliterated one of the ancient beings. The ancient emperor mirror erupted with blinding, destructive radiance, piercing the black fog, while terrifying golden flames ignited, crackling as they consumed the mist. The void-devouring flames' expression darkened, and another unfortunate soul was engulfed by the golden emperor's burning flames, their internal fighting spirit igniting rapidly. Before Gu Suner could fully master the golden emperor's burning flames, she could still wield a fraction of its power. Having repelled the five, Gu Yuan's figure became indistinct as he blinked toward the direction where the Soul Heaven Emperor had just vanished, while the void-devouring flame gritted its teeth and pursued him. Chapter 91. The Battle Within the Cave. At this rate, I shall never breach the ancient emperor's cave, the Soul Heaven Emperor mused, a shadow of darkness crossing his eyes as he glared at the ancient, weathered stone door, clenching his teeth. Before Gu Yuan could close the gap, he transformed into a streak of black light, crashing violently against the stone door. Within the vast expanse of the ancient emperor's cave, a colossal plaza lay beneath a towering stone statue of an elder, reaching 10,000 zhang, his hands forming enigmatic seals while his gaze was fixed skyward. Though merely a statue, it emanated an aura of dominion over the heavens and earth. An elder appeared atop the statue's shoulder, appearing diminutive in comparison. Yet his own presence was nearly as formidable as that of the statue. Damn that Tuashi ancient emperor, the elder fumed, his resplendent hair shimmering with 21 distinct colors. He was currently in a fit of rage, his foot planted firmly on the statue's shoulder, sending up a cloud of dust hundreds of zhang high. Yet the statue remained unscathed. Despite his fury, the elder could do little against the statue. He unleashed a palm imbued with terrifying flames against the stone door, which merely trembled slightly. Damn it, damn it. The elder was none other than the imperial great elixir, painstakingly refined by Tuashi ancient emperor, embodying the essence of a half-step imperial elixir. Years of secluded cultivation had afforded him the strength of a half-emperor, making him the most powerful being in the current Duki continent. Someone is attempting to breach the cave. The ancient barriers set by that old Kut Tuashi are not so easily undone. The imperial-grade elixir scoffed, sensing the commotion caused by the Soul Heaven Emperor, dismissing it entirely. Thousands of years prior, a formidable little dragon had entered the confines of the ancient emperor's cave, and he had held a flicker of hope, only to see that dragon ensnared for millennia. Damn it! The elder's heart brimmed with resentment, his eyes ablaze with fury as a rich fragrance of elixir suddenly wafted throughout the ancient emperor's cave. In an instant, the fragrant essence transformed into flames. engulfing the entire space, turning the cave into a colossal alchemical furnace. Imperial-grade elixir, the elder shouted, conjuring a pale blue energy orb in his hand. Following his movements, an endless torrent of terrifying flames surged into the orb from the sky. Impérial flamme technique. With a thunderous cry, the Imperial-grade elixir's eyes sparkled with intensity as the energy orb erupted like a colossal sun, sweeping forth with the force of a falling star, akin to a small asteroid colliding with the stone door. The tremendous shockwave forced the Imperial-grade elixir to stagger backward several steps. His arm trembled, droplets of golden blood falling from his palm to the ground. In the outside world, such blood could nourish a plethora of rare herbs, yet he paid it no mind, cursing Toa, she ancient emperor, to the heavens. Such a deafening roar seemed to have little effect on the outer world. The Soul Heaven Emperor, who was currently battering the cave stone door, caught a whiff of the elixir's fragrance, an aroma far surpassing that of a ninth-grade elixir, invigorating him. Wisps of elixir clouds began to drift from the cracks of the cave. Soul Heaven Emperor. Gu Yuan's figure flickered into existence behind the Soul Heaven Emperor, and he immediately struck with a palm aimed at his back. Sensing Gu Yuan's approach, the Soul Heaven Emperor summoned his fighting spirit, unleashing it explosively from his palm. 1,000 zhang wave rippled from their clash, fracturing the ground and boiling the magma beneath. Just as the Soul Heaven Emperor prepared to retaliate, he felt an unbearable burning sensation in his fighting spirit, as if it were ablaze, consuming him in madness. Alarmed, he barely managed to fend off Gu Yuan's strike and retreat. Could it be the Golden Emperor's burning flames? Impossible. As a seasoned adversary, he would never allow Gu Yuan such an opportunity. Damn it, it's that elixir's fragrance. It must be toxic. He recalled the peculiar fragrance he had sensed earlier, his complexion darkening with apprehension. If he were to inhale those elixir clouds directly, he would likely suffer grave injuries. A trickle of fresh blood escaped from the corner of his mouth, evidently a consequence of enduring Gu Yuan's palm strike without adequately channeling his fighting spirit. That blow, imbued with 80% of Gu Yuan's strength, left him in considerable discomfort. Fortunately, Gu Yuan, by nature cautious, had only exerted 70% of his full power during their confrontation. Well versed in the nuances of battle, Gu Yuan recognized the troubling state of the Soul Emperor and, seizing the advantage, unleashed the ancient Emperor Seal with a decisive strike. A colossal hand, thousands of feet in size, surged towards the Soul Emperor. Deploying the Gu clan's advanced Earth-tier fighting technique, the Emperor Seal, a formidable force that, when combined, rivaled low-tier heavenly techniques, exhibiting exceptional mastery in Gu Yuan's hands. Despite his injuries, the Soul Emperor was not to be underestimated. A swirling mass of black energy flickered in his grasp, effortlessly cleaving through the massive ancient Emperor Seal with a dark, elongated thread. Gu Yuan cast a wary glance at the shadow enveloped in black energy, his heart heavy with apprehension and vigilance. The Emperor's Bloodblade, a weapon said to have tasted the blood of a fighting emperor, surpassed any armament on the current continent of fighting spirits, even outshining his ancient Emperor Mirror. He lamented that the Soul Emperor had, with the full might of his clan, launched a surprise attack on Xiao Xuan, who was on the verge of a breakthrough, only to be severely injured in return. Although Xiao Xuan ultimately failed and perished, the Soul Emperor retreated into seclusion for a millennium. This man was exceedingly cunning, perpetually on guard against all, and after sustaining grave injuries, he had not even delegated the affairs of the Soul Clan before vanishing into his secluded meditation for 1,000 years. He possessed all the traits of a ruthless tyrant, relentless, brutal, and unscrupulous, scheming for a millennium to ascend to the exalted status of a fighting emperor, resulting in untold suffering for countless lives. Had it not been for Xiao Yan's unexpected emergence, the ultimate fate of the fighting spirit continent would undoubtedly have been altered by the Soul Emperor. Yet, it seemed the Soul Emperor harbored some trepidation, perhaps aware that even wielding the Emperor's Bloodblade, he could not slay Gu Yuan in his current weakened state. Thus, his sole intention was to escape. With a clenched fist, he unleashed several lustrous pills, exuding a rich medicinal fragrance, which shot towards Gu Yuan like bullets, detonating mid-air with a resounding explosion. Gu Yuan was compelled to brace against the ensuing shockwave, his hair disheveled, yet he bore no injuries. His fierce gaze fixed on the Soul Emperor as he remarked, self-detonating ninth-grade medicinal pills. What a grand display! Though he appeared as a stalwart middle-aged man, bound by loyalty, Gu Yuan was indeed the most adept at preserving his own safety, having engaged in a millennium-long game of wits with the Soul Emperor, who regarded him as a worthy adversary. However, this had led to the Gu clan losing its most significant ally, diminishing from a once mighty second clan to a mere contender against the Soul clan. Damn it! The patriarch of the Lei clan, Lei Ying, struck the ground with a fierce punch, causing the molten lava beneath to erupt nearly 1,000 feet into the air, cascading down upon him without a hint of concern. These cowardly pups of the Flame clan dare to cling to life. A trickle of blood adorned his lips, and a dark bruise marked his chest, a palm imprint of about an inch deep. Had it not been for his formidable physique, any other Do saint would have likely succumbed. Chapter 92. The terrifying Emperor Tier Seed Pill Crack. As he swung his fists, a bolt of lightning, thousands of feet long and dozens of feet wide, descended from the heavens. This lightning, more dreadful than any mere bolt, bore an explosive force capable of rending the entire Black Corner region asunder. Among the various attributes of fighting spirits, even the explosive power of fire could not rival that of lightning, and in Lei Ying's hands, it manifested the might of a heavenly tier technique. 10,000 calamities thunder. With his furious shout, the skies darkened, thick clouds swirling ominously as violent bolts of lightning cascaded from the tempestuous heavens, while the ground erupted with numerous terrifying, twisted lightning bolts stretching thousands of feet. As the lightning struck relentlessly, the entire Black Corner region transformed into a desolate wasteland, a scene of devastation. Yet none paid heed to this chaos. All were focused on their adversaries. Lei Ying's terrifying onslaught compelled the Soul Clan to curse under their breath, momentarily stalling the battle. For the Soul Clan's greatest fear was the lightning attribute, followed closely by fire and other elements. Standing alongside several other Lei clan Do saints, Mang Qianxi cast a pained glance at the abyss now filled with molten lava, the remnants of his Canaan Academy. Meanwhile, the Grand Elder of the Gu clan, accompanied by numerous Do saints, stood firm, his cane in hand, eyes like bolts of lightning surveying the shattered landscape, a hint of gravity etched across his features. Gu Xian and Gu Ronglian stood behind him, knowing that even the weakest from the Soul Clan boasted a 4-star Do Saint level, and only by joining forces could they hope to withstand the onslaught. As the decisive moment had not yet arrived, both clans retained a significant number of personnel to guard their respective realms. At that moment, the third elder of the Gu clan supported the second elder, who was drenched in blood, a grievous wound marring his chest. His complexion was as pale as parchment, and had it not been for the Grand Elder's support, he would likely have become the fifth elder to perish in battle in centuries. Just as the Grand Elder contemplated whether to summon a few esteemed elders, Gu Xian suddenly clenched his teeth and exclaimed, "Damn that dragonine saint, a traitor to his allies." Upon hearing this, not only did the Gu clan's expression darken, but even the Lei clan revealed a look of disbelief. Who would dare offend the Gu clan? Moreover, it appeared to be alone, unaligned powerhouse. Did he not fear retaliation from the Gu clan, or had this dragon, Yin Saint, already allied himself with the Soul clan? Though perplexed, the Lei clan had no intention of approaching the Gu clan. The two factions remained distinctly divided, for the Gu clan had a history of betraying allies. While the Lei clan was known for their fiery tempers and recklessness, they were not foolish. Gu Yuan's figure flickered, first casting a wary glance at Zhang Tian, who had appeared simultaneously, before he unleashed a palm strike that sent 4 ancient Soul clan elders sprawling. "Patriarch! Patriarch!" The Do saints of the Gu clan cried out, while Gu Xian and Gu Ronglian remained silent, knowing that they, as juniors, had no standing to interject. The 4 ancient elders and the Grand Elder of the Soul clan exchanged wary glances with Gu Yuan, acutely aware of the vast disparity in strength between themselves and this late-stage 9-star Do Saint Patriarch. Even 5 of them combined would not stand a chance against Gu Yuan. "Patriarch, why not summon the esteemed elders and confront the Soul clan in a decisive battle?" The third elder proposed, supporting the nearly breathless second elder. Though their current strength fell short of the Soul clan's, awakening a few esteemed elders would change the tide. For these elders were former Grand Elders, each possessing at least 7-star Do Saint capabilities. Despite the Soul clan strength, their Soul Emperor's autocratic nature meant there were no esteemed elders to balance his power. "Old third, I can't say if I'll return alive. Take good care of little Xian for me." He turned his head laboriously to look at Gu Xian, who, at that moment, bore none of his previous levity. His eyes reddened as they met the second elders. Master, please don't speak anymore. Gu Ronglian gently grasped Gu Xian's hand, applying a slight pressure. No, it is not yet the time for a final battle. The Soul Clan still holds trump cards. A glint of coldness flickered in Gu Yuan's eyes as he endured the immense pain within. The healing properties of the ninth-grade medicinal pills continuously restoring his injuries and damaged organs. However, these people must remain here, sensing the chill in Gu Yuan's gaze. The Grand Elder of the Soul Clan and the four ancient elders felt a surge of panic, intent on fleeing. With a cough, blood spewed from Gu Yuan's mouth, staining his garments, a sight that caused the five from the Soul Clan to exchange furtive glances. Gu Yuan, leave us a way out, otherwise, we shall ensure you suffer as well. Soul Zhang Tian, barely holding himself together, shouted defiantly at Gu Yuan. Oof. Do you really think you are worthy of a desperate struggle? The ancient emperor's mirror materialized out of thin air, radiating an indescribable brilliance that pierced through the body of Soul Ascension, nearly scattering his soul. Today, you shall all be reduced to ashes. Gu Yuan snorted coldly, unleashing a terrifying surge of battle energy that shattered the defenses of the other four, sending them flying and causing each to spew forth blood. A pitch-black blade of energy, stretching thousands of feet, tore through the fabric of space, prompting Gu Yuan to instinctively retreat a step in trepidation. Patriarch! The members of the Soul Clan rejoiced at the sight of the familiar figure. You are doomed, Gu Yuan. Suddenly, the Grand Elder of the Soul Clan realized the monumental opportunity at hand. Leave? The Soul Emperor merely cast an indifferent glance at him, cleaving open another rift in space with a single stroke, before seizing Soul Ascension and casting him through it. Soul Ascension opened his mouth, intending to utter words of caution regarding Gu Yuan's injuries, but upon witnessing the blood trickling from the Soul Emperor's lips, he refrained. At that moment, cracks began to appear upon the Soul Emperor's neck. Why has the Soul Emperor left? This is uncharacteristic of him. The third elder of the Gu clan finally seized the chance to speak, while Gu Ronglian observed Gu Yuan with a thoughtful expression, sensing he might hold some knowledge. Gu Yuan, however, ignored him and turned to the person beside him, inquiring in a low voice, "Where is the fourth elder? Why hasn't he been summoned to tend to second uncle's wounds?" Although the second elder was nominally Gu Xian's master, he was, in fact, Gu Xian's great uncle, which accounted for his deep affection towards him. He's on his way. Oh no, second uncle, how did you sustain such severe injuries? The fourth elder, a chubby man clad in a robe, glanced at the second elder's wounds, his plump face nearly brimming with tears. The injuries inflicted by the Soul Clan are the most troublesome. I truly wish to avoid conflict with them, those wretched Soul Clan members. Chapter 93. Zhu enough with the chatter, Gu Yuan snapped, kicking his fourth brother impatiently. Only then did the chubby man reluctantly produce a ninth-grade pill and administer it to the second elder. Second uncle, I have a few more pills. Take some. Sometimes, we can't afford a delay, and my cultivation isn't high enough to rush over. Despite his complaints about the Soul Clan, the chubby man held deep respect for his second uncle, producing a small jade bottle and pouring out 3 pills into the second elder's hand. Having ingested the pills and taken several breaths, the second elder's spirit visibly improved. Out of the corner of his eye, he noticed that the chubby man's jade bottle now contained only 1 pill, feeling both gratified and touched. He scolded, "You little rascal. Consider this a testament to my affection for you." Saying this, he placed another pill back into the jade bottle. It's precisely because your cultivation is weak that you ought to carry more life-saving pills. I do not wish to see your foolish head hanging on a wall one day. 2 pills are sufficient for me. To be honest, I hope to never have to use even one. The chubby man, feeling embarrassed by these words, scratched his head and chuckled sheepishly. Of course. This chubby fellow was the Gu clan's foremost 9th-grade alchemist. The 4 pills were all 9th-grade profound pills, exceedingly rare. Over the past 2 millennia, he had only concocted a handful, with one discovered in the ruins of a 9th-grade alchemist. The Soul Emperor's injuries are far more severe than mine. Upon confirming that the second elder was unharmed, Gu Yuan finally breathed a sigh of relief, yet the worry etched upon his brow remained unshakable. During my battle with the Soul Emperor, the void-devouring flame arrived. Sensing the situation was untenable, I prepared to retreat. However, their clash seemed to have impacted the ancient emperor's cave. As Gu Yuan recounted this, his pupils constricted, as if recalling something that filled him with dread. Suddenly, a fissure opened within the ancient emperor's cave, and a mysterious elder burst forth. The Soul Emperor attempted to intervene, but was struck and injured by a single blow. Following that, the elder severely wounded the three of us before departing. Upon returning, the Soul Emperor had also been gravely injured by the enigmatic guardian of the ancient Emperor's cave. Gu Yuan felt a sense of schadenfreude, having taken the time to recuperate, and he felt considerably better. The revelation left everyone astonished. A single strike that injured Gu Yuan and his companions, along with the powerful creature that severely wounded the Soul Emperor. These tidings were indeed shocking. At that moment, Gu Yuan suddenly heard the violent roiling of magma. Yet when he turned to gaze, he found nothing amiss. After scrutinizing for a while, all remained tranquil. However, after a brief moment, Gu Yuan's expression shifted, and he bellowed towards the people of the Thunder Clan, "Not good. Retreat quickly." A towering wave of magma, soaring thousands of feet, crashed down, splattering molten rock everywhere. The once placid surface of the magma sea erupted in a sudden surge of towering waves, accompanied by a deafening roar that reverberated across the heavens. The immense magma soared skyward, releasing a fierce aura that transformed the very air around it, causing Gu Rolian's complexion to turn pale, while Gu Xian staggered back several steps. It's rather lively upon my emergence. Has this realm grown so populated with individuals of such caliber? A voice, imbued with authority, resonated, seemingly recalling the vastness and freedom of this realm after a prolonged absence, eliciting a feeling of nostalgia. A somewhat sinister, yet majestic purple-golden dragon head emerged from the magma, its terrifying form nearly 10,000 feet long, adorned with scales of purple gold, as magma slowly dripped from its body. The aura of my child? The voice carried a hint of confusion, as thousands of years spent in a desolate, cold void had left him unaccustomed to the clamor of the outside world. A flash of light darted by. Only Gu Yuan perceived the speed of the figure. Dragon Sovereign, congratulations on seeing the light of day once more. Zhang Tian seemed to have anticipated the figure's appearance, directly locking eyes with it. The crimson magma, as if intent on devouring the heavens, filled the entire realm, with a newly risen waterfall of magma crashing violently into the magma sea below, sending colossal waves surging outward, engulfing distant peaks. You recognize me? The figure, with purple golden hair and piercing golden eyes, regarded Zhang Tian with a hint of bewilderment. Under the scrutiny of those ordinary yet profound eyes, it felt as though one's very spirit was being pierced. This young man before me is undoubtedly a pure human. It's impossible for him to have lived for millennia. Do not overthink it, Dragon Sovereign. I merely possess some knowledge of your affairs, which explains my gaze. Zhang Tian replied with a gentle smile, providing a slight clarification. In the presence of someone so familiar, one's gaze could hardly remain unchanged. Have you seen my child? Zhu Kuan's most pressing desire was to ascertain this fact. Indeed, her name is Ziyan. Zhang Tian smiled as he drew Ziyan from the space he had created. Gazing into her innocent eyes, after several millennia, he finally reunited with his beloved child, enveloping her in his embrace. Good child, let your father have a good look at you. You just injured the Soul Emperor. That could be considered an act of revenge. Upon hearing Zhang Tian's words, Zhu Kuan first rubbed his hands together, then awkwardly inquired, was it the one in white? His strength is commendable. I exchanged a few blows with him, but he seemed to be injured. But what do you mean by considered an act of revenge? Your daughter was lost and inadvertently consumed an unripe transformation herb. Zhang Tian meticulously searched within the magma sea, then pointed toward the spot where a few remnants floated. She has been studying within the Canaan Academy. Just now, the Soul Emperor obliterated the Canaan Academy with a single palm to access the ancient Emperor's cave. It was I who rescued Ziyan. Upon hearing this, Zhu Kuan's face could no longer conceal his fury. He longed to slay the Soul Emperor. Having just re-emerged into the world, he had nearly lost sight of his daughter. This debt, I, Zhu Kuan, shall remember. Zhang Tian merely smiled at this. Dragon Sovereign, why do you not take action? Gu Yuan faced Zhang Tian, intending to question him. Yet restrained by his apprehension towards Zhu Kuan, he could only speak in a low voice, I am waiting. In response to Gu Yuan's inquiry, Zhang Tian remained unperturbed, his gaze seemingly piercing through the sea of magma, beholding the immobile ancient Emperor's cave. Waiting for what? Gu Yuan felt an inexplicable sense of foreboding. Chapter 94. The Might of the Fighting Emperor. Let him emerge. With a flicker in his eyes, Zhang Tian sensed that the Emperor-grade seed pill had broken the seal. The Emperor-grade seed pill assisted the pure lotus demon fire and the void devouring flame in their escape, subsequently demanding their return to rescue him. With the aid of 3 9-star dose saints, and bolstered by the semi-emperor cultivation of the Emperor-grade seed pill, the seal of the ancient emperor's cave was finally shattered. Zhang Tian had awaited this moment. Without the seal broken, the Emperor-grade seed pill could not emerge, and being at the same semi-emperor realm, he too could not enter. To do so would only arouse the Emperor-grade seed pill's wariness. At the entrance of the ancient emperor's cave, the Emperor-grade seed pill stood upon a platform. Behind him the stone door had closed. At last, this accursed space is opened. With a resounding crack, the contingency left by the ancient emperor crumbled. A satisfied smile graced the face of the Emperor-grade seed pill, for he sensed that within this realm, aside from the energy within him, no source energy remained, indicating the absence of any fighting emperor. He alone had the potential to break through. Quite capable indeed. Zhang Tian's figure flickered, causing the Emperor-grade seed pill to retreat a step in trepidation, his eyes gleaming with ferocity. Such a familiar aura. The same technique as the ancient emperor. With keen perception, Zhang Tian extended his palm and executed a head pat towards the Emperor-grade seed pill. You shall not succeed. Emperor Pill Palm. The Emperor-grade seed pill bellowed, summoning a terrifying energy sphere, the fragrant aroma of the pill suffusing the air, causing discomfort in Zhang Tian's chest even as he inhaled it. Ocean opening palm. Having reached the semi-emperor stage, he could wield it at will. His seemingly unremarkable palm struck down, matching the might of the Emperor Pill Palm without yielding. Waves of flames and azure tides surged outward, causing the entire ancient emperor's cave to tremble slightly. In the battle within the ancient emperor's cave, Zhang Tian observed that this space seemed incapable of withstanding the clash of 2 semi-emperor powers, and thus charged forward. You shall not flee. Upon encountering Zhang Tian, who bore the aura of the ancient emperor, the Emperor-grade seed pill's eyes flared with rage, hastily pursuing him. Upon entering the ancient emperor's cave, Zhang Tian found some paths were part of the ancient emperor's legacy, while others were not, so he relied on his formidable strength to forge ahead. Upon reaching a vast plaza, he finally halted, standing amidst the emptiness, where a colossal statue towered, exuding an aura that transcended the realm. Indeed, as an Emperor-grade elixir, you are extraordinarily formidable. Among all the elixirs I have encountered, none can rival you. I deem you the strongest. Zhang Tian's gaze lifted, filled with admiration for the Emperor-grade seed pill, while his fingers danced, summoning 9 ancient dragons that coiled around his fingers, laying down a seal at the cave's entrance. Do you think that by saying such things, you will escape death? I shall slay you. Then offer the heavens and the populace as tribute to complete the pill and ascend to the fighting emperor. The Emperor-grade seed pill, for reasons unknown, felt a surge of unbridled rage at this arrogant proclamation and grinned sinisterly. With a wave of his sleeve, a rich aroma of pills flooded the space. There are many strange flames here. Zhang Tian smiled faintly, unperturbed by the words of the Emperor-grade seed pill, casting a glance at the 23 strange firestone pillars in the plaza. A wisp of bluish flame rose from his fingertips, transforming into a terrifying dragon of flame thousands of feet long, coiling towards the Emperor-grade seed pill, intent on refining him. 9 other wind flame. The elder form of the Emperor-grade seed pill changed countenance, realizing that this strange flame, wielded at their level, bore an incomprehensible potency. The 9 netherwind flame unleashed by Zhang Tian at the semi-emperor realm was even more terrifying than the void-devouring flame. Now that you have emerged, do not conceal yourself any longer. As Zhang Tian's voice resonated, the figure of the void-devouring flame emerged from the adjacent space, subsequently striking towards Zhang Tian, the terrifying devouring force relentlessly tearing at him. Another massive bluish flame dragon surged forth, shattering the devouring force, coiling towards him, the intense heat causing even this strange flame to curse internally. This is too targeted against me. The Emperor-grade seed pill recognized the void-devouring flame, his expression chilling. You traitor! His words were laced with anger, clearly indicating that the void-devouring flame had devised many schemes against him, and the hidden techniques aimed at him were certainly not intended to provide warmth. Though the 3 engaged in a cataclysmic battle, they occupied but a fraction of the ancient emperor's cave. In this vast expanse, they appeared as diminutive ants amidst the cosmos. Since you all fervently pursue the fighting emperor, let us allow you to witness the might of the fighting emperor. From a spirit realm, Zhang Tian summoned the seven-stringed demon lute. Having grown considerably since his soul reached the Emperor realm, a portion of his consciousness manifesting as the lute. The seven-stringed lute was already embedded with 9 magic cores. And within this dim space, apart from the faint glow of the 23 strange firestone pillars, a brilliant array of colors suddenly ignited. As the seven-stringed lute resonated, a formidable aura, infused with various fierce energies and the powers of different magical beasts, surged skyward, eliciting a sense of threat even from the Emperor-grade seed pill. Zhang Tian played the lute in the void. At the moment his fingers ascended, 6 9th-tier magic cores and 3 8th-tier magic cores erupted in a cataclysmic burst of light, merging into the lute. Sensing the brewing, dreadful power, the Emperor-grade seed pill shouted, coalescing a sphere of light as he charged forward. With a wave of his sleeve, a terrifying sound wave traversed the space, sending the Emperor-grade seed pill flying thousands of feet away, crashing against the statue of the ancient emperor. Meanwhile, the void-devouring flame found itself immobilized amidst the combined onslaught of the sound wave, the immense energy, and Zhang Tian's own mental intent. Enjoy the melody, my friends. Zhang Tian laughed heartily before striking the first note. At that moment, the already slender strings of the lute seemed to elongate, becoming increasingly ethereal to the point of being imperceptible to the naked eye. The Emperor-grade seed pill perceived a looming threat of death. The space rippled with intangible attacks. Though formless and intangible, it sent chills down his spine. He hastily evaded, while the ancient emperor statue behind him, which he could not destroy despite his efforts, had its arm shattered. Ninefold heavenly tribulation. With a flick of his fingers, a terrifying power brewed within the heavens, and suddenly, 9 bolts of lightning descended from the depths of the void, shaking the entire ancient emperor's cave to the brink of fragmentation. Chapter 95. The Ancient Emperor. 9 purple bolts of destructive lightning were dodged by the Emperor-grade seed pill, while 4 struck the ancient emperor statue, and the last bolt targeted the void-devouring flame, with 1 bolt striking the ancient emperor's cave. The ancient statue, which had remained undisturbed for countless years, now erupted in a thunderous crash, its chest and arms shattered, leaving only a small opening at its heart, protected by a faint blue energy membrane. Through this delicate membrane, Zhang Tian sensed a surge of fighting energy far surpassing his own. Clearly, this was the protection left by the ancient emperor for his legacy. Zhang Tian brushed his hand across the lute's surface, transforming it entirely to a cerulean hue, an icy chill instantaneously freezing the vast ancient emperor's space, blanketing it in frost. Attempting to pluck the strings, he discovered that the 7-string zither was enshrouded in a dense frost and frigid mist, rendering it nearly impossible to strum. It seemed that he was left with only one final strike. Fiery Sun's Descent. Zhang Tian delicately pinched the zither string, yet the strings of the enchanted instrument began to melt at an alarming rate, each moment filled with an onslaught of energy that rushed in, as if racing against time. With a sound akin to a droplet of water hitting the ground, the literary string within the 7-stringed zither shattered, while the golden string also rapidly succumbed to dissolution. A wave of terrifying heat suddenly surged forth, causing hundreds of feet of magma to erupt from the ground. Even the once unyielding earth of the ancient emperor's cave began to melt and fracture under the strain as torrents of crimson magma poured forth from the depths, flooding much of the cavern, leaving only a small portion of the ground intact. At this moment, Su Wu-Tun Yin had lost consciousness, enveloped in a haze. As the formidable 9-star Do Saint was struck by a cataclysmic bolt of lightning that nearly shattered his soul and obliterated his intellect, the Imperial-grade nascent pill suddenly experienced an unbearable stinging sensation, a burning pain that had not been felt for countless years. The entire realm seemed to transform into a colossal furnace, as the ravenous flames within the alchemical furnace surged, threatening to consume him. A faint golden liquid trickled down his body, filling the ancient emperor's cave with a rich fragrance. And even the dazed Su Wu-Tun Yin seemed to regain a semblance of awareness, a reminder of the grievous injuries that could annihilate one's very soul. Raising his head, he sensed an immense energy, far beyond his own, coalescing in the sky thousands of feet above. Damn it, the Imperial-grade nascent pill thought. Its momentary joy at Zhang Tian, halting his assault, turning to disbelief as he gazed skyward. A fireball, not merely a fireball, but a blazing sun, arose from the heavens, erupting with blinding golden light that could obliterate all beings below the Do Emperor realm. Even a fleeting glance was enough to induce pain, leaving a lingering fiery sting in his eyes, as if he had acquired the vision of a fire-eyed golden dragon. Fear finally etched itself onto the face of the imperial-grade nascent pill as he sought to flee this space, only to find the exit had long been sealed by Zhang Tian. The pressure and the terrifying energy that could obliterate him were reminiscent of the imperial flames he had felt from the ancient Emperor Tuo Shi thousands of years prior. When the Eva appeared, all fires bowed in submission. When the imperial flame was unleashed, Eo surrendered. At long last, as the martial and woodwater strings melted away, and the earth string was reduced to mere remnants, only the fire string, symbolic of the fire element, remained intact. Just before the earth string was completely dissolved, the celestial sun, thousands of feet in diameter, plummeted from the sky, trailing a terrifying tail of flame as if the sun god had descended. Before the last string representing the fire element could melt, Zhang Tian flicked his finger, unleashing a blade of energy that sliced through the thin membrane covering the statue's heart, cleaving the statue in two. Unyielding battle roar. Zhang Tian blazed with an aura of terror, yet that heat was but a trifle compared to the fiery sun's descent. Akin to a mere incandescent bulb facing the sun, his form was enveloped in golden light as his energy rapidly began to wane. The sun finally crashed down, striking the molten sea of magma within the ancient emperor's cave, creating a spectacle akin to a sun bathing in the eastern sea, though none had the heart to behold it. At the moment of impact, the sun rebounded slightly upwards, and the entire ancient emperor's cave began to tremble. Fissures stretching for thousands of feet appearing in the ground, splitting the cave in two. Geysers of magma erupted, exploding forth, creating waves that splashed across the magma sea. Yet, from a distance, it seemed as though merely a small splash had risen. Amidst this tumult, Zhang Tian's battered figure surged forth, his arm char-black. This time, he truly felt the flames licking at his brows. With a wry smile, Zhang Tian approached the imperial-grade nascent pill, now reverted to its original form by a blow from the Dou Emperor, a pill radiating a soft white glow with a golden essence exuding an aromatic fragrance. Zhang Tian interlaced his fingers into a formation. Upon closer inspection, one would notice that his initial stance mirrored that of the ancient Tuo Shi Emperor. As he continuously transformed his gestures, luminous rings entered the imperial-grade nascent pill, causing it to emit an even more resplendent brilliance. The transformation pill divine art, a legacy passed down from the ancient Tuo Shi Emperor. Glancing at the shattered orbs of light scattered across the magma surface, Zhang Tian shook his head, knowing they were all celestial-grade techniques and combat skills, alongside countless ninth-grade golden pills, treasures that could drive even a 9-star Dou Saint to madness, carelessly discarded by the ancient Tuo Shi Emperor, now utterly ruined. After reaping this second significant harvest, Zhang Tian stepped into the gaping heart of the colossal statue. What lay ahead would be his greatest gain. As the space shifted, he found himself in a world brimming with seawater and a cerulean sky, a realm where the very fabric of space was far more stable. Even a half-emperor would find it impossible to disturb this place. An elder sat upon a pink lotus platform, glancing up with a smile, as if he had noticed Zhang Tian's approach. Little one, do not harbor any thoughts. Without the Dou Emperor realm, it is impossible to shake this space. The elder bore a striking resemblance to the imperial-grade nascent pill, with a magnificent mane of hair in 21 vibrant colors, exuding an air of tranquility and a formidable presence that the nascent pill could not replicate. I have seen all that transpired outside. Have you perhaps cultivated a technique capable of devouring Eo? The ancient Tuo Shi Emperor sensed the familiar aura of a technique, preparing to boast that this method had been passed down from him. However, the next moment, Zhang Tian trembled, a mysterious resonance and melody rising within him, a power unlike Dou Qi enveloping him, while beneath him, a cerulean lotus emerged to support his feet. The unique and familiar aura caused the ancient Tuo Shi Emperor's eyes to widen, as if he had seen a ghost. Why you? It seemed that Xiao Yin had preliminarily refined the flame of life. Zhang Tian mused softly. Senior, what were you going to say? He observed the ancient Tuo Shi Emperor, who appeared to have something to convey, and stretched his arms, causing the very space around them to tremble. In nothing. The ancient Tuo Shi Emperor coughed and hastily waved his hand, signaling that he had nothing further to say. I have indeed cultivated a technique capable of devouring Ioa. Does it concern you, senior? Zhang Tian inquired, curiosity brimming in his tone, for it was said that this technique was not originally created by the ancient Ta Shi Emperor, and he wished to uncover its origins. It has no relation. I was merely diligently cultivating step by step, unaware of any matters, the ancient Ta Shi Emperor replied, somewhat embarrassingly. How shamelessly prideful. Although Zhang Tian understood that the burning emperor's decision was intricately tied to the ancient Ta Shi Emperor, he could only sigh in mild disappointment as the elder chose not to divulge further. This moment caused the ancient Ta Shi Emperor's eyelids to twitch. After sharing a cup of tea, he hastily concocted an excuse to dismiss Zhang Tian. Once Zhang Tian departed, the ancient Ta Shi Emperor stepped down from the pink lotus platform, standing upon the endless expanse of water, where gentle ripples danced upon the surface. In this harmonious world of water and sky, the ancient Ta Shi Emperor stood with his hands clasped behind his back, gazing up at the pure, cloudless sky. After his departure, the lotus platform rapidly transformed into silver flames, scattering like the imperial flames. The imperial flames bore no specific color, or rather, they encompassed all colors. The vast expanse of the ocean was suddenly engulfed by a kaleidoscope of resplendent flames, ultimately transforming into a celestial sea of extraordinary fires. Shadows of the 3,000 flames and the bone spirit cold fire could be discerned within this magnificent spectacle. The illustrious hair of the Emperor Ta Shi appeared to radiate a luminous sheen, adorned by a silver flame insignia at his brow, midway through the 4-star Do Emperor stage. What manner of creature is this? The Emperor Ta Shi inhaled sharply, but what entered his mouth was only the searing heat of the extraordinary flames. After a few spitting motions, he turned his gaze towards the direction in which Zhang Tian had departed, harboring doubts about whether this little anomaly had concealed his true power. Chapter 96. Threatening the Do Emperor? Thus, they demand that I surrender the Do Emperor's legacy? Zhang Tian held the demure young girl, Xiao Xian, while standing beside the tall and slender Xiao Yan. Zhu Kuan rubbed his hands together, awkwardly stating, "It is they who wish for you to relinquish the Do Emperor's legacy. I, the dragon, merely thought that since you possess exceptional talent and have independently broken through to the Do Emperor level, you would not covet the Emperor-grade nesting pill. Perhaps you could consider giving it to me?" Upon observing Zhu Kuan's eager expression, Zhang Tian could only sigh in exasperation, offering a wry smile. Perhaps it was the image of the Chinese dragon that stirred a sense of nostalgia in him, for he could not muster any anger towards this old fellow. "How do you know that I have not refined the Emperor-grade nesting pill?" Zhu Kuan hesitated for a moment before slowly responding. "I consider myself the one most familiar with that old fellow, Ta Shi. I can scarcely recall his aura, and when you emerged from your dwelling, your momentum had already slightly surpassed the Ta Shi phantasm I have encountered. Refining the Emperor-grade nesting pill would at least require nearly a year." After a brief pause, Zhu Kuan cast a complex glance at Zhang Tian, pondering the capriciousness of fate. Thousands of years ago, neither the ancient tribes nor the soul tribes were considered top-tier clans. Yet thousands of years later, they rose to prominence. Meanwhile, a realm that had eluded others for millennia was achieved by this young man before him. Scarcely 25 or 26 years of age. A prodigy indeed, though he could not fathom the depths of Zhang Tian's innate talent. He implored, "I beseech you, could you possibly part with the Emperor pill? I would surely remember this favor, and in the future, I would not hesitate to brave any peril for you." Zhu Kuan clearly struggled with uttering such words, yet he gritted his teeth, his golden eyes brimming with hope. Upon hearing this, Zhang Tian conjured a pill, approximately the size of a human head, radiating an ethereal glow. It was not merely a pill. It shone with a crystalline brilliance akin to source jade. Zhu Kuan's eyes turned crimson, and despite his usual composure, the sight of the coveted object stirred an emotional tempest within him. The lifespan and combat prowess of magical beasts far surpassed that of ordinary humans, yet their cultivation journey was often tedious and protracted. "Give it to me. Hand it over." Seeing Zhu Kuan in such a state, Zhang Tian furrowed his brow and apologized. "I'm sorry, but I cannot relinquish this Emperor pill to you. I needed to assist Xiao Yan in breaking through to the Do Emperor." With a flick of his sleeve, he stowed the Emperor-grade nesting pill away and looked earnestly at Zhu Kuan, asserting each word with conviction. Damn it! The sight of an object he had pursued for millennia vanishing before his eyes ignited a surge of inexplicable rage within Zhu Kuan. His golden eyes glinted with fury, even harboring a hint of murderous intent directed at Xiao Yan, causing the latter to flinch. Xiao Yin understood that if this purple-haired middle-aged man wished to end his life, he would stand no chance, unless he acted swiftly enough to use the Xian heavy ruler to craft his own coffin lid. Ultimately, Zhu Kuan managed to suppress his urge to strike, for he knew that should he act, he would face Zhang Tian's retribution. Merely a remnant of the Tuo, Shi Emperor had ensnared him for millennia. To directly offend a contemporary Dou Emperor would result in his immediate demise. Why? Why? What is so special about this wretched boy? Do you truly believe he can break through to the Dou Saint? Even if he does, what makes you think he can successfully ascend to the Dou Emperor level? Zhu Kuan was utterly confounded and unwilling to accept this reality. If Zhang Tian truly assists me, I will repay him, binding myself with an oath in the name of the ancient Void Dragon Emperor. He understood that Xiao Yin was merely the scion of a small clan, a stroke of luck that led him to be taken in as a disciple by the Dou Emperor, and that Xiao Zhan had merely leveraged this connection to forge a bond with the Dou Emperor. This thought left Zhu Kuan breathless with envy, red-eyed with longing. Setting aside the bonds of brotherhood, merely being able to call a Dou Emperor brother was a symbol of unparalleled status. For out of 10 chances, if it were Xiao Xian, I would believe it, but you are lacking. Zhang Tian shook his head, explaining that acquiring the Emperor-grade nesting pill alone would not suffice to break through to the Dou Emperor, as the source energy of the world was in decline. And the Emperor-grade nesting pill contained but a trace of that energy. Years ago, Xiao Xian indeed possessed extraordinary talent, being the only one in nearly 10,000 years to sense the Dou Emperor realm, and he had also discerned the waning of the world's source energy. If he were given the Emperor-grade nesting pill, he would likely have a 70 to 80% chance of success. You do not comprehend the might of the Dou Emperor. Zhang Tian sighed. Creating Dou Saints is a trivial endeavor for a Dou Emperor. Does Xiao Yin possess this potential? Undoubtedly, as the rightful first in this world. The ethereal fortune will surely descend upon him. Observing Zhu Kuan's vacillation, Zhang Tian gently shook his head, saying, if anyone in this world is worthy of inheriting the legacy of the Tuo Shi Emperor, it is my disciple, Xiao Yin, for he cultivates the burning formula. Xiao Yin trembled, his eyes filled with curiosity and confusion as he gazed at Zhang Tian. Why does cultivating the burning formula potentially lead to becoming a Dou Emperor? Master, do you know the origins of the burning formula? The origins of the burning formula are shrouded in mystery, no less so than the techniques I practice. Xiao Yin of the Xiao clan possesses the potential of a Dou Emperor. Zhang Tian's words sent a tremor through Zhu Kuan's heart. Heavenly-grade Dou techniques and methodologies are coveted treasures even by 9-star Dou Saints, yet they hold little significance for a Dou Emperor. They can create heavenly-grade techniques with ease. And what truly entices them are the legendary Emperor-level techniques of other Dou Emperors or even more profound methods. Zhang Tian, having broken through to the Dou Emperor level, must be practicing a technique of that caliber. Yet how could Xiao Yin, a mere scion of a small clan, possibly learn such profound techniques? In truth, the burning formula and the burning Emperor formula share a common origin. It is not unreasonable to regard them as techniques of the same level. The burning formula, you say. I could learn it. Zhu Kuan looked at Zhang Tian, unwilling to relinquish this opportunity. Can you? The skepticism in Zhang Tian's eyes was palpable. I can, but before he could utter the words, he saw Zhang Tian shake his head, his heart filled with uncertainty, unable to discern the other's thoughts. With a gentle tap of his finger, Zhang Tian began to speak slowly. The burning formula must be cultivated prior to attaining the Dome Master level. You must disperse all your energy. This statement caused Zhu Kuan to shudder, a flicker of hesitation creeping into his heart. Though he understood the immense cost of changing techniques, potentially leading to severe energy depletion, the thought of abandoning his painstakingly cultivated Dou Qi was unbearable. You should be aware of the Tuo Shi Emperor's story. He devoured 21 types of extraordinary flames, intricately linked to the burning formula. However, you are a magical beast. I wonder if you can successfully cultivate it. Once again, it was a gamble. The notion of devouring 21 extraordinary flames seemed fraught with complications and improbability. To be candid, barring the Tuo Shi Emperor, who was inherently an extraordinary flame and possessed innate suppressive power, only Xiao Yin, the chosen one of this world, might succeed. Even Zhang Tian did not entertain such thoughts. Extraordinary flames, even the likes of the Void Devouring Flame and the Clean Lotus Demon Fire, would submit before the Emperor Flame. And should a human cultivator attempt to devour them, it would undoubtedly provoke their furious retaliation. Which forces have dared to threaten me? Oh, I mean coerce me? Zhang Tian inquired, intrigued by their actions. He displayed neither disdain nor arrogance, nor did he exhibit the fury one might expect. Zhu Kuan regarded Zhang Tian with a hint of curiosity, akin to a child eager to witness a contest among ants. Various factions, including remnants of the Medicine Clan, the Flame Clan, and the Soul Clan, boasted an army nearing 10 million. A trace of disdain flickered across Zhu Kuan's face and Zhang Tian's eyes. This so-called coalition against the emperor scarcely held the merit to elicit even a smile from him. Such formidable forces had indeed established a stronghold within the vast expanse of the Great Wasteland, posing a considerable challenge for Zhu Kuan, necessitating the assembly of the entire Taishu ancient dragon clan to mount a defense. Very well, Zhang Tian declared, rising with an air of nonchalance. Thus, the Dragon Gate is hereby established. The Dragon Gate stood as the sole emperor-level force on the continent and harbored Zhang Tian's fervent aspiration to witness Xiao Yan leap through the Dragon Gate one day. What the coalition against the emperor? With their vast army of millions, will you annihilate them? Zhu Kuan's interest piqued, eager to discern whether Zhang Tian would eradicate the threat entirely. Who knows? Zhang Tian replied with a subtle smile, leaving his intentions shrouded in mystery. Zhu Kuan could only sigh in resignation upon witnessing this. Chapter 97. The Dragon Gate. Have you attempted to access the legacy of the ancient emperor's cave? Zhang Tian inquired with a smile. In the original narrative, Zhu Kuan had not attained the threshold recognized by the ancient emperor Tua Shi, and now that the statue of the ancient emperor had been shattered, revealing the legacy space, could Zhu Kuan still gain entry? Zhu Kuan was momentarily taken aback before asking curiously. There was a faint membrane enveloping the statue that I couldn't break through. Was that not your doing? He presumed it to be Zhang Tian's handiwork. If I had wished to keep it from you, I would have acted long ago to secure the statue. Rather than going through such convolutions, Zhang Tian retorted, creating an awkward atmosphere. Xiao Xan seemed amused, playfully tapping Zhang Tian's chest, while Xiao Yan wore an expression of amusement. Damn it! A classic expletive escaped Zhu Kuan's lips as he suddenly realized he had misplaced the emperor's legacy. He transformed into a beam of purple gold light and dashed away towards the Black Corner region, recalling the enigmatic and dubious figure of Gu Yuan, who had urged him to leave earlier, hinting at some hidden secret. Do not worry about the inability to transcend to emperor rank due to the absence of source energy. Diwukun. In 3 to 5 years, I shall recover the source energy, restoring hope for the Do Sheng to break through to Do Di. By then, it will be a matter of skill, Zhang Tian remarked calmly, his tone imbued with a sense of purpose that heralded the dawn of an era spanning thousands of years. Zhu Kuan felt a slight easing in his heart, yet his gaze darkened with fierce determination. If Gu Yuan dares to meddle with my legacy, I shall consume him. Hearing Zhu Kuan's words, Zhang Tian chuckled softly, having intended to reassure him that Gu Yuan would not gain approval. However, he suddenly considered that Xiao Yan's young girlfriend, Gu Sun'er, possessed a divine bloodline and was also the inheritor of the 4th-ranked heavenly flame, the Golden Emperor's flame. Whether she could attain the approval of the ancient emperor Tua, she remained uncertain. Speaking of which, it is time to bring Sun'er into the family. I even envisioned having a disciple and grandson, Zhang Tian mused, observing Xiao Yan's expression in the antiquated yet elegant room, noting the hint of embarrassment upon his face, which elicited a smile from him. To take a disciple. Xiao Xen, nestled in Zhang Tian's arms, shook her pigtails with excitement, clapping her hands joyfully. Witnessing the mischievous antics of his beloved little junior sister, Xiao Yan could not help but smile wryly, though he dared not provoke this little imp. As for Zhu Kuan's departure, it remained uncertain whether he would arrive in time. Should he arrive late? It was not beyond the realm of possibility for the ancient clan to produce another female Do Di. Zhang Tian laughed heartily, seemingly looking forward to this scenario. Could Sun'er truly become a Do Di? Xiao Yan inquired, genuine happiness evident in his expression. How did you know it was Sun'er? Now it was Zhang Tian's turn to be curious, wondering if Xiao Yan had become unexpectedly astute. Rolling his eyes inwardly at Zhang Tian's curiosity, Xiao Yan thought, you insistently urge me to bring her home, and given your shrewd disposition, everyone can see the underlying issues. Yet, he kept this thought to himself, responding with a grin that it was merely a guess. Zhang Tian did not suspect him, believing it to be an intuitive feeling from Xiao Yan. However, had he known, he would have realized that the towering Xianzhong ruler had truly become a coffin lid. Zhang Tian felt a sense of satisfaction. Gu Yuan, thinking to exploit his youth and inexperience, had underestimated him, attempting to hoard treasures while he, in turn, had claimed 4 rare flames through cunning maneuvering. The Soul Emperor had perished, yet Gu Yuan remained unaffected, and the other Soul Clan Do, Shang and remnants had not been dealt with either. Yet, where does the Soul Clan derive the audacity to demand the Do Di legacy from me? Have they united with other influential families and factions to pressure me? Clad in white, Yao Lao entered the room just in time to overhear Zhang Tian's musings and chuckled. These pitiful, weak individuals have grown accustomed to their elevated status, unable to fathom the might of a Do Di who dominates the world. Zhang Tian nodded in acknowledgement of Yao Lao's words. You should be well practiced by now. Though it is unfortunate that the Soul Emperor has not perished. Otherwise, the body of 9-star Do Shang would have been immensely useful to you. Yao Lao sighed. It is not so simple. Even after refining the corpse of the soul destruction, I can only manifest the strength of a 3-star Do Shang. Though the body has been reconstituted, the power remains foreign to me. Moreover, the Soul Emperor is no ordinary figure. His will and soul likely surpass my own, and I fear he may retaliate upon his demise, potentially leaving me in dire straits. Yao Lao, wise and seasoned, was not easily deceived by appearances. Yet perhaps my involvement has led the Medicine Clan to join forces with the Soul Clan against you, he added with a tinge of regret. After mastering his new body, he had rushed to the Medicine Clan to seek vindication for his parents, only to be expelled for lacking their bloodline. To be honest, who in the Central Plains does not know of the fall of the Medicine Sovereign? With his body destroyed, how could bloodline even be a topic? It was clearly an act of malice. Perhaps the clan leader discerned the aura of soul destruction about me and, associating it with my resurrection, chose not to offend the Soul Emperor. The knowledge of our connection is a matter for another time. Primarily, wealth can be a compelling motivator. All the supposed justifications are merely pretexts. The allure of the Do Di legacy is far too potent. With the Soul Emperor, a late-stage 9-star Do Shang, leading the charge, those who have not witnessed the might of a Do Di in millennia are bound to entertain hopes. The ancient clan should be wary. However, having obtained the ancient emperor's legacy, they may not hesitate to engage in some underhanded tactics. Reflecting on Gu Yuan's demeanor, Zhang Tian chuckled, recognizing that Gu Yuan's lack of strength rendered him unworthy of being the next Soul Emperor. My Dragon Gate fears no formidable adversaries, even should we contend against the entirety of the continent. He laughed haughtily, subsequently appointing Yao Lao as the deputy leader and Xiao Yan as the junior leader. While the Silver Phoenix Lion, now awakened with the bloodline of the Silver Phoenix Lion God, became the divine beast of the Dragon Gate. With 2 Do Shangs, 1 Do Di, and 1 Do Huang, this constituted the fundamental structure of the Dragon Gate. A look of anticipation lit up Zhang Tian's face as he tore through the fabric of space to arrive at the Xiao family's branch in Wutan City, where the Xiao clan now thrived. Not only was Xiao Zhan at the pinnacle of Do Wang, but Xiao Yan's Do Huang's strength was also sufficient to safeguard the region. Every year, the branches of the Xiao family convene for a grand family competition, a tradition aimed at infusing fresh blood into the ever-expanding family lineage. The victors earn the privilege of joining the prestigious clan, while the branch families are often comprised of individuals of modest potential. The patriarch of the branch family, known as Xiao Quan, was initially the family's accountant. Despite his humble position, he has achieved the formidable strength of a 2-star Do spirit, commanding respect in the city of Wutan. Seated in an armchair, a man of square features and a sincere demeanor listened attentively to the discussions between the patriarch and the elders. Occasionally, those nearby would respectfully offer him tea, eliciting a trace of exasperation from him, clearly weary of such flattery. In truth, this individual is the strongest among the branch family, Pain, whose prowess as a 5-star Do spirit far surpasses that of the patriarch. Furthermore, he has mastered 2 advanced Do techniques, the absorption palm and the fire-blowing palm. Most significantly, the younger members of the family have heard tales from their elders that Pain once served as the captain of the guard for the illustrious young master Xiao Yan, responsible for ensuring his safety. If young master Xiao Yan were to utter a word, it would be akin to divine favor, transforming a mere mountain chicken into a phoenix. Zhang Tian's figure flickered before Pain, pausing momentarily, noticing the excitement in Pain's eyes. He did not wait for him to speak and directly took him back to the headquarters of the Xingyun Pavilion, which is now known as Longman's Gathering Dragon Mountain. The elders and patriarch, left in a state of bewilderment, exchanged glances, struggling to comprehend the unfolding events. After a considerable time, an elder with a slightly more aged appearance finally spoke with a tone of uncertainty. It appears to be that individual. With the utterance of these words, nearly all the jade cups in the hands of the assembly fell to the ground, scattering tea across the floor. At that moment, on Gathering Dragon Mountain, Zhang Tian regarded Pain, who knelt before him, with a playful expression. You have been taught the mystical sky attraction and the divine manipulation of the heavens. Why have you not developed a technique like the Earth Explosion Star? Kneeling, Pain felt an overwhelming pressure. It was not merely Zhang Tian's aura, but the immense might emanating from Gathering Dragon Mountain itself. The steep, towering peak was entwined with a cloud-like pathway, appearing from a distance as a glistening, serpentine jade dragon, hence the name Gathering Dragon Mountain. This majestic peak had once been relocated by Zhang Tian from the Forgotten Cliff Mountain. After a moment of silence, Pain finally lifted his head and spoke slowly. In truth, I have indeed devised a new Do technique. He proceeded to demonstrate, suddenly unleashing a powerful attraction with one hand, drawing a massive boulder toward him as if he were controlling a crane. Should an adversary encounter such force, they would likely find their very life essence drawn forth. Subsequently, the boulder shattered, and an immense shockwave surged from his other hand, as the rubble coalesced into a sphere, perfectly balancing the forces of attraction and impact. As Zhang Tian observed the stabilizing black sphere, reminiscent of a spiral ball, he could not help but cast an appreciative glance at its essence. Pain then hurled the black sphere into the sky, where a tremendous gravitational pull ensued, tearing apart everything in the vicinity, warping even the light itself. Within a radius of 10 paces, soil and stone fragments soared into the air, leaving a gaping crater on the ground. With this technique, I am invincible among Do spirits, Pain declared, a hint of pride gleaming in his eyes, before respectfully addressing Zhang Tian. I believe the name Earth Explosion Star is quite fitting. I dare to request the second elder to bestow a name upon it. Upon voicing this sentiment, he felt no shame, but rather a sense of honor. Few in the entire Shao family were worthy of addressing this individual as the second elder, and he was among them. As Zhang Tian surveyed the devastation wrought by the Earth Explosion Star, a smile crept across his face. Relishing the thought that bringing Pain along to inflict suffering upon the anti-emperor coalition was indeed a wise decision. Chapter 98. A challenge to the Do Emperor? While aware that the escape of the Soul Emperor would bring some complications, Zhang Tian had not anticipated that, bereft of the assistance of the void-devouring flame, the coalition against the Emperor would still be assembled. In pursuit of the Do Emperor's legacy, the Medicine and Flame clans were surprisingly willing to ally with the Soul clan and the Tiger clan. Both clans, however, appear to possess lesser means and strength and seem destined to be mere pawns for the Soul Emperor, with their ultimate fate likely grim. The ancient clan remained prudent, likely opting to observe from the sidelines. The ancient realm was quite distant from Gathering Dragon Mountain, and Zhu Kuan first returned to the Dragon Island to subjugate the 4 Dragon Kings from the north, south, east, and west. Seated upon the Dragon Throne, Zhu Kuan's golden eyes cast a heavy pressure upon the 4 Dragon Kings. In this vast hall, for the first time in millennia, it was filled to capacity, and the Dragon Throne awaited its master's return. A cadre of 9 transformations Do Zoom guards, along with their leaders, elders, and attendants, all gazed at the middle-aged man with golden eyes on the main seat with reverence and fervor. When Zhang Tian was merely a 2-star Do saint, he had slain the 5-star Do saint, Hun Miesheng, but had been forced to retreat from Dragon Island due to the combined efforts of the 2 Dragon Kings. Now that Zhu Kuan had returned, the 4 Dragon Kings did not dare to resist, even with their greatly enhanced cultivation over the millennia. They knew they could not contend with Zhu Kuan. They suspected that if Zhu Kuan desired, he could easily crush all 4 of them without even needing to wield the Dragon Emperor's sword, simply by using his colossal ancient dragon form. Speak, you bold ones. Have you rebelled? Have you caused my child to wander the world? Zhu Kuan's eyes glinted with murderous intent, a chilling aura sweeping through the hall, causing the temperature to drop. The 4 Dragon Kings trembled, recalling that when Zhu Kuan held power, they had merely been children and only dared to fracture Dragon Island after his long absence. Forgive us, Dragon Emperor. We are guilty of treason and deserve death, but we implore your mercy. The Dragon Kings fell to their knees, tears streaming down their faces. They understood that should Zhu Kuan harbor any ill will, their fates would be sealed and no one could save them. Reclining against the back of the dragon throne, Zhu Kuan's eyes revealed a hint of disinterest. While he intended to execute the four, he first required them to contribute to the ancient dragon clan. "Zhu Li, you little rascal," he remarked. Hearing Zhu Kuan's words, the elder Zhu Li, trembling, promptly responded, "Dragon Emperor, I am here." Casting a glance at the now gray-haired Zhu Li, Zhu Kuan felt a surge of warmth and nostalgia. The little rascal had aged, having dedicated his life to the ancient dragon clan. "You have done well," Zhu Kuan spoke softly to elder Zhu Li. This simple statement brought tears to the elder's eyes, and he straightened with renewed vigor, exhilarated by the Dragon Emperor's acknowledgement. Elder Zhu Li, Zhu Kuan's expression shifted to seriousness, a rare solemnity appearing. "I am here," Zhu Li replied hastily, "to betray the ancient dragon clan, to rebel against authority, and to lack ambition. What punishment do they deserve?" Zhu Kuan's words resonated like thunder within the hall, echoing long after. Without hesitation, Zhu Li declared loudly, "According to the laws of the ancient dragon clan, the first decree is to skin the dragon, excavate the dragon bones, and extract the dragon tendons, banishing them from the ancient dragon clan for eternity. The second decree for those who rebel is death without mercy. The third decree is to strip them of their cultivation and exile them from Dragon Island." Zhu Li's aged voice sent shivers through the four dragon kings, who nearly collapsed in shock. Since becoming dragon kings, they had never imagined they would face such a judgment. "However, since the Dragon Emperor has returned, I shall show mercy." Zhu Kuan's eyes glimmered with menace. The four dragon kings, sensing the danger in Zhu Kuan's gaze, trembled and hurriedly bowed their heads. The subordinate willingly expresses his readiness to traverse fire and water for his lord. At this, Zhu Kuan nodded in satisfaction. Rising to his feet, his gaze discreetly glancing at the petite yin concealed behind the dragon throne, a fleeting softness crossing his eyes. He then proclaimed loudly, "The ancient clan has taken advantage of my unguarded moment to pilfer my ancient emperor's legacy. Today, we shall storm the ancient clan and reclaim what is rightfully ours." As Zhu Kuan's words echoed throughout the grand hall, a cacophony erupted. The suppression of Zhu Kuan's formidable presence lifted, and the spirits of the others soared to unprecedented heights, their ambitions soaring into the heavens. The four dragon kings also exhaled with relief. After all, the ancient clan was but a mere shadow of its former self, not regarded as a significant power a millennium ago. A sinister smile crept upon their lips, for they knew this was their chance to shine if they wished to survive. Unbeknownst to them, the moment Zhu Kuan returned, their fates had already been sealed. Even if the Dragon Emperor does not command it, I am prepared to act." "Those humans are far too arrogant," declared one of the proud members of the Taishu ancient dragon clan. "It is time the world is reminded of the terror of the Taishu ancient dragon lineage." Many among the Taishu ancient dragons were invigorated by the prospect of battle, eagerly voicing their excitement. The monotonous existence of collecting treasures, feasting on celestial phoenixes, and sleeping all day had grown exceedingly dull. Seeing his kin brimming with martial fervor, Zhu Kuan could not suppress a smile. The Taishu ancient dragon clan had never known fear. In his day, Gu Yuan's father was but a child. In the vast expanse of the ancient clan, the only one deserving his earnest regard was Gu Yuan. The Taishu ancient dragon clan was the foremost race in the beast realm, and with the Dragon Emperor's return, the pressure on the ancient clan was no less than that from the Soul clan. The scene shifted as Zhang Tian's figure flickered, appearing before Xiaoyan. He gazed at him with a gentle smile, his eyes shimmering with warmth and affection. Lost in meditation, Xiaoyan remained blissfully unaware of Zhang Tian's arrival. After a brief moment of hesitation, a glimmer of determination sparkled in his eyes. A drop of pure blood was extracted from his fingertip, slowly radiating a resplendent glow in the void. With a subtle motion of Zhang Tian's finger, this rich drop of blood seamlessly entered Xiaoyan's brow. The bloodline of a high-level Dou saint would begin to undergo a transformation, and upon reaching the Dou Emperor's realm, it could even alter one's bloodline, benefiting future generations. Although Zhang Tian shared no blood relation with Xiaoyan, with his essence now fused within Xiaoyan's being, Xiaoyan possessed the characteristics of a Dou Emperor's bloodline. Moreover, due to its direct lineage, it was even purer and more potent than Gu Sun'er's divine bloodline. Within Xiaoyan's body, a remnant of Dou Emperor blood that had nearly been exhausted by Xiao Xian awakened, as if it had encountered a delectable feast, igniting and merging with Zhang Tian's essence. The fusion of these two distinct Dou Emperor bloodlines resulted in an immediate effect. the swirling vortex of spiritual energy surrounding Xiao Yan, who was deep in cultivation, suddenly expanded, capable of withstanding the energy of a Do Huang as it continuously surged into his body. In an instant, he broke through the barriers of the 3-star Do Huang. Zhang Tian's figure gradually faded away, while Xiao Yan remained oblivious, as if lost in a dream. The speed at which he absorbed and refined the energies of heaven and earth surged to more than tenfold. He even momentarily felt that the burning decision had perhaps evolved to the heavenly tier. Retrieving the source energy would undoubtedly lead him to confront the former Do emperors. And did the ethereal, boundless world truly exist? Standing atop the towering Wanya mountain, the enveloping mist could no longer obscure his vision nor the might of his late-stage imperial soul force. The silver phoenix Lion Phoenix lay languorously beside him, clutching the edge of Zhang Tian's golden feathered cloak in its beak, benefiting immensely from its potent Do Emperor aura. Undeterred by the clouds that might obscure his sight, he stood tall at the pinnacle of existence. On this summit, even the statue of the ancient Ta Shi Emperor seemed diminutive, let alone mere mortals. Yet, this individual radiated an aura that commanded the heavens and transcended the masses, standing with hands clasped behind his back, his long hair flowing in the breeze, and a golden feathered cloak billowing gently. With a wave of his hand, a vast expanse of the cloud sea was instantaneously obliterated. As the thick mist that had clouded the souls dissipated, a magnificent 7-star golden-eyed rock soared upwards, piercing the skies. The Lion Phoenix seemed to share in the exhilaration. Shaking its head, its robust, lion-like limbs firmly planted on the ground, an abundance of silvery feathers adorning its wings. As its wings beat, they generated a tremendous airflow, trailing hundreds of feet of silvery tail feathers as it ascended toward the clouds, casting a shadow the size of 1,000 feet that enveloped the sky. A rumbling sound akin to thunder or a cow's moo echoed, the silver phoenix Lion Phoenix expressing its joy and elation. Some magical beasts preferred to take human form, while others relished the pleasures of their beastly existence. Lord Do Emperor, Wind Sovereign first raised his gaze to Zhang Tian's visage, only to be overwhelmed by the immense pressure and profound aura that compelled him to bow his head. Although Yao Lao appeared to walk alongside him, he subtly stepped forward. Given the past debt of gratitude and his current strength, as well as his connection to the Do Emperor, such a gesture was both reasonable and justifiable. Zhang Tian, the Soul Heaven Emperor has issued a challenge, inviting you to a duel in the 10,000 Great Wasteland in half a month's time, to prevent calamity from befalling the masses. As he spoke, a peculiar expression crossed Yao Lao's face. The Soul Heaven Emperor seemed to have transformed into a different person altogether. Is likely not out of concern for the populace, but rather a trap laid within the 10,000 Great Wasteland. It had been a month since the challenge was issued, claiming a decisive battle would occur in half a month's time, but appeared to be a mere delay. The Soul Heaven Emperor says half a month, and so it shall be? A hint of disdain flickered across his features. The Dragon Gate now boasted over 5 Do Saints. Currently, the entire Dragon Island had temporarily joined the Dragon Gate, and Zhu Kuan had made a promise that if they successfully seized the ancient emperor's legacy and transcended to Do Emperor, he would personally lead Dragon Island to join the Dragon Gate as a subordinate. Zhu Kuan understood well that the so-called Ta Shi ancient emperor's legacy was merely an opportunity that Zhang Tian had not yet fully seized. Moreover, Zhang Tian had expressed his intent to recover the source energy of the Doqi continent. First, they would retrieve the heavenly tomb from the ancient clan, and then proceed to the 10,000 Great Wasteland to send the Soul Heaven Emperor on his way. Zhang Tian had already devised a plan, knowing that if Xiao Yan reclaimed the heavenly tomb and obtained the clan's insignia, his power would surge, and breaking through several small realms would be a trivial matter. Chapter 99. The reticent Gu Yuan, upon learning of Zhang Tian's seemingly casual mention of recovering the Xiao clan's legacy from the ancient clan, Zhu Kuan felt a surge of excitement within. In recent days, he had not hesitated to provoke the ancient clan, yet Gu Yuan was impervious to threats or persuasion. And given the ancient clan's status as a super clan, Gu Yuan's strength was not significantly inferior to his own, resulting in much time passing without even a glimpse of the ancient emperor's statue or the Iowa Square. Naturally, this could not be known to others, so Zhu Kuan merely followed in Zhang Tian's wake. It was only after Zhang Tian entered the ancient realm that a fervent glimmer ignited in his eyes. "Tuo Shi ancient emperor, you old wretch who has imprisoned me for thousands of years, This time, I shall exchange your legacy for my freedom. Though Zhang Tian had previously informed him that without Eve, it would be difficult to gain the ancient emperor's acknowledgement, he could not resist the urge to attempt it nonetheless. Zhang Tian arrived at a desolate mountain range. While it was termed desolate, it was actually teeming with trees and flowers, albeit tinged with a dusty yellow, presenting a visage of autumnal decay. The ancient realm was concealed within this small space. Yet the entire area pulsated with no discernible fluctuations, appearing as a unified whole. A gentle tremor of his palm sent ripples through the space, yet it remained undisturbed. Found it. Although the ancient realm was exceedingly concealed, without prior knowledge and specific methods, even a 9-star Do saint would find it inaccessible. However, it was evident that such a method could not elude the Do Emperor's perception. What is this? The space of the ancient realm has been opened. A profound change swept across Gu Yuan's countenance. In previous encounters, Zhu Kuan had successfully thwarted any advances by the ancient clan due to his limited understanding of them. However, with the ancient realm forcibly opened, it now posed a grave threat. Should Zhu Kuan invade and wreak havoc, even if ultimately repelled, the ancient clan would suffer significant losses. A shadow of an ancient copper mirror materialized in his hand, and as he infused it with fighting spirit, it gradually emanated a white glow. With each motion, the ancient emperor mirror began to spin and hover in midair. It soon reflected the desolate mountains of the outside world, where a young man clad in a pale white robe adorned with a cloak of golden feathers stood suspended, a smile gracing his features. Through the ancient emperor mirror, their gazes met, and Gu Yuan felt a sharp sting in his eyes, his heart racing with alarm. His presence had been detected. This was a treasure left behind by the ancient emperor. Ancient clan leader, it has been a long time. Upon stepping into the ancient realm, he was greeted by the towering statue of the ancient emperor, standing an impressive height of 8,000 feet, even if shattered below the chest. The statue's outline remained distinctly visible from any corner of the realm. At this moment, many members of the ancient clan noticed Zhang Tian's presence. Curious children watched him with wide eyes, while the more powerful among them wore expressions of shock and disbelief. This stranger bore no familiar aura of the same origin. Yet how had he gained entry to the ancient realm? Although they sensed no common lineage, there was an inexplicable tremor emanating from him, a sense of encountering a formidable foe, as if the very essence of their bloodlines compelled them to kneel in submission. Impossible. The ancient clan members with cultivation levels reaching Do Zun were taken aback. Even the clan leader did not impose such a profound bloodline pressure. After all, they were descendants of the Do Emperor. Yet now, it felt as though they faced the Do Emperor himself. As gasps of astonishment erupted from below, Gu Yuan's figure appeared before Zhang Tian as he took his fourth step into the air. Zhang Tian paused, smiling as he remarked, "Ancient clan leader, your charisma remains unblemished." Casual glances around revealed a breathtaking figure clad in a flowing purple gown standing at the statue's chest, her hand lightly caressing its surface as she gazed at the thin, pale glow emanating from its heart. At this moment, golden flames, the Golden Emperor's devouring flames, ignited from her as if her divine bloodline was fervently awakened. The primal fire of the Golden Emperor's devouring flames manifested, a feat beyond what a mere Do Wang like Gu Suner could achieve, as though were summoned by some unknown force. Beneath Gu Suner's exquisite visage, anticipation transformed into sheer elation, the glow radiating brilliantly, prompting her to shield her eyes with her hand and gently close them. The wind tousled her hair, the light illuminating her face with an ineffable sanctity. Damn it! Stop! Zhu Kuan's countenance darkened at this sight. The inheritance was on the verge of changing hands, and he could not afford to hesitate. Transforming into a colossal dragon, he surged toward Gu Suner with reckless abandon. Gu Yuan's expression shifted dramatically. "Zhu Kuan, how dare you?" In an instant, Zhu Kuan obliterated a vast expanse of the ancient realm structures. His enormous form wreaked havoc with every whip of his tail and twist of his body, devastating markets, alchemy chambers, and meditation rooms. The suddenness of his actions left Gu Yuan with no time to react, and he was hurled away 1,000 feet. Witnessing Zhu Kuan's reckless charge toward Gu Suner's diminutive figure, Gu Suner's eyes glazed over, devoid of pupils, as she raised a slender finger, her expression blank, akin to a child attempting to poke a bubble. Just as Zhu Kuan's cataclysmic assault bore down on her, a blinding beam of white light shot forth from her fingertip, striking the tip of Zhu Kuan's dragon horn. Annihilate. The chilling voice escaped Gu Sun'er's lips, causing Zhu Kuan's colossal dragon form to freeze, its massive claws gripping the ground as it let out a thunderous roar. Yet moments later, it recoiled as if struck, tumbling backward and demolishing a swath of buildings in its wake. Dust clouds billowed, accompanied by Zhu Kuan's furious bellow. Tawasha, ancient emperor. Gu Yuan stared in astonishment at Gu Sun'er, sensing an unfamiliar yet ancient aura emanating from her. Perhaps the Tawasha ancient emperor had been affected by Zhang Tian's presence, as he hesitated upon detecting the primal fire of the Golden Emperor's devouring flames within her. A soft, pale light began to envelop Gu Sun'er as she was about to receive the inheritance, only for it to gradually dissipate. Inheritance? Not passed to women? Zhang Tian chuckled, amused at the notion that the Tawasha ancient emperor had dismissed Gu Sun'er as a potential heir for such a trivial reason. However, the inheritance of the Golden Emperor's devouring flames was indeed inferior, as only the top 3 unique fires on the extraordinary fire ranking possessed singularity. And even the Golden Emperor's devouring flames could replicate a second or third entity. As Gu Sun'er collapsed to the ground, unconscious, reactions varied. Some rejoiced, while others despaired. Zhu Kuan was elated, as this indicated he still had a chance, while Gu Yuan was already aware of the outcome. Transforming into a dragon shadow, he attempted to penetrate the statue's heart, only to be intercepted by Gu Yuan mid-journey. Gu Yuan, your clan is inept. No one can seize the ancient emperor's legacy. Why do you obstruct me? Zhu Kuan's expression darkened, and he showed no mercy, swiftly slaying several half-saints of the ancient clan. Gu Yuan's face turned as dark as soot, his voice resolute. Zhu Kuan, you brazenly invade my ancient realm and commit mass slaughter. This is utterly unacceptable. Zhu Kuan sneered, his hand morphing into a gigantic purple-gold dragon claw, enveloped in a mysterious golden light as he vanished in a flash. The next instant, he reappeared behind Gu Yuan, who was taken aback. With the ancient emperor mirror in hand, he directed a beam of energy capable of annihilating a nation at Zhu Kuan's claw, causing it to slightly veer off course before crashing into the ground of the ancient realm, splitting it with a fissure spanning 1,000 miles. Gu Yuan watched as Zhang Tian made his way deeper into the ancient realm. He contemplated intervening, but was too preoccupied and lacked the courage to do so, ultimately calling out, "What business does the Dou Emperor have here? My ancient clan has never offended you. Nothing of consequence. Merely here to retrieve the legacy of the Shao clan." Zhang Tian waved dismissively, fully aware that any dissent would result in severe repercussions for Gu Yuan. Seeing Gu Yuan grit his teeth in silence, Zhang Tian proceeded toward the Tomb of Heaven, sensing something amiss about Gu Yuan's demeanor. This was to be expected, as Gu Xian had never informed Gu Yuan of the proposed union between Shao Yin and Gu Sun'er. It was merely a temporary measure suggested by Gu Xian, one that Gu Ronglian had never taken seriously. Could a disciple of a 7-star Dou Sheng truly marry our clan's little princess? By order of the clan leader, do not obstruct him. Allow him access to the Tomb of Heaven. With a sigh and a glance at Zhang Tian's direction, Gu Yuan quickly commanded his clansmen. In the brief span of mere moments, Zhu Kuan had transformed into a dragon, wreaking havoc with unparalleled ferocity. Even the esteemed elder of the 8-star Dou Saint rank found himself outmatched, gravely injured by a single strike. Chapter 100, The Ancient Tomb. Shaoxian, Zhu Kuan, disinterested in prolonging the battle, executed a swift maneuver, his colossal dragon tail sweeping through the air and sending Gu Yuan flying. Subsequently, his entire serpentine form coiled around the statue of the ancient emperor, with a resounding roar from his majestic dragon head directed skyward. The statue began to rise from the ground. Noticing Gu Yuan attempting to intervene, a flicker of seriousness crossed Zhu Kuan's eyes. He unleashed one of his dragon claws, tearing open a rift in space, through which formidable figures emanating powerful auras surged into the ancient realm, leaving Gu Yuan momentarily apprehensive. The 4 Dragon Kings, representing the cardinal directions, formed an intricate formation. Above them loomed a gargantuan, purple-golden ancient dragon apparition, exuding an overwhelming presence. A thunderous roar from this ethereal dragon reverberated, shattering the very fabric of the ancient realm. As the ancient dragon's roar echoed through the heavens, a formidable aura enveloped the hearts of all within the ancient clan, casting a shadow of dread even upon Gu Yuan. His demeanor shifted slightly, for he beheld an elderly man with grizzled hair ascending into the formation of the 4 Dragon Kings, encircled by them. The combined might of the five coalesced into an indomitable force, the massive purple-golden dragon apparition becoming increasingly distinct, with even the intricate patterns on its scales visible. The resultant surge of power erupted forth, obliterating the landscape of the ancient realm. Sensing this overwhelming pressure, Gu Yuan was filled with trepidation. Indeed, the ancient lineage had endured for millennia. The ancient dragon hovering above the five figures exuded a pressure comparable to that of a nine-star dose saint. At that moment, the ancient dragon twisted and soared through the sky, its claws rising and vanishing in an instant, amidst the continuous rumble of thunder emanating from the purple cloud surrounding it. Its dragon horns elevated as its piercing gaze fixated intently on Gu Yuan, witnessing the intense heat of the dragon's breath, which sent its long whiskers fluttering. Gu Yuan's expression shifted drastically, prompting him to urgently warn his kin behind him. Quick, disperse. Yet before he could finish, the ancient dragon had already swooped down upon him, its cavernous maw agape, as if to unleash the very gates of death. A torrent of multicolored lightning surged forth from its jaws, transforming the ancient realm into a tempestuous ocean of thunder in an instant. Gu Yuan barely evaded the cataclysmic lightning, which upon striking the ground, silently reduced a towering mountain behind him to dust. The relentless barrage of lightning was seemingly inexhaustible, should this continue. The ancient realm would be reduced to fragments in no time. It is essential to note that the ancient realm was no ordinary space, but a vast domain fortified by several nine-star dose saints throughout history, its expanse only slightly smaller than the central continent. Yet now, it stood on the brink of collapse. The ancient Emperor Mirror, spanning thousands of Zhang, emitted a terrifying beam of white energy, annihilating all obstacles in its path. A multitude of nearly 1,000 Zhang black-golden ancient dragons, at the level of Dozun, were obliterated in the torrent of energy, including 2 semi-holy ancient dragons. Gu Yuan's eyes bulged with fury amidst this furious onslaught. The soaring ancient dragon was struck, and one of its massive horns shattered into fragments. The dragon's head tilted slightly before crashing heavily into the void, sending ripples of destruction through the air. As the towering apparition above dissipated, the members of the ancient clan could not help but look up, momentarily basking in the restored light of the heavens. However, their joy was short-lived as dark clouds descended from the horizon, shrouding the sky once more. The ancient dragon roared, swiftly retreating into the clouds, its formidable form barely concealed by the darkened sky, each scale and claw visible, summoning bolts of destructive lightning to strike the ground. The skies of the ancient realm seemed nearly overwhelmed by the presence of the ancient dragon. Gu Yuan's expression darkened. While the formation of the 5 ancient dragons was indeed intricate, it ultimately paled in comparison to his prowess. A direct confrontation would inevitably lead to the dragon's defeat, for no formation was flawless, and there would always be vulnerabilities impeding its seamless operation. Yet, having fused their powers so harmoniously, the ancient dragon's strength had seemingly surpassed his own. Zhu Kuan disdainfully curled his lip. The statue of the ancient emperor diminished in size under his relentless absorption, rapidly shrinking by over 30 meters in mere moments. However, in comparison to the statue's original height, this was inconsequential. A flicker of impatience crossed his eyes as he ensnared the statue with his claws, the speed of absorption escalating tenfold. He understood the power of the ancient dragon. While it could not vanquish Gu Yuan, it could certainly create immense troubles for him. In this realm, aside from himself, neither Gu Yuan nor the white-clad Soul Heavenly Emperor could easily uncover the weaknesses of this ancient formation. Gu Yuan's fury surged to an unbearable level. He had never anticipated that even after millennia of division, Dragon Island still harbored such profound mysteries. Even without the Dragon Emperor, it was a formidable lineage rivaling that of the 8 clans, truly deserving of its reputation as the strongest in the beast world. Zhang Tian's eyes gleamed with a sapphire brilliance as he navigated through the myriad formations before him, deftly avoiding the attacks of spirit formations resembling birds and beasts, which even ordinary Dou saints could scarcely perceive. His steps faltered momentarily, the space around him trembling in tandem with the accelerating rhythm, revealing an ancient and vast pathway within the previously severed expanse. It lay just ahead. Sensing the chaotic surge of spiritual energy, accompanied by a formidable soul presence nearing the threshold of imperial power, a smile crept upon his face. At last, he had discovered the ancestor of that impudent Xiaoyan. He couldn't help but chuckle at the thought of how amusing it would be to bring him back, witnessing the bewildered and awkward expression of elder brother Xiaozhan. With a decisive crack, he effortlessly opened the stone door leading into the tomb of heaven. The reverberations within clearly drew the attention of the most powerful soul entity residing in the tomb, prompting Zhang Tian to halt his advance and observe the surroundings within the sacred site. The scenery inside the tomb of heaven was peculiar, devoid of greenery and water. It resembled a desolate burial ground, with spectral entities of faint consciousness drifting under a blood-red sky. Upon arriving at Zhang Tian's location, Xiao Xian's pupils dilated, revealing a mixture of disbelief and horror. Clad in a shimmering golden feathered robe, Zhang Tian turned slightly, his pristine white attire billowing despite the absence of wind. As the mysterious figure cast a sidelong glance at him, Xiao Xian felt an overwhelming vertigo, as if he were being transported to an era long before time itself, where a colossal eye, cold and indifferent, suddenly fissured the azure expanse above, fixating upon him. He swallowed hard, his heart pounding with dread. This aura transcended that of earthly dominion. The Dou Emperor. Chapter 101. The Resurrected Xiao Xian. The enigmatic figure clad in golden feathers regarded him from the side, and although disbelief coursed through him, the pressure akin to the weight of heaven and earth was unmistakable. Waves of emotion surged in Xiao Xian's eyes, longing and fervor. But, can one truly achieve the status of an emperor? He stammered, his throat dry, his tone imbued with an unprecedented sense of reverence. Indeed, came the response, and upon hearing this, Xiao Xian could no longer contain his emotions, exclaiming in unrestrained excitement. Is there still a way to become an emperor in this world? There is. The mysterious man turned around, and it was only then that Xiao Xian discerned the remarkably youthful visage before him. Though not strikingly handsome, it possessed an unforgettable charm. How does one become an emperor? Xiao Xian retreated several paces and respectfully bowed deeply with his hands clasped together. Having accepted the teacher's etiquette, he smiled gently and said, "In this world, there exist constraints. Once I unravel these bindings, the exceptional talents of this realm shall naturally ascend to emperorhood." As his words resonated, the entire celestial tomb trembled violently, as if the very heavens were quaking in response. Xiao Xian was momentarily taken aback, his expression shifting in myriad ways before he regained his composure and laughed heartily. The emperor's word is as heavy as a mountain, a decree of gold and jade. He himself was merely a step away from that realm, having glimpsed the path ahead. Why would he hesitate to take that final step? Uncertain of the purpose behind the Dou Emperor's arrival at the celestial tomb, he felt that the grace of becoming an emperor was a debt that could never be repaid, yet he would not shy away from it. Xiao Xian could not help but scrutinize the man before him. The realm of the Dou Emperor stirred his ambitions, yet he noted with astonishment that this individual exuded no trace of tyrannical power. Rather, there was an air of tranquility and transcendence, seemingly existent, yet elevated above the very fabric of the universe. Your demise is not necessary. On the contrary, I must ensure your survival. Zhang Tian extended his hand, and outside the ancient realm, Zhu Kuan halted in his actions of collecting the ancient emperor statue, for a terrifying rift had manifested beside him. A colossal hand, thousands of feet in size, emerged from the fissure and grasped the statue. Zhu Kuan found himself immobilized by an overwhelming pressure, his enormous dragon-like eyes filled with fury and bewilderment as they gazed upon the vanishing hand. Gu Yuan also raised a hand to block the incoming dragon head from the ancient dragon, casting a wary glance deep into the ancient realm. The disparity between the Dou Emperor and the late-stage 9-star Dou Saint was staggering. It seemed that the Soul Emperor's calculations this time would come to naught. Inside the celestial tomb, the space quaked violently, and the sky split open, revealing a rift through which the nearly 10,000-foot ancient emperor statue crashed down. After stirring up a tempest of dust, Xiao Xian gazed in awe at the towering statue, realizing that even the most colossal beasts of the Douqi continent would appear insignificant before it. A voice tinged with respect echoed in his ear, "Predecessor, ancient emperor. The junior Yin has yet to mature and seeks to borrow your flame." As Zhang Tian's words faded, a silver flame emerged from the chest of the ancient emperor statue, passing through the luminous barrier without causing any harm, merely creating ripples. However, once the flame breached the surface of the statue, its radiance intensified, illuminating the entire vicinity as if a second sun had risen within the tomb. emanating a unique aura of the Do Emperor that compelled all beings within to prostrate themselves. Xiao Xian trembled, and, just as he was about to kneel, Zhang Tian timely unleashed a portion of his own aura, dissipating the immense pressure. Yet, the oppressive force from the two Do Emperors left Xiao Xian's complexion pale. The Silver Emperor flame seemed to have found its target, blossoming into vibrant green lotuses that radiated vitality within the void, while the essence of the flame surged swiftly toward Zhang Tian. Grasping the Emperor flame, Xiao Xian marveled at its power, even in his hands. He could feel the scorching heat, a stark contrast to the core temperature that was thousands of times greater. A pure energy enveloped the Emperor flame, impervious to the searing silver fire, and it seamlessly integrated into Xiao Xian's ethereal body. Xiao Xian was momentarily taken aback, then shook his head, saying, "My corporeal form has been destroyed, and my soul's strength has dissipated for thousands of years. Resurrection seems nigh impossible." In truth, he discerned Zhang Tian's intentions. Yet he himself held little hope for revival. "Who knows?" Zhang Tian replied with a mysterious smile. "Never underestimate the power of a Do Emperor. If one cannot revive the dead, how can they speak of transcending the heavens? Even you, Xiao Xian, who are merely a step away from breaking through to the Do Emperor, may not be beyond hope." Feeling the long-lost revival of his power, his flesh and bones were continuously reconstituted under Zhang Tian's Do Qi. Streams of energy from the vibrant green life flames flowed into Xiao Xian's incorporeal form, revitalizing even his withered soul power as if nourished by a spiritual spring. Subsequently, powerful currents surged from his dantian through his meridians. Do Qi once again coursed through his veins, forming whirlpools, liquefying, crystallizing, only to shatter in a magnificent explosion. Greedily absorbing this boundless energy, he felt akin to a parched desert meeting a vast oasis. This energy was inexhaustible, and even in his prime, it paled in comparison. As the last remnants of his flesh, bone, and even hair were reforged, the Silver Emperor flame soared into the colossal statue, while Zhang Tian opened his eyes and expressed gratitude to the ancient emperor. "Thank you, esteemed predecessor." The profound grace of the Do Emperor left Xiao Xian feeling indebted, vowing to serve faithfully in the future. Unable to resist touching his own face, the tangible sensation filled him with exhilaration, as if everything he experienced today was a dream. Without achieving the soul of an emperor, the strong are reluctant to let their souls linger outside their bodies for too long. Even a ninth-grade alchemist would not dare to do so, for the soul is extraordinarily fragile, and prolonged detachment from the corporeal form could lead to dire consequences. Now, Xiao Xian had regained the strength of a 5-star Do Saint, his soul power having reached the Emperor realm. And even his body had fortuitously been tempered by the Emperor flame, rendering it even more formidable. "Where do you intend to go?" Zhang Tian inquired of the resurrected Xiao Xian. After a brief moment of hesitation, he replied, "Wherever the Do Emperor goes, I shall follow." "Very well. Simply address me as master. I mean, what do you wish to pursue most at this moment?" Zhang Tian yawned, somewhat weary of Xiao Xian's formalities. Taken aback, Xiao Xian noticed the sincerity in his demeanor and replied, "I wish to reunite with my kin and restore the glory of the Xiao clan." A subtle smile graced Zhang Tian's lips, and he nodded in approval. "This is precisely the task I need you to undertake. Though distant in the heavens, it is close at hand. Did you not sense the essence of the Xiao clan within me?" Hearing Zhang Tian's words, Xiao Xian felt a flicker of uncertainty. After a moment's contemplation, he confirmed with a shake of his head, "I did not perceive it." Nodding, Zhang Tian did not find it strange. Instead, he pointed toward the ancient emperor statue. "Back in the day, in your pursuit of breaking through to the Do Emperor, you forcibly gathered the bloodline strength of the entire Xiao clan, yet your efforts culminated in failure. As a result, the once mighty Xiao clan fell into decline, and its bloodline has grown so thin that it is nearly extinguished." His words awakened Xiao Xian to shame, and he wore a look of regret. "I, Xiao Xian, have let down the expectations of my clan, bringing shame upon the Xiao family. My disciple is one of your clan, Xiao Yan. To reclaim the Xiao clan's legacy, you must return the clan's emblem to them. The future shall be like a dragon entering the sea, and the Do Emperor is within reach." Upon hearing Zhang Tian's words, Xiao Xian promptly responded, "This is indeed my duty. I cannot fail to meet your expectations." Simultaneously, he felt a surge of joy at the thought that, millennia later, the Shao clan still had someone capable of being a disciple of the contemporary Dou emperor. It appeared that the current state of the Shao clan was not as desolate as he had imagined. Shao Xian's eager agreement relieved Zhang Tian. In the original trajectory, Shao Xian was supposed to dissipate his existence, merging with the countless souls within the celestial tomb and infusing them into Shao Yan's body to forge his emperor's soul, while also reclaiming the clan emblem representing the bloodline of the Dou emperor. Shao Yan, now merely possessing the strength of a 3-star Dou Huang, evidently lacks the capacity to endure the infusion of the soul entities from the heavenly tomb. However, the bloodline of the Dou Di belonging to the Shao clan is certain to amplify his power significantly, potentially enabling him to break through to the 4th and 5th stars consecutively. Zhang Tian is equally intrigued. At the pinnacle of evolution, after reaching the realm referred to as the Emperor, does the path before him become severed, or does it twist and turn, suggesting that the journey is far from over? Chapter 102. The Soul Emperor's Contingency? How has it progressed? Within the vast expanse of the Great Desolation, countless powerful beings are stationed in an expansive territory, hailing from diverse races, yet united by a singular fervor for battle. This is the first campaign against the Dou Di in countless millennia on the Dou Qi continent. Just the thought of it ignites one's blood. Standing atop a lofty mountain, the Soul Emperor gazes down at the fervent members of the Yao and Yin clans, a cold and triumphant smile gracing his lips. Clad in a flowing white scholar's robe, he has nearly healed from his injuries, thanks to the restorative properties of a 9th-rank pill. In fact, he has fortuitously refined a portion of the essence from the Emperor-grade Chuling pill, rendering his Dou Qi even more pure and resulting in a modest advancement in his cultivation. A cultured and genial smile adorns his face, coupled with a hint of anticipation. My Soul Clan's descendants have already contributed approximately 50 to 60% into the soul transformation pool, and there are still millions of other forces and descendants from the Stone Clan. Currently, the formation is about 70% complete. A gaunt man in a black robe kneels beside him, delivering this report. However, the man hesitates momentarily, prompting the Soul Emperor to cast a fleeting glance at him. What troubles you? Due to the decision to sacrifice our kin to the soul transformation pool, many of our clansmen have expressed their discontent. The Soul Emperor's gaze flickers momentarily as he studies the gaunt man, whose scarred visage begins to glow faintly red, radiating an unsettling heat, while the man's eyes dart away in evasion. The void-devouring flame has yet to return. Its offspring fire has dissipated significantly, likely either subdued or scattered beyond recognition. Without the void-devouring flame, the purity and continuation of our Soul Clan's Dou Di bloodline cannot be preserved. Now, the only way for me to ascend to the Dou Di realm and alter the lineage is to ensure the prosperity of the Soul Clan, lest we fall into obscurity like the Shao clan. His words carry an undeniable weight, causing the man to break out in a cold sweat. For the sake of the Soul Clan, what is a mere sacrifice? Yet, it is crucial to retain a portion of our clan's strength. Thus, let us seek out more powerful beings from the continent, and together with the souls we have previously collected, cast them into the soul transformation pool. He glances down at the Yao and Yin clans, a glimmer of pity flickering across his visage. The Yao and Yin clans are situated relatively close, while the Soul Clan's territory lies further away, though they have united under the leadership of the Soul Emperor, once the mightiest being in the world. Due to the allure of the Dou Di inheritance, both clans harbor significant wariness towards the Soul Clan. Recent days have seen the Soul Clan unleash a storm of bloodshed and devastation across the continent, yet the Yao and Yin clans pay them little heed, for they are no paragons of virtue. Elsewhere, the clan leaders of the Yao and Yin stand side by side, observing the Soul Emperor atop the mountain. Sensing their gaze, the Soul Emperor smirks coldly but does not turn. Yin Jin, what is your view on the Soul Emperor's maneuvers? The leader of the Yao clan, Yao Dan, dressed in a white robe akin to an alchemist yet devoid of rank, exudes an air of superiority in his alchemical prowess, which is unrivaled on the continent. Even the 9th-rank pill held by the Pill Tower's ancestor appears trivial in his eyes, having crafted no fewer than 3 9th-rank golden pills over the millennia. Next to him, the fiery middle-aged man clad in a crimson robe raises an eyebrow, his hair resembling flames. Indifferently, he responds, "The 8 clans have been embroiled in conflict for nearly 10 millennia. These continual struggles are merely for the inheritance of the ancient emperor. This is the raison d'etre of the 8 clans. Are you, old man, beginning to feel trepidation? I harbor no fear of the Soul Emperor's petty schemes. After all, he has pledged that the Yao and Yin clans will receive 70% of the inheritance, as long as this battle does not incur excessive losses. He would not dare to renege. The combined might of our two clans could withstand even the Soul clan. Only in the era of the ancestral Shao Xian, who inherited from Shao Ding, could such a feat have been possible. Regrettably, the ancestor Shao Xian met his demise after being ambushed and grievously injured by a coalition led by the Soul Emperor, alongside the ancestors of the Soul Cliff and several other formidable beings. While the Yao clan fears the Soul Emperor, the Yin clan stands resolute. Observing the brash and confident demeanor of Yin Jin, Yao Dan sighs inwardly, hoping his concerns are unfounded. After all, Yin Jin's power surpasses his own, particularly with his fusion of the volcanic firestone and the 9 nether golden ancestor fire, creating the 8 desolation destruction flame, which could rival the Golden Emperor's blazing flame. Despite his inner turmoil, Yao Dan maintains a composed exterior. After a brief exchange, they realize the figure of the Soul Emperor has vanished, exchanging glances and shaking their heads. Suddenly, Yin Jin inquires, "What of that renowned alchemist from Central State who was expelled from the Yao clan? Did the Yao clan truly refuse his return?" This incident has stirred Central State to its core, and even I am taken aback. How could they cast aside a Do, Sheng, and 9th rank alchemist? Such an opportunity is rare. Yao Dan feels a pang of bitterness, yet his face remains serene and composed. Indeed, such an occurrence transpired. Had it not been for his insistence on vindicating his parents, I would never have denied a clansman of such stature a 5-star Do Sheng and 9th rank alchemist. Yet, the pride of the Yao clan must be preserved. Should a clansman, long lost, return after achieving 5-star Do Sheng and possessing 9th rank alchemy, it would be a matter of great honor. However, if he were to come back after being cast out, demanding retribution for his parents, it would undoubtedly tarnish the Yao clan's reputation and become a source of ridicule. By the heavens, even Yin Jin cannot suppress a sharp intake of breath, his eyes widening as he points incredulously at Yao Dan, his emotions surging to the surface, causing the 8 desolation destruction flame to flicker to life. Surely you jest. How could you be so reckless? After a long pause, he exhales deeply, gazing at Yao Dan with mixed emotions. A 5-star Do Sheng, a 9th rank alchemist. And you would refuse such a boon? The Yao clan truly wields great influence. Yet why does he not come to my Yin clan? While we may possess more exotic fires, our alchemical skills pale in comparison to the Yao clan. Yao Dan's lips twitch slightly. Who could know the turmoil brewing within him? He glances at Yin Jin and sighs. Ah, Yin Jin, let me speak candidly. Though you may not possess conventional good looks, your aspirations are undoubtedly grand. Yin Jin retorts, had I been accomplished in my youth, I would have had countless suitors. He approaches. The Soul Emperor raises his gaze, fixing his eyes upon the figure adorned in golden feathered garments, a fervor and determination igniting within him. The might of the Do Emperor has manifested so swiftly, despite not yet being fully realized. The gaunt man beside him also gazes skyward at the figure, as a colossal barrier of light enveloping an area exceeding 97,000 miles looms over the great desolation. This formidable defensive barrier, crafted under the leadership of the Soul Emperor, Yao Dan and Yin Jin, alongside nearly 30 Do Shengs, is unprecedented in its magnitude. One can only imagine the fortitude it possesses. Even the combined might of 9-star Do Shengs could batter against it for a day without breaching its defenses. Zhang Tian encounters the familiar presence of the Soul Emperor, flanked by a cadre of cold, black-robed Soul clan minions. The gaze of these formidable beings upon Zhang Tian carries an unusual intensity, apart from a few Soul entities. Many among them practice chillingly dark arts. Upon encountering Zhang Tian, not only does he feel a profound psychic pressure, but the Do-Chi emanating from him seems to ignite in response. Below, 2 formidable factions stand in perfect unison, one clad in azure and white long robes, adorned with a small jade gourd atop their heads, representing the medicinal clan. The other, a tribe characterized by their thick brows, large eyes, and fiery red hair and beards, known as the Flame Clan. Zhang Tian raised his hand, his pale golden feathered attire emanating glimmers of light, a terrifying energy flickering within. This was not merely clothing. It symbolized the recognition of the heavens bestowed upon him after transcending to the Do Emperor level, imbued with an overwhelming power capable of compelling the very heavens to submit. Was it truly wise to confront him in such an unfinished state? The lean man lifted his head, his gaze filled with horror, as a foreboding sense of impending doom echoed incessantly in his mind. The Soul Emperor revealed a sly smile, enigmatic and elusive, while internally he too felt an alarm blaring with fervor. However, he was not afraid. Instead, he appeared almost entranced. Is this the might of a Do Emperor? As the overwhelming aura intensified, countless soldiers prostrated themselves on the ground, stripped of the privilege even to glance upwards. Only the tribe leaders and a few Do saints managed to stand, while the Soul Emperor maintained a facade of calm, impervious to the oppressive force emanating from the heavens. Yet was that all? Yan Jin's body sank slightly. However, in that moment his thoughts swirled tumultuously, and the next instant he braced himself against the pressure, standing tall. It seems he had not yet reached a point of utter incapacity for combat. He glanced at Yao Dan, only to find the latter smirking back, laced with a hint of provocation and a touch of mockery. "Old fellow, do not falter now." Sensing the remaining concern, Yao Dan displayed a smile. "How could I? Engaging in battle with a Do Emperor is an opportunity one cannot afford to relinquish. Is this the extent of a half-emperor's peak might?" Zhang Tian remained suspended in the void, observing the scene below with keen interest. Suddenly, an overwhelming pressure, far surpassing what had just been felt, seemed to emanate from the very ends of the earth, sweeping across the Do Emperor continent in an instant. All but the Dragon Gate's denizens knelt in reverence, a deep respect arising from within. What is happening to me? Some nefarious individuals felt a sudden surge of this thought, yet they found themselves unable to control their bodies, left with no choice but to kneel. In an instant, all Do saints fell as if struck down, and both Yao Dan and Yan Jin struggled against the oppressive force. Yao Dan collapsed to the ground, prostrating himself, while Yan Jin unleashed the 8 Desolations destruction flame to shield himself, only to feel his body bend under the weight, his head sinking into the earth, while his waist continued to descend. Lying on the ground, Yao Dan wore an expression of relief. He could hear the cracking of Yan Jin's bones. I was terrified at that moment. Fortunately, his old bones had endured. Yan Jin, being young and vigorous, did not concern him much. The Soul Emperor sensed the palpable, terrifying might of the Do Emperor as the heavens and earth began to churn. Thunderbolts striking the protective barrier above, as if heaven itself sought to punish those who dared offend a Do Emperor. Yet, awkwardly, the bolts only struck the barrier, creating ripples before dissipating. The Soul Emperor gradually found himself overwhelmed by the pressure, and the lean man beside him, likely due to his proximity to the Soul Emperor, bore the brunt of the oppressive force aimed at the 9-star Do saints. Now bleeding from all 7 orifices, his teeth shattered. The Soul Emperor's back trembled slightly before he began to sink, his legs growing weak and trembling, eventually bending until he knelt. The sound of his robes stirring up dust as his knees struck the ground, creating 2 deep impressions. Yet, he seemed indifferent, his fiery gaze fixed upon Zhang Tian, filled with longing. To kneel before a Do Emperor is of little consequence. The Soul Emperor bowed his head, laboriously inscribing a rune into the earth. The rune was simple, but within moments it was activated. Evidently, he had long been prepared. Bloodlight erupted across the entirety of Central State, imbued with a terrifying capacity for devouring and destruction, threatening to consume the entire region in an instant. Meanwhile, within the great wilderness, countless bloodlights rose, many individuals bursting apart, their blood flowing inexorably into the hill where the Soul Emperor stood, the hill emanating a crimson glow, marked with intricate runic symbols. Suddenly, a blood pool of 2,000 zhang in size appeared, already filled to 8 tens capacity, as an endless stream of blood flowed into it from the great wilderness. Due to its distance, the formations of Central State had yet to be triggered. Yao Dan and Yan Jin, suffocated by the oppressive aura, narrowed their eyes, seemingly grasping the terrifying implications, and spoke in unison. The living devouring formation. In ancient times, the 8 clans had agreed not to massacre innocent lives recklessly. Though the Soul Clan had repeatedly violated this, they said little. However, the living devouring formation was utterly forbidden for once invoked. It required the blood of at least millions of lives. Yan Jin's eyes burned with the 8 Desolations destruction flame, his fierce gaze fixated on the ground as if to incinerate it, revealing the magma below. Both felt the tendrils of blood entwining around them, draining away their essence, fighting spirit, power, flesh, and life. Glancing aside, They indeed saw the bloodlines connecting to the blood pool, the other end tethered to the Soul Emperor. As torrents of blood light surged into his body, at that moment, his aura erupted violently, propelling him towards Zhang Tian with a furious punch. The Emperor's blood blade manifesting in his hand, a sinister gleam in his eyes as he unleashed a terrifying black blade aura that tore through the fabric of reality. Though it appeared formidable, such an approach would still not allow one to surpass a Dou Emperor. Zhang Tian effortlessly shattered the massive fist imprint, and as he faced the black blade aura, a flicker of gravity crossed his features. This strike was already akin to the power of a Dou Emperor. Zhang Tian glanced at the people of Central State, safeguarding them and severing their connection to the Soul Emperor. Otherwise, he feared the entire populace would perish. As time flowed onward, the Soul Emperor's aura intensified. If before it had merely been comparable to an initial Dou Emperor, now it had ascended to the level of a one-star Dou Emperor. Alas, you remain unaware of the chasm between a one-star and a five-star Dou Emperor. Even 5 of you combined could not bridge that divide. I'm not here merely to obstruct you. Realizing his attack had been easily thwarted, though shaken, he recognized it was not a time for direct confrontation. With a strange smile, he stepped aside. Blood continued to pour into the soul transforming pool behind him, and from the swirling vortex of blood, a crimson figure suddenly emerged. The blood figure stood atop a 1,000-zhong whirlpool of blood, seemingly devoid of awareness. Upon closer inspection, Zhang Tian realized the figure bore an uncanny resemblance to himself. The Soul Emperor formed seals with his hands. The blood figure trembled and, as if awakened, began to form seals of its own. With a gentle strike, the blood-red giant palm unexpectedly repelled Zhang Tian several steps back. The blood continued to pour in, coalescing into a vast sea of crimson, and at the center of the swirling vortex, it abruptly halted. 2 blood dragons burst forth from the whirlpool, entwining around the crimson figure as towering waves surged skyward, crashing down amidst the blood sea, unleashing a tempest of crimson tides. The figure gathered strength, the twin blood dragons wrapping around him, as a 7-stringed zither formed from blood materialized, causing the entire blood sea to rapidly evaporate and shrink in size. Beneath the blood-soaked sea, countless beings wailed in agony. Those with greater strength constructed protective energy shields using their fighting spirit. Among them, Yao Dan unleashed his terrifying prowess, reaching the pinnacle of the 7-star Dou Saint, enveloping all the members of the Yao clan within a colossal fighting spirit barrier. A massive, blood-red sun, nearly 10,000 feet in diameter, erupted from the heavens, resembling a gigantic sphere poised to descend. Even before it touched down, it radiated an overwhelming aura of dread, with torrents of blood exuding a chilling, marrow-deep malice, coiling around the surface of the sanguine sun. The sun god descends. Oh, have you replicated my technique? I sensed an energy strike comparable to that of a 3rd-rank Dou Emperor, a force capable of annihilating the very heavens and earth. It is worth noting that this move shattered the vast and sturdy ancient abode of the Tuo, Shi ancient emperor. The longing halberd reappeared in my grasp, its tip brimming with profound and immense energy. Within the longing halberd, a vast space entirely composed of water attributes had manifested, evolving into a miniature world. The water attribute world stirred as the ocean spanning millions of miles surged violently. The waters beneath roiled and the surface churned, unleashing countless gargantuan droplets that soared into the sky. Streams morphed into the forms of water dragons, their silvery bodies arching and roaring defiantly towards the heavens. In an instant, myriad spears coalesced, channeling the full might of the miniaturized world within the longing halberd. This strike held the power to obliterate the entire continent of fighting spirit, far surpassing any attack from previous Dou Emperors, and it pierced through the colossal sun in the sky in a heartbeat. A terrifying roar erupted, and energy exploded in the vast heights above, sending a crimson wave sweeping across the entire continent, even extending beyond the stars, before gradually dissipating. With a mere gesture, a golden beam, reminiscent of a reborn golden wheel, surged through the air, effortlessly slicing through the 97,000-mile barrier erected by the combined forces of the Soul Emperor, Yanjin, and others. Then, to the astonishment of all, the protective barrier began to shatter without warning, and the endless sea of blood was cleaved in two. The Soul Pool, which had absorbed the blood of the Soul Clan, Yao Clan, Yin Clan, and countless innocent lives, shattered into fragments. The Soul Emperor, gazing skyward, remained motionless, the blade in his hand, the blood blade of the emperor, silently descending, dissipating into wisps of black smoke in an instant. The name of the emperor slayer. How utterly ridiculous. With the oppressive aura vanishing, Yan Jin and Yao Dan soared into the skies, gazing up at the figure standing above the heavens, their hearts trembling in silence. Chapter 103. The return of source energy on a towering stone spire, rising majestically amidst the heavens. A young figure clad in a robe of shattered gold sat quietly atop the high tower, his eyes half closed. Below him, countless powerful individuals gazed fervently at this young man, for he was the sole supreme being of the Do Qi continent, safeguarding the entire realm. Who approaches? A guard stationed at the stone tower crossed his war spear, blocking the entrance alongside another guard. Hearing the commotion outside, the figure seated on the first level of the tower opened his eyes, furrowing his brow as if sensing a familiar presence. The newcomer was a man shrouded in shadows, clad in a voluminous black cloak that concealed his form, revealing only a pair of dark eyes. Observing the two Do emperors barring his way, he appeared unperturbed, raising his head slightly to reveal a finely sculpted chin. It seemed he was not fond of wasting manpower. After all, it had long been decreed that Do emperors should not guard the gates. Upon hearing the voice, the figure within the tower's interior stirred, his gaze flickering. In a flash, he vanished in a whirlwind, exiting before anyone could react. As he felt the phantoms around him gradually dissipate, the guard could not help but gulp. Is this the power of the Shao clan? Seeing a familiar face emerge. The man in the black cloak no longer concealed his appearance, a slight smile gracing his lips as he cast aside his cloak, letting it fall behind him. Long Min, Shao Yan. As these words escaped his lips, the onlookers, who had been circling in anticipation, collectively gasped in shock, their eyes shifting from pity to awe. The second young master, the now tri-star Do Zun, Pei-in, chuckled lightly, his age seeming to regress significantly, appearing no older than 30, despite being over 40. Although he could not inherit the Do Emperor bloodline, he had not been neglected by Zhang Tian, and his rapid progress within Long Min, amidst abundant resources and a conducive training environment, was remarkable. Having finished his greeting, Pei-in knelt on one knee, paying homage to Shao Yan in an ancient manner. Long Min Pei-in pays respects to the young master. The mere mention of Long Min ignited fervor in the hearts of all present, for those two words symbolized something profound. Long Min was renowned for welcoming anyone who refrained from heinous acts, granting even a mere Do Wang the privilege to be honored by Do saints, a status worthy of respect. The individual before them was none other than the legendary young master of Long Min, Shao Yan. It was essential to note that the Do Emperor stood alone. While some distant relatives had significantly enhanced their strength due to the Do Emperor bloodline, yet this so-called Zhang family had seemingly not gained the Emperor's acknowledgement. In contrast, the Shao clan, which had once dominated the Do Qi continent and now rose anew, was the most coveted and transcendent power in the realm. Countless Do saints, even those far surpassing the clan leader, Shao Zhan, sought to join the Shao clan as guest elders or stewards. Shao Yan appeared immune to the fervent gazes surrounding him, a sense of helplessness washing over him amidst the attention. Pei-in felt a pang of empathy. He understood how exceptional this young master was, yet regrettably, he had always been overshadowed by the mythic glow of his master. Nevertheless, Shao Yan accepted this reality, recognizing that having a formidable master was not without its advantages. This was the essence of having a strong background. Moreover, Shao Yan had never disappointed Zhang Tian, upholding the esteemed title of a Do Emperor's disciple. A fiery pattern flickered on his brow, as he had consumed no fewer than 7 types of extraordinary flames, his aura causing those around him to feel a mix of uncertainty and awe. His subsequent actions elicited gasps from the numerous powerful individuals hovering in reverence. With a slight movement of his foot, he ascended, not manifesting Do Qi wings, but instead seemingly stepping upon the air itself, rising effortlessly as though traversing an invisible staircase. His speed rivaling that of any Do Emperor present. Do Zong. Those familiar with Shao Yan knew he had become a disciple of the Do Emperor at the tender age of 15, and now, just over 4 years later, he was merely 20. Such talent was exceedingly rare, even among the ancient 8 clans of Zhongzhou. After all, none could compare to that figure. Gulp. Shao Yan's aura was concealed remarkably well. Even Pei-in was unaware of it, and he could not help but marvel at the young master's rapid ascent. It was worth noting that when that esteemed individual arrived at the Shao clan, he too had not yet reached the level of Do Zong. The second young master has truly surpassed his predecessors. A flicker of contentment crossed Pei N's eyes, followed by a murmured reflection. Was that merely an illusion? Did I sense a hint of danger from young master Xiaoyan? Shaking his head, he forcibly dismissed this unrealistic thought from his mind, smiling. How could this be possible? He is a 3-star Dozun, revered as the esteemed Pain in the Doqi continent, having even developed his own advanced techniques, the blazing palm and the absorbing palm. His earth-level Do techniques include the divine Luo Tianzheng and the myriad phenomena heavenly pull, along with the catastrophic earth-bursting celestial star capable of annihilating an entire human empire. Years ago, when he encountered a formidable 5-star Do Zun outside the Songyao Empire, he not only sealed his opponent with this technique, but also conjured a colossal moon in the skies above Songyao, creating the extraordinary phenomenon of twin moons in the same sky. Teacher, observing the now significantly more powerful Xiaoyan, Zhang Tian could only smile helplessly, a blend of fondness and reprimand in his expression. The youth, brimming with impetuosity, seemed oblivious to the need for restraint. Upon hearing this, Xiaoyan offered a wry smile, obediently suppressing the overwhelming aura that had surged after his recent breakthrough. Your ancestor, Xiao Xian, has informed me that he is on the verge of taking that pivotal step. Should he succeed, your Do Emperor bloodline will activate, likely propelling your strength to unprecedented heights. A hint of sorrow crossed Zhang Tian's face. Despite having traversed the path of Do Emperor for quite some time, he had yet to finalize his imperial title. After ascending to emperor status, no matter how he pondered, he remained unsatisfied with his choices. The Longyin halberd, wielded by the dragon Phoenix Emperor, bore the name of Longyin, which felt like a demeaning honor to him. Generally, Do emperors refrain from adopting the weapons of others for their own titles. Is your ancestor also about to break through to Do Emperor? Xiaoyan's face lit up with joy. He understood the significance of that step, for his teacher was the very first to have crossed it in countless years. Given Xiao Xian's youthful appearance, he and Xiaoyan shared a close bond. The Xiao clan's bloodline has been severed for thousands of years. Even if he breaks through to Do Emperor, it will not significantly aid you. The man-snake suddenly interjected, knowledge imparted by Zhang Tian. Now, towering at 3 meters, the man-snake loomed behind Zhang Tian like a massive iron tower, forcing Xiaoyan to crane his neck to converse with him. You two possess my Do Emperor bloodline within you. Whether you can break through to Do Zun depends on your will, Zhang Tian stated with a smile. Despite the countless generations that separated them, the fusion with Zhang Tian's Do Emperor bloodline should yield commendable results. The man-snake was no longer the foolish giant he once was, having assimilated some of Zhang Tian's Do Emperor bloodline. He had attained the strength of a 7-star Do Saint, showcasing the might of the second-generation direct Do Emperor bloodline. Draped in a cloak, his aura returning to an ethereal state, Xiaoyan nodded nonchalantly, though the expression obscured by his cloak revealed his determination to give his all. Are you heading out for more training? Zhang Tian asked, lips pursed in a semblance of a smile. Do not disclose the Dragon Gate. Xiaoyan's stride did not falter. He clearly paid no heed, unfazed by the multitude across the continent capable of extinguishing a Do zone with a mere flick of their wrist. Chapter 104, Do Emperor Continent. After Xiaoyan departed, Zhang Tian sat quietly atop the towering stone edifice, the man-snake standing guard behind him. Was he preparing for action? Zhu Kuan glanced at the expectant Xiao Xian, finding him inscrutable. Although merely a 5-star Do Saint, he emanated an elusive aura of threat. Unbeknownst to him, Xiao Xian had sensed the Do Emperor's bottleneck thousands of years prior, and now stood at the threshold, ready to break through. Though he had only regained 5-star Do Saint strength, with a source of energy, he could instantly challenge the Do Emperor realm. Brother Xiao Xian, it appears that despite your several millennia of lead, we shall still break through to Do Emperor together today, Ancient Yuan cheerfully remarked from the heights of the stone tower. Xiao Xian snorted disdainfully, offering no warmth to Ancient Yuan, who would seek camaraderie with you. It was essential to note that Ancient Yuan's actions repulsed him. Initially claiming that the location of the heavenly tomb involved the ancient clan, he coerced Xiao Xian into surrendering the Tuo, Shi Ancient Emperor Jade, as collateral, with a promise to return it upon his breakthrough, regardless of success or failure. The ancient clan had then agreed to send someone to retrieve the jade from the Xiao clan. Yet, the Soul clan had nearly mobilized their entire force, allying with numerous powerful beings to ambush Xiao Xian at his moment of breakthrough. Despite his formidable prowess, after severely wounding and repelling the Soul Emperor. He was left too drained to eliminate him. This fierce battle raged for nearly a day, and Ancient Yuan, that despicable old wretch, remained utterly inactive. With the ancient Emperor Mirror's insights, it was impossible for him not to notice the Soul Clan's movements. His 9-star Do Saint late-stage prowess was unrivaled across the continent. Could there truly be a location he could not reach in a single day? Moreover, the battleground was adjacent to the Shao realm, connected to the ancient realm. Instead of ensuring the safety of the Shao clan members, he prioritized protecting various Do techniques and resources, successfully sequestering numerous techniques and treasures back to the ancient realm. That should suffice. The figure clad in gold, seated atop the stone tower, opened his eyes, revealing an intricate pattern etched upon his face, his clan's insignia. This sigil had enabled many without Do Chi to transcend to Do Zone, even Do Zun. The ensuing events unfolded, just as depicted in the original narrative. The tranquility of the sky persisted for half a day, finally breaking into a series of extraordinary ripples as the sun began to set. Countless onlookers held their breath, astonished by the spectacle. As the ripples intensified with the passage of time, Zhang Tian's eyes abruptly widened. A column of energy piercing through the heavens erupted from his crown, ascending into the distant sky under the gaze of all in Zhongzhou. Buzz! As this column surged forth, the once tranquil sky became tumultuously agitated. After a brief moment, a luminescent passageway, shimmering with ethereal light, seemed to rupture the constraints of dimensional space, appearing before the watchful eyes of countless observers. Upon the emergence of this passage, Zhang Tian rose abruptly, his expression grave as he observed the scene. From within this portal, he sensed an unfamiliar essence, source Qi. However, it was not this that instilled trepidation within him. Rather, it was the moment the passage appeared. A resplendent golden figure shot forth from the towering portal. A Do Emperor. No, surpassing the Do Emperor. The golden figure, though motionless, radiated an overwhelming aura far beyond that of a Do Emperor. The man-snake's knees buckled, a drop of blood escaping his lips, while countless powerful beings hovering around the stone tower could not withstand the force acting upon their bodies, plummeting from the air like dumplings. At that moment, only Zhang Tian remained unscathed, albeit with a slightly somber expression. The figure slightly parted its lips, gazing skyward, yet made no further movements. Lacking both intent and corporeal form, Zhang Tian scrutinized the figure intently, his gaze sharpening. In the next instant, as if beckoning something, a burst of brilliance erupted, revealing a silhouette bathed in golden radiance. This figure, seemingly aware of its surroundings, gradually tempered its overwhelming aura with a hint of apology. Who might you be? The burning emperor technique accelerated within Zhang Tian, his Do Chi surging like a relentless river, a misty glow gradually obscuring his visage, rendering him a mere blur amidst the chaos. Sensing the terrifying energy emanating from Zhang Tian's suddenly vibrant golden robes, the mysterious figure's gaze narrowed slightly, before erupting into hearty laughter. I never anticipated that after my time, another would emerge capable of receiving such recognition from the heavens. The silhouette flickered, its gaze shimmering, as it sensed an aura that rivaled its own. You are formidable. Lacking confidence in my ability to defeat you without resorting to my true form, I never anticipated that such a powerful being could emerge in this land, once my dominion for millennia. Zhang Tian discerned a chilling revelation from the other's exclamation. His eyes narrowed, and he suddenly inquired, "A Do Emperor?" Indeed, the mysterious figure affirmed. The Do Emperor who vanished from the Duki continent a millennium ago? No. The enigmatic being negated Zhang Tian's assertion, seemingly contemplating its words. To be precise, I departed the Duki continent 140,000 years ago. Zhang Tian's pupils contracted. You're still alive? The mysterious figure appeared amused by the incredulity. Naturally I am. Impossible. Even if you have transcended the Do Emperor realm, it is unfathomable to have survived for 140,000 years, let alone maintain your current peak prowess, Zhang Tian retorted, shaking his head, skeptical of the mysterious one's claims. You will understand upon your arrival, the figure replied with a slight smile, unperturbed by Zhang Tian's doubt. I had not anticipated that you had acquired another Do Emperor's origin artifact. However, it likely cannot withstand your power any longer. Zhang Tian was taken aback. He too had reached that so-called realm beyond the Do Emperor. Unaware of the designation of this state, he recognized that his power now far surpassed that of a 9-star Do Emperor. With but a thought, he could instigate the collapse of the Duki continent, and the process would not be slow. Are you aware that there exist artifacts even beyond origin artifacts? The mysterious figure chuckled, gesturing lightly, causing a luminous screen to unfold. Within this ethereal veil, 3 weapons radiated a soft glow: an ancient sword, a longbow, and an ancient bronze coffin. The ancient sword was etched with celestial bodies on one side and landscapes on the other. Its hilt bore inscriptions of strategies for unifying the seas and techniques for cultivation and husbandry. The sword emitted boundless divine radiance, trembling slightly, rendering a formidable fiend powerless to move, as a breathtaking beam of sword light, capable of rending the cosmos, obliterated the fiend into nothingness. Zhang Tian observed this spectacle silently, though his clenched fist quivered, betraying the turmoil within, for the fiend's aura was not inferior to his own. Next, the ancient bronze coffin floated in the desolate, frigid cosmos, where a pallid-haired man with a faintly sinister smile swiftly formed incantations. As the seals shifted, the coffin trembled, ultimately opening before the astonished gaze of the black-haired man and an assembly of ancient elders emanating profound waves of energy. A dreadful pull instantly engulfed an entire star domain. As for the longbow, its scene remained unrendered. Is this truly an artifact of legend? Zhang Tian mused, a mixture of curiosity and awe flooding his senses. He had not anticipated the existence of such terrifying weapons. Even the dragon's wrath spear seemed dim and feeble against the likes of the Xianyuan sword and the ancient bronze coffin. Imperial artifact. The mysterious figure's lips curled into a slight smirk as he uttered these words, then beckoned, summoning a streak of flowing light that shattered the passageway, propelling forward. Zhang Tian's gaze fixated on the ancient sword, which radiated an aura of noble righteousness. His heart seized with astonishment. This sword was undoubtedly tangible, not an illusion. This is my sword. The mysterious figure affixed the ancient sword to his waist, observing Zhang Tian with keen interest. A splendid blade. Time had not elapsed significantly. Unlike the presently bewildered Gu Yuan and Zhu Kuan, Xiao Xian had entered a state of breakthrough, choosing to place his trust in Zhang Tian. I hail from the Dou Emperor continent, Zhang Tian murmured, glancing at the mysterious figure. The Dou Emperor continent? The figure nodded slightly. It is a realm above the Duki continent, and due to your influence, I was briefly transported here as an apparition. Are you familiar with the Great Thousand Worlds? Zhang Tian suddenly asked. The Great Thousand Worlds? The mysterious figure nodded, a trace of nostalgia flickering in his gaze. Many of us returned from the Great Thousand Worlds. But due to the invasion of the evil clan in the Dou Emperor continent, we were compelled to return and seal the passage to the Great Thousand Worlds. You have inherited our Dou Emperor space. You have grown strong. Come forth. I, the Flame Emperor, and Zisho await your arrival. The passage began to destabilize, threatening to collapse. Zhang Tian understood that while the mysterious figure was merely an apparition, his consciousness was connected through the passage. Once it sealed, he would dissipate. Flame Emperor Zisho? Zhang Tian murmured to himself. The connection between the Dou Emperor space and the Dou Emperor continent was unexpected yet logical. The strong of the Dou Emperor continent originated from the Duki continent, suggesting both realms were fundamentally intertwined. It seemed that the legacies within the Dou Emperor space did not encompass these two figures, yet he gleaned their near-divine status from the memories of the Dou Emperors. The Sovereign Among Emperors, the Emperor of Emperors. Chapter 105, Beyond the Dou Emperor Realm. Xiao Xian's breakthrough progressed smoothly. 3 days later, he seamlessly ascended to the Dou Emperor Realm. Notably, the legacy of the ancient Emperor Ta, she had chosen Xiao Yan. Once he reached the Dou Saint Realm, he could take a chance. So this is the Dou Emperor. Xiao Xian deeply sensed the world around him, an aura transcending the very heavens emanating from him. The silver glow of the Xiao clan's insignia upon his brow shone brightly, akin to Zhang Tian's golden, celestial feather robe, a mark recognized by the heavens. The Dou Emperor represented not only the power to rend the heavens and shake the continent, but also embodied a supreme, sovereign status over the land. Observing Zhu Kuan and Gu Yuan still in their breakthroughs, a glint of coldness and fury flickered in Xiao Xian's eyes. He waved his hand lightly, sending Zhu Kuan aside, and a fiery red thread swiftly ignited the space, racing towards Gu Yuan. Though they had once shared a close bond, Gu Yuan's actions had undoubtedly provoked Xiao Xian's ire. Witnessing this scene, Xiao Yan, who had just stepped away, paused, sensing something amiss. He glanced back, opening his mouth to speak, but cast a pitiful look at his uncle Gu Yuan. Let them be. I am but a mere dozone. Just as the fiery red ray was about to pierce Gu Yuan's body, Zhang Tian flicked his fingers, causing the air to erupt, coalescing into a towering pillar of pure white energy. Upon collision, Xiao Xian's assault was thwarted in an instant. However, the overwhelming energy exploded beside Gu Yuan, intentionally or unintentionally disrupting his breakthrough. The previously unrestrained absorption of energy came to a halt, and a mouthful of blood erupted from Gu Yuan's lips, draining color from his face as his aura became unstable. He had stepped into the Do Emperor realm, but was now stymied, his expression darkening as he realized his foundation had been damaged. He would never ascend to the Do Emperor stage in this lifetime. Xiao Xian. Gu Yuan's expression turned cold, an uncontainable murderous intent radiating from him. Xiao Xian regarded him with indifference. The first time he spoke to Gu Yuan, if you wish to fight, then prepare to die. The silver insignia on his forehead glowed, exuding the unique might of the Do Emperor, his eyes glimmering with a hint of frost. To behold all beings is akin to observing mere ants. Gu Yuan's heart brightened. An uncontrollable chill coursed through him. He instinctively glanced at Zhang Tian atop the stone tower, only to find him turn away, seemingly observing the fading passage. Swallowing hard, he found the ancient emperor mirror hovering around him, yet it offered him no sense of security. Xiao Xian, Yuyist, how could I dare engage you in combat? Gu Yuan forced a grim smile. Roar! Xiao Xian let out a cold snort, intending to articulate further, when he suddenly noticed that Zhu Kuan had begun to stir. His flowing purple-golden hair billowed wildly, his eyes firmly shut, and his entire being trembled with a frenzied intensity. Simultaneously, the very fabric of the universe quaked, as energies surged forth in a tumultuous cascade. The energies of heaven and earth had erupted. The barbaric serpent was taken aback, its towering form shuddering slightly, revealing an unmistakable terror. How could such a tremendous commotion arise? Xiao Xian's gaze turned wary as he looked skyward, for there resided an inexplicable and formidable force in gestation. Suddenly, a vast expanse of golden lotus blooms and an immense bank of golden clouds, stretching thousands of miles wide, drifted forth from the horizon. Within those clouds, a divine and noble dragon's roar echoed, shaking the very stars and subduing all beneath the heavens. This extraordinary phenomenon of breakthrough left all present awestruck, their eyes fixated on Zhu Kuan, who stood with eyes closed beneath the vast golden clouds. Ah, so it is. The dragon sovereign has come to understand. Zhu Kuan's eyes snapped open, a golden radiance emanating and illuminating a vast swath of the world. He twisted his form, ascending into the clouds, transforming into a colossal purple-golden dragon that let out an earth-shattering roar. In this moment, he was no longer the old man accustomed to habitual hand-wringing. He was the sovereign, the emperor of the ancient dragon clan that spanned the void between heaven and earth. Suddenly, countless chains emerged from the firmament, ensnaring Zhu Kuan's body. These chains quivered lightly as they violently tugged at his form. Intricately inscribed with mysterious runes of heaven and earth, they swiftly coiled around his majestic dragon head. Binding its horns, Zhu Kuan's dragon head abruptly turned, and in a fierce struggle, he shattered the indestructible chains with a tremendous roar that reverberated throughout the continent of Doqi. Countless chains rushed forth, only to be shattered. Yet those chains seemed to derive from the very essence of heaven and earth, endless and unrelenting in their pursuit to ensnare the colossal dragon form. The silver clan markings on Xiao Xian's forehead began to glow as he sensed a thread of threat emanating from those chains. Beneath their overwhelming weight, even he would find himself in considerable difficulty. The chains, as hard as the most resilient metals known to man, sealed heaven and earth. Even the mightiest attack of a 9-star Do Saint would struggle to leave a mark upon them. Zhu Kuan's dragon tail lashed out, severing a large swath of chains, while his purple-golden claws glinted with a chilling light, slicing through the chains as though they were mere paper. The scales upon his colossal dragon form gleamed ever more brilliantly, the snow-white underbelly occasionally revealing itself to the onlookers as his 4 claws curled protectively around it. Zhu Kuan twisted his fierce dragon head, displaying a terrifying smile to the crowd. Observe how this dragon sovereign shatters them. Transforming into a sinuous dragon, he deftly evaded the myriad chains attempting to ensnare him, soaring to heights of thousands of miles, leaving countless chains trailing behind. Yet they continued their relentless pursuit. With a furious roar, Zhu Kuan dispersed the clouds across the vast sky, Yet the expansive golden clouds that enveloped the heavens remained. He abruptly raised a dragon claw, his body surging upward, exposing his radiant underbelly, which now radiated boundless golden light. The crowd could sense an immense power gathering within. This might even be sufficient to slay a Dou emperor. The domineering golden claw pierced through the heavens and earth in an instant, filling the entire expanse of time and space with blinding golden light. The firmament erupted with a shattering sound, as if the great terror concealed within the sky was being obliterated. In that fleeting moment when the crowd's focus wavered, a golden chain swiftly coiled around Zhu Kuan's entire form, followed by countless pale golden chains emerging from the celestial void, further binding his terrifying dragon body. Numerous chains, etched with mysterious runes, emerged from the depths of the earth, sealing Zhu Kuan within the heart of this terrestrial realm. The golden chains trembled lightly, emitting a dazzling radiance, under which Zhu Kuan appeared remarkably suppressed. Countless pale golden chains intertwined, reducing Zhu Kuan's immense form to a state of utter weakness. As dark energy chains pierced through his being, wrapping around him like a cocoon, causing him to tremble in agony. Could it be that a magical beast breaking through to the Dou Emperor level would face such suppression? Xiao Xian's expression grew grave, as a suspicion began to take root in his heart. "I shall assist you," he murmured softly, as the silver imperial markings flickered, and a torrent of horrifying crimson flames coalesced into a furious dragon, each scale and claw brimming with boundless waves of fire, reminiscent of an ancient fire dragon, incinerating all in its path. In mere moments, the clouds above transformed into fiery billows. Even the golden clouds began to dissipate. Xiao Xian targeted the chains in the sky. He had no means to affect those rising from the earth, for the ground was littered with structures and humanity, encompassing countless lives within a radius of tens of thousands of miles. As long as Xiao Xian was not bereft of sanity, he would not attack the ground. Those chains seemed to exist only as phantoms, taking on physical form only upon striking their target. The fire dragon swept through the endless chains, suddenly opening its maw and slashing through thousands of approaching chains. However, it could do little against those binding Zhu Kuan, as the flames emitted from the dragon's mouth had only a mediocre effect upon them. To truly obliterate those chains would require the might of imperial flames. Xiao Xian's efforts not only failed to yield significant results, but also triggered a backlash, as a portion of the chains redirected their assault towards him, with silver chains poised to strike. Zhang Tian raised his gaze to the heavens. So that is it. The moment the silver chains appeared, he grasped their essence. Yet a small doubt lingered within him. The power of heaven and earth, the beings of heaven, or perhaps the beasts of heaven. Zhu Kuan's breakthrough to the Dou Emperor required the shedding of the magical beast shackles, hence the golden, heaven, and black, earth or beast, chains sought to impede him, while Xiao Xian's intervention represented the silver chains of human order, with the severance of the silver chains representing humanity. Did it imply that humans need not break free from the shackles of heaven and earth to ascend to the Dou Emperor level? Zhang Tian sensed deeply, and it seemed that the severed chains were indeed related to the ancient Dou Emperors. His expression turned serious. For the power of heaven and earth grows stronger with each formidable challenger, until it calls forth the entire might of the Dou Qi continent, compelling him to shatter these chains in one fell swoop. Otherwise, irreversible damage would befall the Dou Qi continent. Regarding the source imperial weapon, Zhang Tian glanced at the Longyin halberd, feeling conflicted. It likely could not withstand his full force. A wave of source energy surged forth, enveloping the Longyin halberd in a pale blue halo, as Zhang Tian finally infused his source energy into the weapon. The Longyin halberd trembled violently. Though once a weapon of a Dou Emperor, now tainted with a trace of source energy, it was still merely a tool for battle employing Dou Qi. Under the infusion of a force so distinct from Dou Qi, the blue dragon motifs upon the halberd began to shatter, releasing boundless waves of water attribute Dou Qi. As the small world within the Longyin halberd fractured, it struck the solitary golden chain. Crack! With the shattering of the golden chain, Zhu Kuan violently broke free from a myriad chains, the severed links crumbling to ash like withered wood. Countless golden lotuses and vast clouds were absorbed into Zhu Kuan's form, a mighty aura of a Dou Emperor enveloping the Dou Qi continent. In Zhang Tian's hands, the Longyin halberd could barely endure, its body riddled with cracks, and the spear tip shattered in half, emitting flickers of blue light, heralding a precarious instability. Would it be destroyed? Shaking his head, Zhang Tian could not allow the longing halberd to meet its demise. In such an explosion, half the Do Qi continent might vanish. A series of incantations was infused into the dragon's might spear, which gradually stabilized as it absorbed the spells, the azure radiance dissipating until it was sealed away like mundane iron. Hiss! Witnessing Zhang Tian effortlessly shatter the golden chain, Xiao Xian's pupils constricted sharply, while Gu Yuan clenched his fist tightly. Although he had not experienced it firsthand, it was evident from the fact that the golden chain had bound Zhu Kun that it was indeed the most formidable of restraints. And now, at a moment when everyone was rendered helpless, Zhang Tian had shattered it with ease. What realm are you in? Gu Yuan could not help but exclaim. If the Do Emperor was the sovereign of the heavens and earth, then Zhang Tian had already transcended them. Beyond the Do Emperor, he whispered, the four words leaving all three in a state of profound shock. Chapter 106. Is there still a path ahead? The notion that there could be a path beyond the Do Emperor was utterly unfathomable, had it not been spoken by the most enigmatic Do Emperor of countless years. Neither Zhu Kun nor Xiao Xian would have believed even a punctuation mark of it. Naturally, there is more, Zhang Tian remarked, casting a curious glance at the trio. He could not help but ponder whether these three, perched high above the continent, had been rendered foolish by the frigid heights. If there were no path ahead, then where did the passage he had opened lead? And where did the source of energy come from? Surely, the other end of the passage must surpass the Do Qi continent in sophistication. Xiao Xian felt somewhat awkward. Perhaps the pursuit over thousands of years had left him in a state of anxiety, causing him to momentarily lose his composure. Silver Emperor, we shall depart. Zhang Tian called to a small lion resting beside the stone tower. The lion lifted its head and flapped its wings, letting out a soft roar, then soared into the sky, transforming into a colossal beast. The Silver Emperor bore the bloodline of the Silver Phoenix Lion, and for days, Zhang Tian had nourished it with his own imperial blood. It is worth noting that even the blood of a Do Emperor is exceedingly precious. And Zhang Tian's own blood was undoubtedly even more extraordinary. The blood that dripped from Zhu Kun while he resisted the shackles of heaven and earth would, in several centuries, transform this place into a spiritual land rich in heavenly energy, where even weeds could evolve into rare ginseng and spirit herbs. The current Silver Emperor already possessed a portion of the Do Emperor's might, although the vast chasm between realms made it difficult to contend with the Do Emperor. Even a peak 9-star Do Saint would be torn apart by it. With a gentle flap of its enormous wings, it conjured an uncontrollable tempest. Fortunately, the stone tower's elevation mitigated any significant impact on the inhabitants below. It seemed as though heaven and earth were cleaved in two, one side basking in sunlight while the other was shrouded in shadow. Zhang Tian took a single step forward and, in the next moment, crossed 1,000 zhang to land upon its back. Sensing the presence of its master, the Silver Emperor abruptly lifted its head, its wings flaring as it surged skyward, then dove into the clouds, disappearing from sight. As I depart from the White Emperor amidst the colorful clouds, the rivers stretch 1,000 miles still, Zhang Tian chuckled softly, reciting the immortal's exquisite verse. The Silver Emperor's speed was 1,000 times swifter than any vessel. In the morning, I traversed the North Sea. At dusk, the Kanwu. He lamented, such vastness is the world. Xiao Yan ought to have grown independently. He did not wish for Xiao Yan to lose his edge. Even if he could forcibly elevate him to the realm of the Do Emperor, it would be futile. Instead, he hoped that his fellow countryman, or rather his only disciple, could, like him, gaze down upon the multitude of beings from this height that transcended the Do Emperor. What magnificent mountains and rivers! Would it not be a pity if Xiao Yan never beheld them? Crossing myriad waters and mountains, he soon found himself before the continuous range of towering peaks. Among the layered hills, a magnificent giant peak suddenly emerged within his sight, standing erect like two celestial swords. The mountains circulated water around them, as if heaven and earth were tempering these divine blades. The destruction of the demonic zither and the severing of the dragon's might spear had left this place rich in peculiar mountains and perilous waters. A place of great fortune where the two swords stood opposed. Surely, there must be extraordinary treasures here. A hint of nostalgia graced Zhang Tian's face as he, in a commemorative gesture, inscribed an ancient seal of the character emperor upon the Phoenix Cry sword with his thumb. He then cast it down through the clouds, where it precisely lodged within a damp cave at the intersection of the two peaks. The Phoenix Cry sword, now unable to keep pace with his ferocious battles, was better off being passed down as a source imperial artifact that could dispel evil, subdue demons, and sever souls, rather than risk breaking in the end. 1,000 miles away, a woodcutter gazed at the two towering peaks with a mix of reverence and curiosity. Beside him stood an ancient tree, thick enough to be embraced by two arms, its branches lush yet severed halfway, indicating that the woodcutter had only just paused his work. Lifting his straw hat, the woodcutter's gaze flickered. He had just heard a resounding cry of a phoenix echoing across the boundless sky while chopping wood, followed by the descent of a colossal phantom phoenix upon the crumbling peaks. It would be impossible for the woodcutter not to be stirred. He had once traversed the monster beast mountains and deserts as a mercenary, tasting the blood on the edge of his blade. Though an injury had rendered him unable to fight, the long-dormant fervor within him was ignited once more. This must be some powerful treasure or martial technique. Despite the brim of his hat obscuring his expression, he could not contain his excitement. After all, even a high-level Xian-tier martial technique could not provoke such a spectacle that darkened the heavens. Treasures in the mountains were at least of the earth tier or formidable in nature. If he obtained this extraordinary artifact, perhaps he could escape this life of evasion from enemies and even slay those pursuing him, returning to his mercenary group to subdue that arrogant leader. Just as he approached the crumbling peaks, feeling the surroundings darkening, he spat to the side, instinctively tightening his grip on the axe for a semblance of security. It was known that the crumbling peaks were once home to many fierce beasts and venomous creatures, posing a lethal threat to ordinary folk. Suddenly, he took a few steps back, sensing that something was amiss. The usual cacophony of roars and shrieks from the crumbling peaks had vanished, leaving an unsettling silence. No chirping insects or singing birds. A barely perceptible transparent beam of light sliced through the air, and after taking a few more steps, the woodcutter's body was abruptly cleaved in two. Following this, faint rustling sounds emerged from the underbrush as small wild beasts dragged away his remains, feasting upon him. That scoundrel Xiao 1,000 miles away, within the Stone Cloud sect of the Southern Fire Nation, a man with a sinister countenance observed the handsome youth's enraged expression as he smashed the stone table. Noticing the other's fury, the sinister man curled his lip. You summoned them here to discuss matters, not merely to smash my table, I hope? Hidden within his slender, peach blossom eyes was a glint of danger. Of course not. Sipping his tea, Sure Palong struggled to contain his anger, his explosive emotions nearly beyond words. It's that Xiao Yin, the one with a marriage engagement, who has actually stolen away my little junior sister, Shi Yin. Are you all willing to be suppressed by that scoundrel Xiao Yin? Observing Sure Palong's gritted teeth, the other disciples of Stone Cloud sect exchanged glances, hesitant to agree. Although the Southern Fire Nation was somewhat remote, the respect shown to that boy by the sect leader and elders indicated that he must hail from an unfathomable, transcendent power. Come now, he merely encountered her during his travels and happened to rescue her. What is there to be so upset about? Not satisfied? Go challenge him to a duel then. I'll say it up front. That boy's realm is likely higher than the sect leaderess. As soon as the sinister man finished speaking, a collective gasp echoed through the secret chamber. Even Sure Palong's expression grew rigid and unnatural. He's stronger than you, and he's just seeking the spotlight. His smile faded, and his gaze turned disdainful as he looked at Sure Palong, making him feel exceedingly uncomfortable. Humph, your strength surpassed that of the sect leader 3 months ago. Why don't you go test Xiao Yin's prowess? He has sought you out for a duel 3 times now. A flicker of inexplicable light crossed Sure Palong's eyes as he spoke, his tone laced with mockery. As the words left his lips, Sure Palong found himself bereft of the figure of the man before him. In the next instant, he felt a vice-like grip around his throat, leaving him no time to even register the dizziness that overcame him. Subsequently, he was enveloped by an ominous force, rendering him blind to his surroundings. Let me go, he gasped, the feebleness of his voice met with disdain. Do you truly believe I cannot see through your clumsy provocation? With the motion he had just executed, an ancient wooden token fell from his wrist, its rustic design adorned with a silver inscription of an archaic character, Tan. His desire to engage in a contest was of no consequence to the man, who seemed indifferent to the prospect of avoiding conflict. I am aware of your intentions. Even if I cannot defeat him, there are others who will surely intervene. He scoffed, exerting a slight pressure on Sure Palong's throat, causing fine cracks to appear in his trachea, the excruciating pain forcing him to open his mouth in a silent scream. Those behind me have warned me that once you provoke a powerhouse above the Dosheng level, even they would not come to my aid. Though he had once been saved by those at his back, The man was not foolish enough to seek out such formidable adversaries, especially one known as Xiaoyan. Only a fool like Sherpolong, blinded by lust, would recklessly challenge such a young powerhouse. Chapter 107. Xiaoyan's premonition cough. Cough. No, Elder Shiyun. Xiaoyan exclaimed, awkwardly dodging the embrace of a beautiful woman in her 30s, embarrassment etched across his features. Observing the flustered Xiaoyan, the woman could not contain her laughter, teasingly saying, Xiaoyan, dear brother, just call me Sister Shiyun. How about we engage in a friendly spar? If you lose, you must stay in the Shiyun sect to keep me company. She displayed a coy demeanor, her enchanting eyes glimmering with anticipation. Since that is the case, I humbly request your guidance, Elder, Xiaoyan replied, mustering his courage. Despite his reluctance to gamble with someone who could easily be mistaken for his grandmother. As a disciple of the Dou Emperor, ignoring such a challenge would be rather unbecoming. Moreover, he was indeed there to hone his skills. It seems my dear Xiao Yan is quite the mischievous one. Though you feign disinterest, your body betrays your willingness, Shiyun laughed, unabashedly revealing the fervor in her gaze. Licking her luscious red lips, contemplating the pleasures this vigorous young man might offer. The space within the hall is too confined. Let us step outside, she suggested, waving her sleeve and pulling Xiao Yan into the air, leaving behind the other elders and the sect leader, Surpass, all of whom had collapsed before the portrait of the sect's founder. What brazen words! Xiao Yan inwardly lamented, experiencing an unusual reaction in his body as he was half-heartedly dragged out of the hall. To the skies we go, having steeled himself. A serious expression crossed his face as he proposed to Shiyun, recognizing that with one being a Dozong and the other a Douhuang, the aftermath of their clash would be nothing short of catastrophic. Very well, Shiyun replied with a playful smile, teasingly flicking her finger at Xiao Yan before unfurling her Douqi wings and soaring into the heavens. Xiao Yan followed closely behind, though he lacked wings of his own. His steps in the air were no slower than Shiyun's. Witnessing this spectacle, Surpass and Shiyun exchanged glances, their eyes sparkling with astonishment. Indeed, he is a Dozong. Shiyun extended her arms, unleashing a vast expanse of pink mist toward Xiao Yan. Upon inhaling it, he felt an intense heat course through his body, his Douqi becoming momentarily chaotic. Cloud-splitting palm. Shiyun's melodious voice echoed, manifesting as a gigantic cloud-like hand spanning dozens of feet, parting the thick clouds in two. The fierce gusts of wind tousled Xiao Yan's hair, and with a steely gaze, he unleashed a tremendous force from his arm, striking out with a powerful fist. 8 extremes burst. The formidable power of the 8 extremes burst surged forth, akin to a mountain crashing down or a tsunami roaring in, compressing the air in a radius of dozens of feet before erupting. Seeing the might of this punch, Shiyun dared not resist, swiftly evading and conjuring a small short sword in her hand. The force of the 8 extremes burst collided with the clouds above, leaving a colossal imprint visible for all to see, revealing glimpses of the azure sky beyond. Feeling the explosive power erupting from behind her, Shiyun's delicate brows furrowed, and rather than retreating, she pressed forward, using the momentum to thrust her short sword toward Xiao Yan. The blade, enveloped in her Douqi, possessed the might to cleave through metal and stone, capable of slicing through a 10-foot boulder with ease. A flicker of yellowish flame danced between Xiao Yan's fingers, its light flickering. With a pointed gesture toward Shiyun, an immense fire dragon coalesced from the endless flames, its fiery form writhing and lunging towards her. The fire dragon deftly evaded the short sword, its scorching claws striking against Shiyun's back, igniting a wave of heat that filled the air with the scent of roasted meat, before the dragon turned its fearsome head to unleash a torrent of yellow flames. As the fire dragon unleashed its fiery breath upon her, Shiyun's Douqi wings enveloped her form. In response, countless feathers exploded forth like arrows, piercing through the flames and the fire dragon. Once free, she took a moment to catch her breath, beads of sweat glistening on her skin as she cast a glance at Xiao Yan. Is that Yihuo? Surpass sighed, recognizing that once this young man, named Xiao Yan, revealed as if the outcome of their battle had become all but inevitable. The only question remaining was how long Shiyun could endure. The heavens roiled as Shiyun unleashed her full power in a display of Dou technique. As her Douqi surged forth, the very currents of air above the Shiyun sect shifted dramatically, the speed of the winds multiplying exponentially, creating an overwhelming atmospheric pressure that surged through the region. Yet the climax had not been reached. Shiyun struck her palm amidst the tumultuous winds, summoning forth two colossal forms from the depths of the clouds. Even the mere glimpse of their immense shadows, each several yards in size, sent shockwaves of awe throughout the onlookers. With the heads of dragons, the bodies of serpents, eagle claws, and oxtails, a dragon and a tiger, each towering in size. Though mere constructs, their fierce presence instilled a sense of peril in all who beheld them. The cloud dragon weaved through the sky, its form encircled by swirling winds, while the wind tiger, equally formidable, unleashed its razor-sharp winds against the fire dragon, causing the latter's flames to flicker and dissipate. The cloud dragon, infused with moisture, sought to ensnare and bind the fire dragon, yet the water contained within its form was instantly evaporated by the intense heat. The once solid cloud dragon transformed into a gentle mist, losing its threat, while the fire dragon grew even more ferocious. Advanced Do technique, Storm Cloud Dragon Fall. Xiaoyan gasped in astonishment. If this were indeed the case, mastering it to a profound degree would render it an extraordinarily potent technique. With renewed determination, he began to channel the Qian within him, the previous discomfort dissipating, and his Do Qi returning to a state of equilibrium under the overwhelming power of his Ya. A massive, pitch-black heavy ruler materialized in his grasp. The Shuyun sect, shrouded in mist for centuries, had inspired its name. Faced with the atmospheric assault forged from centuries of cloud accumulation, Xiaoyan knew that not employing his true strength would make the situation exceedingly perilous. If this battle continued without him fully unleashing his potential, he feared he might lose control in the ensuing chaos. Gripping the imposing black ruler with one hand, he ascended into the air as the massive wind tiger, akin to a tangible beast, leaped towards him with the intent to attack. As Xiaoyan soared to an altitude of 1,000 zhang, the Shuyun sect below appeared exceedingly diminutive. Approximately 300 zhang beneath him, the fire dragon struggled to support both the cloud dragon and the wind tiger, exhibiting a degree of difficulty as it faltered. Meanwhile, the cloud dragon and wind tiger continuously absorbed the mist to restore their forms. Xiaoyan took a deep breath, his gaze resolute, and then grasped the Qian Zhong Qi with both hands. The originally dark Qian Zhong Qi suddenly radiated a brilliant crimson glow, as if the mysterious patterns etched upon it had been activated. As he amassed his strength, the air around him began to ripple. Earth-level low-tier Do technique, flame-splitting, wave-consuming Qi. Xiaoyan shouted, swinging the Qian Zhong Qi with a single hand. With a crackling sound akin to thunder, a massive red beam sliced through the air, hurtling towards the two colossal beasts. In an instant, the beam pierced the bodies of the cloud dragon and wind tiger, but this time, they did not continue to absorb the mist's power to restore themselves. They were utterly obliterated. As the cloud waves dissipated, Shuyun's thin garment, draped upon her, was slightly torn, revealing her exquisite, fair flesh, a glimpse of spring's brilliance. "Are you all right?" Surpass glanced at Shuyun, relieved to find her unscathed. "I'm fine," Shuyun replied, forcing a smile while casting a wistful look at Xiaoyan, lamenting that such a handsome young man could not be taken back for training. Xiaoyan also breathed a sigh of relief. He had miscalculated earlier, failing to restrain his power in time. He had not anticipated that while Shuyun utilized this technique to absorb the power of the mist, she would become exceedingly weak. Had it not been for an unseen intervention, a tragedy might have ensued. That elusive power vanished after countering the residual waves of the flame-splitting, wave-consuming Qi. And amidst such energy, only Xiaoyan sensed a trace of it. Even Shuyun, the one involved, remained oblivious. His gaze inadvertently fell upon a young man clad in black within the crowd, whose sinister smile revealed a nonchalant demeanor as he turned his back, gripping his wrist with his left hand. He is remarkably young. Xiaoyan's heart trembled, realizing that this mysterious figure was not much older than himself. With myriad thoughts swirling in his mind, and having learned from prior experiences, he had no intention of further challenging the situation. After apologizing to Shuyun, he bid farewell to Surpass and retreated alone to the temporary residence arranged for him by the Shuyun sect. Chapter 108. The first sect of Dragon Gate upon the thousands of steps made of white jade. One could occasionally spot several spirited young boys and girls energetically ascending, chattering animatedly. The boys would occasionally utter clever remarks, eliciting peals of laughter from the girls. While flight was permitted at Julong Mountain, it was not within everyone's capability. Even formidable warriors found it exceedingly difficult to ascend a mere 3 zhang. Of course, Those who could withstand the pressure of two Do emperors and the reinforced spatial constraints faced no such challenges. Even after reinforcement, the ancient realm space could not compare to Julong Mountain, where the ancient Emperor Taoshi's cave was renowned for its exquisite craftsmanship, albeit still lacking in some aspects. Should one be fortunate enough to ascend and then stumble, it would merely result in a loss of face. However, should one recklessly fly about Julong Mountain and fall, the height, with its view of the swirling clouds below, could easily lead to a gruesome demise. Although the Do Emperor occasionally exhibited mercy, over time he would surely grow weary, leaving the presence of a Do saint as the only hope. On a path carved from blue stone upon the mountain, two stone steps were merely a few meters apart, yet the blue stone steps seemed slightly lower than the white jade ones. The latter was teeming with people. While there were boys of 14 or 15 on the blue stone steps, most were accompanied by their fathers or uncles, their eyes filled with a mix of anticipation and nervousness. Despite their excitement, the crowd's gazes were irresistibly drawn to the imposing heavenly gate several hundred jong away. Isn't it too conspicuous? The heavenly gate was not particularly broad, yet to the onlookers, it appeared overwhelmingly grand, exuding an aura of supreme authority. Feeling such pressure, the crowd's eagerness to join the life beyond the dragon gate intensified. It is not merely conspicuous. It bears the weight of a Do emperor's might, remarked a rugged middle-aged man with a single eye, his face exuding a sense of determination. Though clad in a coarse garment, it could not conceal his extraordinary presence. His condition appeared less than optimal, sweat soaking through his shirt, droplets cascading down his cheeks, which he wiped away, flinging them onto the mountainside. The individual who had asked the question was taken aback, turning to regard the middle-aged man, surprised that someone would respond to him. "Hello, uncle. I am Zhang Tao from the Giant Whale Gang. May I know your name?" Zhang Tao, a youth of 17 or 18, observed the unremarkable man before him with growing curiosity, noting the potent Do Qi coalescing beneath his feet, indicating the man was indeed a 4-star Do fighter. "You may call me Uncle Xiao," the middle-aged man responded nonchalantly, waving his hand, though inwardly astonished. Despite his injuries, he was being suppressed by an ordinary white jade step. Once the head of the Blood Luo sect, whose influence spanned the continent as a notorious assassin organization, he had only failed 3 times in his endeavors, each time opting for resolution after pursuing targets to no avail. His extraordinary vision and decision to settle matters led to a favor from a Do saint and friendships with 2 half-saints, despite the cost. The Blood Luo sect operated in secrecy, known for their lethal precision, forever shrouded in a veil of blood, their members clad in red, wielding crimson daggers. Yet, despite his significant status, he felt an overwhelming sense of weakness. Since stepping onto the bluestone steps, his Do Qi had ceased to stir, rendering him as powerless as an ordinary person. "Old master," a youthful voice called from behind the middle-aged man, prompting Zhang Tao to notice a child clinging to the man's back. The child's complexion was ashen, long fangs protruding from his lips, and his eyes, slightly darkened, wandered in confusion as his small head peeked from behind the middle-aged man. "Uncle Xiao, who is this?" Zhang Tao inquired, puzzled, as the child, despite his apparent youth, should have been able to walk on his own rather than being carried up the thousands of steps. "This is my nephew. He grew tired from the journey." Xiao smiled gently, suddenly turning to Zhang Tao. "Young man, would you care to carry me up?" Due to the resentment and malevolence born from his past indiscriminate slaughters, he found himself exceedingly weak and, upon encountering this naive youth, saw an opportunity to leverage the situation. "Huh? Well, all right." Zhang Tao hesitated for a moment, but ultimately acquiesced, recalling the man's earlier display of prowess. A satisfied smile spread across Xiao's face, filled with meaning. Zhang Tao gritted his teeth, hoisting Xiao onto his back. The sudden weight, over 180 jin, bore down on him, causing him to gasp for breath. Nevertheless, as a 4-star Do fighter, he could easily lift even a 200-kilogram boulder. As they ascended the steps, it merely required some effort, proving slightly arduous. Xiao sensed Zhang Tao's movement and closed his eyes for a brief respite, regaining some vitality before jesting. "So, are you here to seek a master as well?" "Of course," Zhang Tao replied, not glancing back as he stepped steadily on the blue stone, his tone filled with certainty. "In a few days, Longman is poised to officially supplant the Dan Tower as the paramount force. Should one choose to join Longman, there may yet be an opportunity for transformation akin to a carp becoming a dragon." Upon hearing this, Houston nodded in agreement, recognizing the might of Longman. which is surging forth with formidable momentum, nearly sweeping across the entire continent. Although it has not incited wars or engaged in extermination, the unveiling of Longmen's profound foundation has drastically diminished the survival space for other sects, primarily due to its rapid development. Fortunately, the Blood Luo sect, being a killer organization, has little influence beyond its core foundation, thus escaping significant repercussions. You're at such an age, they likely want you, Houston teased, feeling rather bored and suppressing his frustration. Hearing his mischievous tone, Zhang Tian halted, immediately perceiving the elder's annoying demeanor. Frowning, he wanted to retort, but the words that escaped his lips were, "What you say is true, then I shall return the same way." With that, he turned his back to Houston and took a few steps down the mountain, provoking shouts and discontent from the other disciples ascending to pay their respects. His descent quickening to the point that Houston sensed the pressure upon him was not as oppressive as before. However, how could he achieve his goal without ascending the mountain? Thus, Houston hastily dissuaded him, "Little brother, I was merely jesting." After saying this, he gently tapped Zhang Tao's forehead, and an indescribable surge of knowledge flooded into Zhang Tao's mind. What is this? Zhang Tao pondered, feeling an unprecedented wealth of knowledge within his mind. It is a profound-level fighting technique, Houston explained, aware that he dared not take a life under the watchful eyes of the Dou Emperors. The occasional presence of powerful beings in the sky sent chills down his spine. Bloodblade strike? Zhang Tao muttered, understanding from a knowledge within his mind that this technique required the shedding of blood to cultivate, killing 1 to enter, 10 for minor mastery, 100 for major mastery, and 1,000 for perfection. Upon achieving perfection, one could unleash a blood-red radiance spanning 15 zhang. Its might comparable to advanced profound-level techniques. What a ruthless technique! Zhang Tao shuddered, too intimidated to continue his rebellious thoughts, and obediently proceeded with Houston. Seeing Zhang Tao subdued, Houston subtly nodded, then engaged him in casual conversation to glean information. Chapter 109. Conditions for joining Longmen's intersect with Zhang Tao's final step taken. They finally arrived before the Celestial Gate. Upon ascending Julong Mountain, Houston felt the suppression of his fighting spirit recede like a retreating tide. Glancing at the panting Zhang Tao, a blood radiance manifested in his hand, seemingly intent on striking him down, yet Houston's eyes flickered, dispersing the blood light. Despite his lack of moral restraint and propensity for indiscriminate slaughter, he would not unleash his wrath upon those who had aided him. After all, had he not ascended Julong Mountain this time, the loss would not have been merely a low-level, profound technique. Should the 7 demons sect and the 8 ghosts become aware that a profound-level technique could facilitate entry to Julong Mountain, the suppressed demonic cultivators would likely swarm the mountain the very next day. Beyond the Celestial Gate lay the assessment area for Longmen. Only by passing the evaluation could one hope to become a disciple, with subsequent treatment varying based on aptitude, either under the guidance of elders or menial disciples. The mere sight of the Celestial Gate from afar instilled a sense of grandiosity and pressure, and up close, every intricate pattern upon the white jade gate was profoundly mysterious. Whether on the white jade steps or the azure stone stairs, all paths ultimately converged beneath the Celestial Gate. Disciples ascending and descending occasionally exchanged greetings, though most merely glanced at one another before resuming discussions about their cultivation. Houston stepped forward slightly, placing his hand upon the white jade gate, feeling a warm and soothing sensation radiate from his palm, accompanied by an inexplicable aura. Julong Mountain bore a subtle, yet palpable pressure. Those of higher cultivation could sense it more acutely. Given that it was the dwelling place of the Dou Emperors, it inevitably exuded an extraordinary essence. And Houston's keen sight discerned that the aura of the white jade gate was particularly profound, perhaps even crafted by the Dou Emperor himself. Impudent! How dare he show such disrespect? How can he casually touch the Celestial Gate? A few recently assessed disciples, brimming with youthful vigor, loudly admonished Houston. Conversely, the older disciples of Longmen paid little mind, having long since become accustomed to such behavior. They had all, to varying degrees, touched the Celestial Gate, and there had never been any admonition against doing so in the rules. As one reaches the realm of Dou Saint, the bloodline within begins to transform, evolving towards a higher state. Sensing the approach of Dou Saint, the Celestial Gate trembled slightly in response. Effective? Houston rejoiced, astonished that the so-called Celestial Gate responded. The disciples who had previously scolded him now looked on with uncertainty, for at the moment the middle-aged man placed his palm upon it, the previously inert celestial gate trembled. A smile spread across Houston's face as he continuously infused his fighting spirit into the gate, attempting to refine and control it. The Dou Emperor had placed this treasure at the mountain's entrance, evidently intended for those fated to possess it. Thus, to refuse the heavens would invite disaster. With a smile upon his face, Houston's hand emanated a crimson fighting spirit, incessantly pouring into the celestial gate. Indeed, worthy of being a Dou Emperor's artifact. Houston's expression shifted as he felt his fighting spirit flooding in like a torrent unleashed from a dam, the continuous infusion causing little disturbance. Refining this white jade gate would likely require expending a substantial portion of his fighting spirit. However, as his crimson fighting spirit continued to pour forth, traces of barely perceptible resentment and malice intertwined within it. Next, to Houston's astonishment, the celestial gate began to tremble violently. Zhang Tian, who was in seclusion on Julong Mountain, opened his eyes, sensing the influx of blood attribute fighting spirit. Initially taken aback, a glimmer of intrigue crossed his face. Blood attribute fighting spirit. How fascinating. The potency of blood attribute fighting spirit far surpassed that of other attributes, being both aggressive and corrosive, as exemplified by the late Soul Emperor, who wielded blood attribute techniques. Soon after, a faint black resentment entered the celestial gate, which he perceived. His smile faded, replaced by a hint of displeasure, followed by a cold snort. A wave of energy erupted from within the celestial gate, violently striking Houston, forcing him to spit out a mouthful of blood, sending him sprawling backward, tumbling several times before he barely came to rest on the azure stone steps. Houston felt as if every bone in his body were shattering. Even moving a finger became an arduous task. Blood gushed from his mouth, leaving him with barely a moment to survive. His eyes reflected a mix of shock and despair. Jiang Tao was equally startled, disregarding the jeers and pointed fingers of the surrounding disciples as he hurried to Houston's side to assist him. "Elder Su, are you all right?" Jiang Tao anxiously supported Houston, while the young boy behind him appeared frightened to tears. "Cough, cough, I'm fine." After expelling a copious amount of blood, Houston felt the world spinning, struggling to communicate with Jiang Tao. "Help me up." Okay." The azure stone steps were too narrow, and Jiang Tao hurriedly complied, attempting to lift him, but his strength faltered, and he accidentally fell to the ground. "You little brat, are you seeking death?" An angry shout rang in Jiang Tao's ears as a stocky young man, towering over 6 feet and weighing over 250 pounds, glared at him with a menacing look. Behind him stood a breathtakingly beautiful maiden, delicately encircled by admirers. The girl, with an oval face resembling that of a swan, had her long hair elegantly secured by a pink ribbon, and she donned a light blue fitted dress that accentuated her youthful form. A companion sheltered her with an oiled paper umbrella. Appearing to be around 15 or 16, she curiously stretched her graceful neck to observe her surroundings, her youthful features betraying a hint of spirited boldness amidst the spectacle. Jiang Tao, still possessing the impetuousness of youth, felt an immediate urge to confront her. However, Han Ili could not suppress a sinister grin, unleashing the aura of a 6-star fighter as he swung a powerful punch directly at Jiang Tao. Given Jiang Tao's tender age and the sheer size of Han Ili's fist, which was nearly the size of half his head, he found himself with little room to evade on the narrow stone steps. Han Shi, observing the unfolding scene, wore an expression of amused anticipation, her displeasure stemming from the recent incident where a middle-aged man had soiled her dress with blood. Though her cousin was known for his volatile temperament and bullying disposition, his strength was still deemed formidable, and she reassured herself of the presence of 2 elders from their family who were following closely behind. Just as it appeared that Jiang Tao would be struck, even the child standing behind Houston covered his eyes with tiny hands, revealing a pair of sharp canine teeth. A flash of crimson glimmered in Houston's eyes as Jiang Tao, on the brink of being knocked away, experienced a sudden jolt in his mind, blanking out momentarily. To his surprise, his body began to move autonomously, deftly maneuvering around Han Ili's arm, and with a fierce twist. The sound of cracking bones echoed as Han Ili let out a scream akin to a slaughtered pig. The energy enveloping Jiang Tao's hand unleashed a tremor that sent the flesh and blood from Han Ili's broken arm quivering, and with a swift motion, he yanked out the shattered bone. The flesh was entirely stripped away, akin to a butcher seasoned in the art of killing, seizing upon a flaw in Han Ili's defense. The jagged bone, gleaming with a cold light, pierced through his throat, Behind him, a 3-foot arc of blood erupted from the protruding bone. Houston's eyes opened, revealing a mischievous grin. Not only have I saved you, but I have also aided you in mastering the rudiments of the Bloodblade slash. However, Zhang Tian was oblivious to Houston's whisper, his eyes wide with shock as he stared at his blood-soaked palm, overwhelmed, before he erupted into a fit of violent retching. A stunned silence enveloped the onlookers, the only sound breaking through being Zhang Tian's heaving. The stench of blood permeated the air, and Han Chi gazed in disbelief at the towering figure now sprawled in a pool of crimson. Damn it! A junior, an elder with hair as white as snow. His eyes ablaze with fury, exclaimed, realizing that a life had been lost at the foot of Long Mountain. Following a series of gasps, the elder, despite Han Eli's average talent, recognized that his father held a significant position within their family, providing him with a sense of security. As he witnessed a youthful, silver-haired elder soaring through the air, his resolve solidified, and he struck out towards the dazed Zhang Tian. Hiss! Who is that person? Murmured some onlookers, astonished that one could fly above the stone steps. The commotion on the stone staircase caught the attention of the disciples on the jade steps. Many seasoned fighters furrowing their brows, sending out urgent thoughts. Everyone, please refrain from engaging in conflict in the presence of a Dodi. The prospect of a life lost was indeed a headache for the veteran disciples of Longman. However, the two figures soaring through the air paid little heed to such concerns, unleashing an unfathomable aura as their hands morphed into claw-like shapes, aiming to pierce Zhang Tian. Zhang Tian's eyes widened in terror and despair. Cough, cough. Houston cleared his throat, half collapsed on the ground, his eyes flashing crimson as he swiftly pointed, cutting through the space. A blood-red beam struck the silver-haired elder, shattering half of his body. A resounding roar echoed as the colossal ancient void dragon emerged, its head protruding, claws gripping the mountain peak as its body coiled around. If you wish to continue fighting, then you must face me, Zhu Mo. The overwhelming presence of Zhu Mo, far surpassing that of the two elder members of the Han family, sent shivers down the spines of those present. The current master brother of Long Min, Zhu Mo of the ancient Void Dragon clan, held a position second only to the young master Xiaoyan. Seeing no objections, Zhu Mo lightly nodded his dragon head, transforming into a handsome young man clad in a purple robe and adorned with a white jade crown. Saint, Zhu Mo offered a slight bow to the prostrate Houston, acknowledging him despite his own esteemed status within the ancient Void Dragon clan. Saints need not provoke the Dodi. Shaking his head, Zhu Mo regarded Houston with a look of pity, fully aware of his grievous state. Alas, Houston sighed, his expression complex, unsure of the reasons behind it. Zhang Tian, I have refined much of this heavenly gate. While I cannot control it, I sense its remarkable essence. You should reach out and touch it. Houston weakly instructed Zhang Tian before closing his eyes to recuperate, observing the varied expressions around him, some filled with anticipation, others reveling in the unfolding drama, and many still in shock. Zhang Tian swallowed hard, casting a hesitant glance towards the heavenly gate. He recalled that even Uncle Houston had nearly perished moments ago, and he himself. Zhu Mo found the situation amusing and prompted. Since the saint has spoken, you should give it a try. As long as you do not provoke the Dodi, all will be well. Hee, this fellow is quite the rascal, half destroyed yet still wishing to bring others into calamity. Amidst this interplay of encouragement and mockery, Zhang Tian rose from the stone steps, steadying himself against the rocky wall as he cautiously approached the distant heavenly gate. As he slowly extended his trembling arm, fear coursed through him. Upon touching the heavenly gate, he felt a wave of warmth radiate through him. It did not siphon away his Do Qi. Instead, gentle currents of Do Qi flowed into his body, which he instinctively refined and absorbed. The towering heavenly gate trembled slightly, the white jade emanating ripples. Is this success? Many witnesses observed the ripples, their expressions filled with uncertainty. However, some remained composed, refraining from jumping to conclusions. No, not necessarily. That middle-aged man exhibited similar signs, yet it did not guarantee success. Suddenly, the heavenly gate erupted with brilliance, casting a luminous screen in the sky, upon which glimmering golden characters appeared, seemingly inscribed in some mystical script. Following this, a torrent of tadpole-like characters surged into Zhang Tian's mind, causing a stirring within him, as 4 radiant golden words materialized in his consciousness. Qing Su Dao Ju. Simultaneously, Golden characters reappeared upon the external heavenly gate. From this moment forth, those with destiny may obtain various Do techniques and legacies based on their innate roots at the heavenly gate, categorized as follows: yellow, blue, green, gold. The yellow glow signifies yellow tier Do techniques. The blue glow indicates mysterious tier Do techniques. The green glow corresponds to earth tier Do techniques, while the golden glow represents heaven tier Do techniques and select earth tier Do techniques. Houston seemed to awaken, a smile gracing his face. Even if it was not the most coveted golden light, simply being recognized by Longman for such potential was a certainty. He had exerted considerable effort to influence the situation, and it appeared that the outcome was favorable. His gaze shifted towards Han Chi and the two elders from the Han family. The silver-haired elder lay in tatters, barely alive, while the remaining elder and Han Chi regarded Houston with trepidation. Those eyes, Han Chi merely glanced at them and felt as though her soul was on the brink of shattering, an overwhelming wave of killing intent crashing upon her. The elder, pale-faced, supported Han Chi, preventing her from collapsing. Han family, Han Qi, Han Ding Tian, Han Ding Sing. Houston recited their names with intimate familiarity, each utterance causing the onlookers to pale further. He cast a glance at the lifeless Han Ely, remarking, "This fellow is known as Han Ely, is he not? Impossible. How could you know everything?" Han Chi was even contemplating turning to flee, descending the bluestone steps. However, Han Dingsheng firmly grasped her, aware that leaving Julong Mountain now would only hasten their demise. If the young lady could join the Dragon Gate, it would be even better. Life is as fragile as a blade of grass. To live is akin to death. Sorrow is not the same, and the greed for slaughter is draped in crimson robes of blood. Blood Luo Men. Han Dingtian felt his life force waning, as if he recalled some legend. Indeed, only that organization would possess such profound knowledge of the power dynamics across the continent. Even understanding the circumstances and information of every family descended, a depth of insight that even kin may not possess. On the continent, Blood Luo Men bears a ludicrous title. The surnames of the 100 families on the continent, or exaggeratedly, the ledger of life and death. It is indeed that assassin force, not leaving even a trace. Chapter 110. The New Era of the Dragon Gate. Blood Luo Men. Suddenly, Han Chi trembled, and the two elderly men beside her wore expressions of alarm, positioning themselves protectively on either side of her. To offend a sage, our sins warrant death 1,000 times over. Han Dingtian knelt on the ground, bowing his head in a posture of awaiting death. The reputation of Blood Luo Men is too formidable. It is akin to a smaller-scale Soul Hall, and to provoke the Soul Hall is to invite a fate worse than death, while to provoke Blood Luo Men is to face utter annihilation. Self-dismantling one's cultivation is sufficient. Houston coldly intoned. Upon hearing this, Han Chi's delicate face paled. The two clan elders were pillars of strength within the family, and if their cultivation were to be destroyed, she too would face punishment from the clan. "My lady, there is no need for such measures." A fierce glint flashed in Han Dingsheng's eyes as he struck his right arm with a palm, severing it with a resounding crack. "It matters not that we self-dismantle our cultivation. My lady, please ensure you cultivate a good relationship with that youth beside Houston. If one can ascend to Blood Luo Men, our sacrifice shall not be in vain, and perhaps our name shall be remembered in the clan tomb." Han Dingtian conveyed to Han Chi, his face pale with despair, while Han Chi's beautiful eyes brimmed with tears, and she could only nod with a hand covering her mouth. Severing an arm? Houston opened his eyes, his gaze shifting towards them. Witnessing Houston's merciless demeanor, Han Dingsheng gritted his teeth, exchanging a glance with Han Dingtian, and both struck their dantian with a palm. Their breaths swiftly diminished, their once upright postures gradually slumping, their appearances aging threefold, resembling decrepit wood on the verge of death. Han Dingsheng bowed and clasped his hands in respect towards Houston and Han Chi, but without exerting enough strength, he felt darkness overcome him and collapsed to the ground, never to rise again. Watching his younger brother fall silent after so many years, Han Dingtian's eyes reflected anguish, tears streaming down his face. In the inner hall of the Dragon Gate, Zhang Tian held a common ceramic bowl, filled with a snow-white, elongated mass of flour. After taking a bite of the cold noodles, he gazed with interest at the unfolding scene before him. In truth, all that transpired at the Jade Gate could not escape his notice, yet witnessing it through the light screen provided a unique experience akin to watching television. Blood Luo Men. This Houston is certainly no benevolent figure. Seeing that merely the mention of blood Luo Min rendered Han Shi and her companions pale, Zhang Tian chuckled, realizing that this is what they call evil begetting evil. Xiao Xian floated in midair, her diminutive, exquisite wings of fighting spirit fluttering behind her. Alas, if only this girl were truly my progeny. Zhang Tian shook his head helplessly. Although the bloodline of the fighting emperor could be imparted, the effect was not exceedingly pronounced. After all, mere fragments of possession, even a blood transfusion, are akin to drifting weeds without roots. If Xiao Xian were his flesh and blood, she would inherently inherit his entire bloodline, potentially born as a fighting saint. Although Xiao Xian harbored immense power within, she lacked the means to wield it. The wings of fighting spirit had merely formed because Xiao Xian found the notion of wings amusing. Oh dear! A collision with the flitting Xiao Xian nearly caused him to drop the cold noodles in his hand, and he irritably ruffled her mushroom-like hair, giving her a gentle tap. Why have you flown over here? Father hasn't finished eating yet. These cold noodles are specially prepared by the Dragon Gate, and Zhang Tian certainly relished them. I want some too. Xiao Xian giggled, extending her arms in a bid to snatch some, her hands harboring strength surpassing that of a fighting sovereign, capable of easily crushing a dignitary. You little brat, are you trying to kill your father? After dodging, Xiao Xian punched the ground, causing the entire hall to tremble. And upon observing the massive pit left behind, Zhang Tian's brow twitched slightly. Xiao Xian seemed to realize her misstep, tugging at her clothes, shaking her head as she pondered what to eat for dinner. Yu, observing her demeanor, one could only say that no one knows a child better than their father. Zhang Tian immediately discerned that the little girl was contemplating dinner. Shaking his head helplessly, he said, I entrust you with a task. Accompany senior brother, Xiao Yin, on his travels across the continent. The little demoness has grown up, no longer possessing her former cuteness. Upon hearing this, 7-year-old Xiao Xian puffed her cheeks, placing her hands on her hips, and pointed an accusatory finger at Zhang Tian, appearing heartbroken. You've changed, dog. Zhang Tian's expression hardened. That evening, Xiao Xian departed the mountain with a small pack, tears in her eyes. Ving Xiao Xin, who was on the verge of tears amidst the care of many disciples of the Dragon Gate. Once she stepped outside the mountain gate, she unleashed her true self. Had it not been for the marvelous treasures in her pack, she likely would have tossed it skyward in exasperation. You little brat. Witnessing this scene, Zhang Tian chuckled as he scolded her, marveling at her acting skills akin to a seasoned actress. Although Xiao Xian was merely 7, as his most cherished daughter, he frequently infused her bloodline with his own, amassing over the years. It could be said that she was the closest to his bloodline in the world. Though she had not fully inherited it, she was certainly close. Who could fathom the terrifying power concealed within her small frame? By the way, Zhang Tian's voice resonated in Xiao Xian's mind, causing her to pause mid-step after treading upon a yellow wildflower, before she resumed her bouncy gait on the road. Seemingly just a little girl caught in the triviality of stepping on a flower. Stop pretending. I know you can hear me. Zhang Tian rolled his eyes. With his prowess beyond that of a fighting emperor, was there anywhere in the fighting spirit continent where his voice could not reach? Absolutely not. Oh dear, you've discovered me. Old man, speak quickly. I still want to play at the Dan Tower. Xiao Xian displayed an impatient expression, waving her hand dismissively. Don't bother your grandfather, Yaochen. Upon uttering this, Zhang Tian fell silent, as if sensing something amiss. Convey this to senior brother Xiao Yin. If he does not break through to fighting sovereign within 3 years, he need not return to the Dragon Gate. Also, tell him to tread carefully. If he perishes, I shall not intervene. Hearing her father's somewhat lacking tone, Xiao Xian burst into laughter. Will you really not care? Listening to her teasing tone, Zhang Tian felt a bit embarrassed, clearing his throat, as the atmosphere atop Julong Mountain shifted dramatically with thunder and lightning. Even contemplating taking action pains me for my daughter. Upon hearing this, Xiao Xian's south eyes transformed into crescent moons of delight. All right, I shall let you off this time. Goodbye, old man. Zhang Yusen. Zhang Tian's forehead twitched. This little girl had grown increasingly audacious, even dropping the honorifics. After concluding the transmission, Zhang Tian no longer focused on Xiao Xian's situation, but returned his gaze to the light screen. Hundreds of young men and women clad in Dragon Gate attire surrounded a uniquely different little girl as they descended the mountain, naturally capturing the attention of Houston and Han Chi, among others. As the silhouette of the young girl gradually receded, The steps of the white jade staircase became crowded with disciples of the Long Man, while the elders and youths who had come to pay their respects buzzed with conversation. Moments ago, the area had been sparse, yet now it overflowed with people. Who could that little girl be? A flicker of curiosity seized Han Chi's heart as he gazed down at the swirling clouds and mist beneath the white jade steps, pondering deeply. It seemed this girl held considerable status. The previously scattered disciples of Longmen had instantly congregated upon her arrival. Zhu Imo shook his head in resignation, his thoughts drifting. How could that esteemed figure allow this little enchantress to descend the mountain? Surely, the formidable beings across the continent would be in peril. The memory of being effortlessly tossed around like a mere mudfish by this little sorceress, despite his own ancient dragon form, sent a shiver down his spine. Chapter 111. I am Xiao Yan, and I am utterly flustered. In a patch of grass, Xiao Yan's eyes widened slightly as a sharp hand pierced through his right chest, enduring an excruciating pain while igniting the seed of foreign flame within his assailant's body. Boom! Amidst the anguished cries of the formidable opponent, flames erupted from him, engulfing his entire being in an instant. The ethereal blue flames continued to blaze as Xiao Yan gasped for breath. With his left hand, he conjured a vibrant green flame, gently pressing it against the wound on his chest. Ugh! Xiao Yan's lips turned pale, a muffled groan escaping him as cold sweat trickled down his forehead. Yet, the wounds on his body began to heal at an astonishing rate, the blood seeping from his waist and back gradually ceasing. Mominzla, Brother Xiao Yan, I finally found you, a voice called out, and as Xiao Yan opened his eyes post-recovery, a small figure appeared before him. The newcomer was diminutive, cloaked in a black cape, excitedly waving her hand, attempting to remove the hood. Cough, cough, cough. Xiao Yan's complexion suddenly paled, quickly grasping the child's arm and pulling the hood back over her head. With a sheepish grin amidst her dissatisfied expression, he inquired, how did little Xin leave the Longman? Curiosity piqued his heart. Surely, little Xin could not have departed without the teacher's permission. Pouting, little Xin mumbled something barely audible even to Xiao Yan's keen ears, and as he leaned in closer to listen, she playfully struck him on the head with a small nut. Hiss! A sharp pain shot through Xiao Yan's head, nearly causing him to faint. You little rascal! Such a fierce blow! He exclaimed, both frustrated and helpless, rubbing the burgeoning bump on his head. You, my dear girl, must have thought I want to come out and play. Shaking his head, Xiao Yan stood up and exited the thicket, with little Xin eagerly trailing behind, tugging at his flowing garments. Brother Xiao Yan, I was wrong, she pleaded, removing her hood to reveal her large, glistening eyes, embodying an innocent charm. Enough of that. A shiver ran down Xiao Yan's spine at her pitiful demeanor, and he quickly extricated his arm from her grasp. After a brief pause, he continued, It's not that, Brother Xiao Yan doesn't want to take you out to play. I have a journey to embark upon, with tasks entrusted to me by my master. Yet, little Xin paid him no heed. She kicked a stone, causing it to strike down a soaring sixth-tier magical beast from the sky. I was also sent down by my father, she declared. Hiss! Witnessing the gruesome demise of the sixth-tier beast, Xiao Yan inhaled sharply, feeling the strength at his wrist slightly increase. Just a minuscule amount. He cannot break free. So, where does little Xin wish to play? He asked with a smile, lifting her up as if he were a gentle older brother. Let us go to the territory of the 9 nether ghost python. The moment the words left her lips, Xiao Yan gasped, his eyes widening in alarm. The 9 nether ghost python clan was no trifling matter. Despite having suffered great calamities, they still possessed a dose saint. More importantly, they bore a grudge against Zhang Tian. How about we visit Dragon Island to play with Sister Ziyin instead? He suggested, shaking his head vigorously. It would be madness to venture into the lair of the 9 nether ghost pythons. Like a clay Buddha entering a latrine, there would be no way out. Resolute in his decision, Xiao Yan preferred to take a longer route to Dragon Island rather than accompany this little enchantress to the 9 nether ghost python clan. All right then, little Xin chirped, but her next words chilled him to the bone. I'll tell Sister Sun Air and Nalan Yanran that you're out here misbehaving. Xiao Yan's face flushed crimson. You're like a clay Buddha emerging from a latrine, spitting nonsense. He had done nothing of the sort. I say it is so. Little Xin smirked, her confidence unwavering. As a dose saint, she could easily carry out a few tricks without Sun Air and the others noticing. Unlike Ziyin, who resided on Dragon Island, Sun Air had settled on the gathering Dragon Mountain and had officially joined the Longmen. Thinking of Sun Air's smiling visage, her fingers occasionally dancing with golden flames, made Xiao Yan's heart race with anxiety. Suddenly, he recalled a passage from a piece titled Carefree Wanderings on that azure planet. In the North Sea, there lies a pot, vast beyond measure, covering my body, the weight of which is unfathomable. Let us go. Xiao Yan forced a smile, striking a heroic pose. He just teasing you, little Xian giggled. The 9 Nether Ghost Python clan indeed housed those saints, and while she could protect herself, her power would be severely limited against them, putting Xiao Yan in grave danger. Despite her penchant for mischief, she remained inherently kind-hearted. Cough, cough, cough. Suddenly, little Xen cleared her throat and adopted a serious tone. I have a few messages from the old man. Brother Xiao Yan, listen closely. You little scoundrel, if you get killed during your travels, I won't be responsible. Also, if you don't reach Dozun within 3 years, don't bother coming back. Seeing little Xen mimic the speech of Zhang Tian with her serious demeanor made Xiao Yan want to laugh. What a cheeky remark. How could Master speak so crassly? Though he understood the gist, the elder-like tone of little Xen left him speechless as he playfully ruffled her mushroom-shaped hair. So, are you implying that I am crude? Little Xen lowered her head, only to look up at Xiao Yan with a smile, her small fist glowing with a hint of douqi. Hey, that is not it. Xiao Yan attempted to deflect, but before he knew it, her fist descended upon him like a collapsing sky. In that crucial moment, Xiao Yan frantically channeled the Yi douqi within him, 5 types of Yi entwining his form, transforming him into a silhouette of flame. Seeing the advanced Earth-tier combat skill shatter instantly, Xiao Yan's eyes nearly bulged out. Boom! Xiao Yan's body crashed into the earth, stirring up a vast cloud of dust. There exists a law that villains are unharmed by smoke. A teammate's attack must surely inflict severe injury. In the expansive pit, Xiao Yan lay at the bottom, groaning softly. Stinky brother Xiao Yan, stop pretending to be dead. Dad told me you possess the flames of life. As long as you have breath, you won't die. Little Xin flashed a cunning grin. Xiao Yan lay at the pit's bottom, speechlessly questioning the heavens. So that was why she struck him so hard. Chapter 111. 10 years later, the path of the Dou Emperor. The figure seated at the main position gave a slight nod, then leaned back. It had been over a decade since the Soul Clan allied with the Medicine Clan and the Flame Clan to combat the Dou Emperor, who had decisively quelled them with thunderous might, bringing stability to the continent. The Dragon Gate and the Starfall Pavilion have rapidly ascended to become the 2 most formidable powers on the Duki continent. They are closely intertwined, with whispers circulating that the young master of the Dragon Gate is also the cherished disciple of the Starfall Pavilion's leader. This revelation has incited envy among countless mercenaries, imperial families, and offspring of noble clans, as it seems inevitable that the future will see the stewardship of these 2 transcendent forces fall into their hands. Amidst the dominance of these 2 powerful entities, the previously unremarkable assassination organization, Blood Luo Men, has emerged with extraordinary vigor. Under its banner, the Han family of Tian Luo City instills fear in all, serving as one of the most formidable arms of Blood Luo Men. What do you all think? In the conference hall of the Dragon Gate, a vague silhouette occupies the seat of honor. In response to the inquiry posed by this ethereal projection, those present promptly clasped their hands in respect, each offering their replies. We have no objections. As they raised their heads, their breathtaking visages came into view. Gu Yuan, Xiao Tian of the Xiao clan, Ziyin of the ancient Void Dragon clan, Houston of Blood Luo Men, and Tan Yi of the Shaking Heaven sect. Behind each of them stood others. Gu Suner stood gracefully behind Gu Yuan, her enchanting smile brightening the atmosphere, though her keen eyes searched for a familiar figure. Not finding the person she longed for, a hint of melancholy crossed her features as she sighed softly. Tiao Yan Skosin, Tiao Ning, now humbly followed the current patriarch of the Xiao family, Xiao Tian, shedding his former rebellious demeanor for one of utmost obedience. Behind Houston stood Han Shi, who had clashed with Jiang Tao a decade ago. Han Shi is now married to Jiang Tao and possesses greater talent than him. Ziyin, ever the whimsical spirit, was accompanied by Zhu Mo, a disciple of the Dragon Gate's inner circle, with Zhu Kuan holding the title of Elder at the Dragon Gate. Zhu Mo enjoys a prestigious status among the inner disciples. After all, the ancient Void Dragon clan is a vital part of the Dragon Gate. With Zhu Mo representing Zhu Kuan, the projection seated at the helm possesses an extraordinary identity, should anyone catch a glimpse of it. It's likely that 99% of the continent's populace would be driven to frenzy. He is the true sovereign of the Duki continent. Yet, he himself harbors no fondness for such a title, preferring monikers like the Master of the Dragon Gate or the Carefree Wanderer. The matters under discussion among the assembly are of exceptional significance. If they were to leak, it would be akin to casting a deep water bomb into the long placid lake of the continent. Zhang Tian has initiated the opening of a passage leading to another legendary land, a place that supposedly harbors the ancient, lost Dou Emperor, known as the Dou Emperor continent. If that is the case, I shall commence the opening in 7 days. The ethereal image belonging to Zhang Tian nodded slightly, its gaze sweeping over the assembly before momentarily pausing on Gu Yuan. Shu Kun, Siu Suan. And Gu Yuan will venture to the Dou Emperor continent. Gu Yuan felt a tremor in his heart, his prior aspirations dissipating. Observing this, Zhang Tian shook his head slightly. How could one pursue the realm beyond the Dou Emperor without relinquishing the desire for power? Since Gu Yuan had sustained an injury left by Xiao Xian, he had struggled to break through, sinking into despair and wondering if he would ever surpass the Dou Emperor. This despondency led him to become increasingly enamored with power, unbeknownst to him that this fixation had contributed to his decade-long stagnation. However, Zhang Tian was evidently not inclined to consider Gu Yuan's plight. After all, Gu Yuan had been teetering on the brink of a breakthrough for 10 years, and once he untangled his heart's knots, transcending to the Dou Emperor might be a foregone conclusion. The Duki continent forbids the emergence of Dou Emperors. This consensus had been reached between Zhang Tian, Zhu Kuan, and Xiao Xian. The existence of a Dou Emperor constantly siphons the essence of the world, causing the source energy to dwindle. Once it is depleted, the realm would plunge into a new abyss, and it is uncertain if future generations will produce talents as extraordinary as those of this era. Zhang Tian himself is relatively unaffected, requiring minimal cultivation, while Zhu Kuan and Xiao Xian expend vast amounts of source energy during their training. 3 years prior, Xiao Xian's crafting of a primordial imperial artifact consumed countless resources. At this moment, Zhang Tian began to comprehend the essence of the primordial imperial artifact, which inherently contained the power of source energy. Gu Siner's face paled, her beauty dimmed as she bit her lip, clearly reluctant to part with Gu Yuan. Yet, upon perceiving the ethereal projection seated at the helm, her thoughts shifted. Brother Xiao Yin has left his master. Surely, he must feel quite sorrowful as well. I must go to comfort him. The pang of reluctance she felt vanished in an instant. Hey, Dou Emperor Brother Ziyin's soft voice broke the tension. What is it? Zhang Tian turned to glance at her, noting her conflicted expression, and smiled knowingly, understanding that the little girl was reluctant to part with her father, who had just returned. Allowing Zhu Kuan to depart was for his own good and for the well-being of the Duki continent's inhabitants. Zhang Tian patiently elucidated the relationship between the Dou Emperor and source energy, and amidst the dawning realization of the assembly, he stated, if we remain on the Duki continent, we shall deplete a vast amount of source energy. However, if we travel to another continent, it may be possible to periodically return to our homeland. Everyone nodded in agreement, particularly Houston and the newly risen Tan E of the Shaking Heaven sect. Both had benefited from the source energy. Tan E had been taken under the wing of the previous Supreme Elder of the Shaking Heaven sect and had forged a connection with the young Master of the Dragon Gate. Xiao Yan. Once the source energy returned, all present could noticeably feel their cultivation becoming significantly easier. Yao Lao and Laying each broke through to the 9-star Dou Saint level, while Houston and Tan E, both promising newcomers, each made their own breakthroughs, one to the 8-star Dou Saint and the other to the 7-star Dou Saint. In light of Tan Yi's talent, Xiao Yan felt somewhat overshadowed. Now, Xiao Yan had reached the pinnacle of the 9-turn Dou Zun, subtly approaching a transformation into a saint. With the return of source energy, the forces on the continent flourished, each vying for prominence. Seeing that everyone was in agreement, the figure seated upon the stone chair leaned back slightly before shattering into myriad luminous particles that dispersed into the ether. As that figure departed, the remaining attendees finally exhaled in relief. Those present were all leaders of top-tier forces, each with intricate ties to Zhang Tian. Yet, maintaining composure in his presence proved to be a daunting task. Even in stillness, he exuded an immense pressure. Here, consciousness returned to its corporeal form. Sigh. Zhang Tian let out a soft exhale, shaking his head with a wry smile. Since surpassing the limits of the Dou Emperor, he had ascended to an ineffable height, where even a mere frown could evoke feelings akin to the collapse of the heavens. Xiao Yin was on the verge of breaking through to the Do Saint level. While he himself had transcended 2 realms, he sensed that he had reached a height comparable to that of the individual who once traversed the passageway to the Duki continent. While his power may not be exactly equivalent, the disparity was certainly not vast. With a swift motion, he struck the boundless void. In a passageway thousands of zhang wide began to slowly unfurl. With a glint in his eyes, a golden beam of light, stretching hundreds of thousands of zhang, cleaved through the endless void, surging directly into the passageway. In an instant, the passage expanded further, the sound of distant explosions echoing from the depths of the void. As the passage continued to lengthen, the profound barrier between the 2 continents was finally shattered, confirming the creation of the passageway. A smile graced Zhang Tian's face. His conjectures had proven correct. The opening of a spatial passage from the Duki continent was indeed far more straightforward. After all, if everyone had to attain the strength of that golden robe man to open a passage and project an avatar, how had the countless Do emperors of the past managed to depart? This passage would endure for millennia. With a smile on his face, Zhang Tian turned to Zhu Kuan and the cloaked Xiao Xian. Upon seeing their nods of agreement, Zhang Tian erupted into hearty laughter. Inform the future generations. For a millennium, we shall await your arrival on the Do Di continent. Zhang Tian, alongside Zhu Kuan and Xiao Xian, plunged into the vast expanse of a surging passage. Their figures diminutive like ants, vanishing into the boundless azure sky. Only their voices resonated between heaven and earth. Chapter 112, A New Universe. Where lies the great thousand worlds? The trio traversed the colossal blue corridor, their gaze extending to the unfathomable depths where a dreamlike azure light shimmered. Shattering space was a feat many Do Zun could achieve. Xiao Xian, unfaltering in his stride, reached out to gather a wisp of blue mist in his hands. Yet, to breach the barriers and obstructions between the 2 extremes, especially across such an elongated passage, even a Do Di would find such a tremendous endeavor arduous. In the midst of his musings, the countenance of Xiao Xian, the celestial Do Di, revealed a hint of astonishment. Zhu Kuan cast a complex glance at Zhang Tian, who stood at the forefront. A decade had elapsed since his ascendance to Do Di, and he now felt Zhang Tian's aura growing increasingly inscrutable. Over the years, while their own powers had progressed, the chasm between the 3 had only widened. Despite their advancements, it remained a challenge to bridge such a disparity. Zhang Tian, positioned at the forefront, displayed an enigmatic silhouette. Upon hearing Zhu Kuan's remark, he paused slightly, his voice resonating clearly within the expansive, dreamlike blue corridor. It is merely a fraction of the power, he mused with a gentle smile. The Do Chi continent cannot withstand it. Suddenly slowing his pace, he noticed the inquisitive glances from Zhu Kuan and Xiao Xian. Taking a deep breath, he declared solemnly, I have glimpsed that distant world. Zhu Kuan, taken aback, swiftly extended his spiritual awareness for inspection, yet his perception, capable of surveying the entire Do Chi continent, detected nothing amiss. Xiao Xian, relying on the formidable spiritual energy from the heavenly tomb, found his own abilities slightly superior to Zhu Kuan's in this regard. It is still quite far, Zhang Tian chuckled, indicating that the world lay light years away, a distance that could evoke despair even in a Do Di. The predecessors of your must have traversed for over a decade. With a subtle smile, he noted that the spatial dominion wielded by Do Di far surpassed that of Do Zun, transcending into what could be termed spatial travel or leap. Within this vast cosmos, it seemed Do Di need not deliberately suppress their powers. After sensing for a moment, Xiao Xian nodded in acknowledgement towards Zhang Tian. The Do Chi continent differs greatly from the Do Di continent a millennia past. The world has become fragile after its transformation, perhaps when countless races thrived and heroes gathered. Only then could a Do Di exert their full strength unimpeded. Zhu Kuan, feeling somewhat restless, furrowed his brow in dissatisfaction. Does this imply we shall require another decade to reach that new world? Xiao Xian, amused, responded, You, who have lived for 10 millennia, display such impatience. Can you not endure a mere decade? It was ironic that the oldest among them, Zhu Kuan, was the least patient, while Zhang Tian, who was yet to reach 40, remained composed. Contrary to Xiao Xian's expectations, Zhang Tian appeared affable and unperturbed, taking measured steps along the corridor. Sensing Xiao Xian's gaze, he glanced back casually and remarked, I was merely referring to the distance from the Do Di continent. The 2 worlds are not far apart, as they are nearly fused by a barrier. As he took another step, the corridor suddenly emitted a sound of impending collapse. The walls, akin to glass, fractured, revealing spiderweb-like black fissures. Within those crevices, glimpses of the vast, unfathomable cosmos occasionally flickered. Absorb more of the blue light. It is beneficial, Zhang Tian interjected. Both Xiao Xian and Zhu Kun nodded in agreement, aware that the treasures formed in the narrow space between the two worlds were invaluable, their worth immeasurable. They had already begun to gather such riches along their journey, having collected nearly two-thirds of the total. Next lies an extraordinary world, Zhang Tian proclaimed as he stepped forward, the entire corridor trembling precariously. In this realm, even a Dou Di might not be deemed a formidable force, for countless years had passed. The numerous young pioneers and prodigies must have made significant strides in their own realms. A rare fervor flickered in the eyes of Xiao Xian and Zhu Kun as their spirits surged. As the trio advanced, the passage neared destruction, teetering on the brink of collapse. Ultimately, with a resounding crack, the passage connecting the Dou Qi continent and the Dou Di continent shattered completely. As they beheld the severed path to their homeland vanish, Xiao Xian and Zhu Kun cast lingering glances back, imbued with nostalgia. Yet Zhang Tian remained unmoved, for he sensed a force that stirred his very soul. Zhu Kun flew to Zhang Tian's side, scrutinizing their surroundings before inquiring, "Is this the final destination for Dou Di? A shattered realm?" "No," Zhang Tian replied. "This was once a complete world, seemingly reduced to ruins by some force. It is perilous." The two engaged in a dialogue, clearly apprehensive about this world. Gazing outward, they beheld the cosmos, its exterior shattered, stars dimmed, and even celestial bodies lost their brilliance, fading into a pallid hue. Countless ancient stars, having existed since time immemorial, were obliterated, drifting aimlessly through the cosmic void. The gravitational and magnetic fields of planets had become unstable, plunging the entire expanse into chaos. Not far from them lay an ancient star, vast beyond measure, now laid to waste, devoid of life. Neither Zhu Kun nor Xiao Xian's combined spiritual senses could encompass even a fraction of this universe's territory. Who was that being from the lower realms? Zhu Kun pondered. Could they have perished? Perhaps they encountered some insurmountable terror and retreated from this world. At that moment, as Zhu Kun and Xiao Xian mourned the loss of this vanished realm, Zhang Tian lifted his gaze, his eyes seemingly harboring the essence of cosmic transformation, the cycles of the universe, and the ceaseless motion of star rivers. This great realm still possesses vitality. The myriad beings have not yet perished, he asserted, shaking his head. His declaration left Xiao Xian and Zhu Kun astounded as they raised their heads to behold the fragmented cosmos. Amidst the gaping black fissures and elusive black holes, the starry expanse lay desolate, collapsing into oblivion. In such a world, he dares to claim there is life. "I sense it," Zhang Tian continued, his consciousness extending to envelop a significant portion of the universe, until, within a celestial palace, he perceived a presence equal to his own, prompting him to withdraw. He marveled at the vastness of this universe. Even with all his might, he could scarcely obliterate a third of it. What cataclysmic trials has this place endured? He mused, his voice laced with an insatiable curiosity. If you wish to know, you might attempt to trace back through time. A familiar yet unfamiliar voice resonated in Zhang Tian's ears, echoing the tone of divine providence. Observing his hands, he felt a spark of curiosity. Could it truly be possible? As his thoughts ignited, countless ancient stars began to swirl, coalescing into nebulae, reconstructing the shattered celestial bodies. Powerful beings began to awaken from this universe. Among them were ordinary creatures and those whose might rivaled that of a Dou Di, yet all met with helpless demise. Time flowed backward once more as he sought to uncover the truth of what had transpired. Fortunately, that era seemed to lie close to the present. The cataclysmic war, the shattering of the stars, the silence of myriad beings. A few words suddenly emerged in his mind. During that fierce battle, countless Dou emperors, even those transcending the realm of Dou emperors, fell in droves like clouds. The colossal fists of destruction, the celestial imperial deities, the shifting stars. At last, a brilliant arrow of light shot forth from the depths of the cosmos, bearing an immeasurable aura of annihilation that ravaged the entire universe. The arrow raced toward him, its endless sharpness and terror transforming into an indescribable pressure that bore down upon him, shattering the very fabric of time itself. In that moment, He was confronted by the beam of light, feeling as though his boundless sea of souls was being pricked by countless needles. To his astonishment, "You truly have reached this realm." The voice echoed once more, peculiarly unperturbed as he gazed upon the past. Do Emperor, surpassing Do Emperor, extreme Emperor, and now, nearing the realm of the imperial deity wielding the royal artifact. He could not discern which realm the imperial deity referred to. "If it is unfeasible, then let it be named by you all," Zhang Tian remarked lightly with a gentle smile. Chapter 113, Master of the Celestial Court, Another Vast World. Zhang Tian pondered for a moment before casting forth a beam of golden light from his hand. The light fluttered like a feather, detaching from his palm and swirling a few times in the cosmos before transforming into a streak of flowing brilliance, darting into the boundless universe. A smile graced his face as he beckoned to Zhu Kuan and Xiao Xian behind him. "Hurry and follow." That golden feather was indeed the guiding token left behind by the individual who once descended to the lower realms. After traversing tens of thousands of light years, the feather finally came to a halt, and the void began to ripple, revealing a radiant passage that opened from the darkness of the universe, suffused with a purple mist. Incomparably precious. Zhu Kuan's eyes flickered with astonishment. Zhang Tian halted, murmuring to himself, "Is this the passage that can traverse most of the universe? The prowess of that person must be unfathomable." Even he found it difficult to directly cross such vast distances. Moreover, this aura did not seem to originate from that individual who descended to the lower realms. It was becoming rather intriguing. Dressed in dark robes, Xiao Xian also sensed it. Zhang Tian exchanged glances with him and chuckled softly, opening the dimensional passage, dispatching a clone to the Do Qi continent, and wielding one of the three imperial artifacts, the divine sword, yet still not being the strongest in this realm. Who could have caused the destruction of most of this universe? Upon entering the purple mist tunnel, Zhang Tian's gaze flickered. The technique and the application of power were profoundly enlightening, leaving him in awe. "Hey, Zhang Tian, there are people ahead," Zhu Kuan suddenly whispered to him. He was startled. Though distracted by his surroundings, his consciousness had remained vigilant. Upon raising his eyes, he indeed spotted a man standing in the center of the tunnel, clad in the robes of a heavenly emperor, hands clasped behind his back. Taking a sharp breath, Xiao Xian was greatly astonished. He had not noticed this person before, as if he did not exist in this world. Why has he come here? Zhang Tian pondered, furrowing his brow. Although this person resembled the figure from before, he emanated a peculiar, supreme power. Should a battle ensue, despite their similar strengths, he feared he would be swiftly subdued. He contemplated silently. "I have come to guide you." Observing Zhang Tian's apparent ignorance, the smile on the ancient imperial deity's face grew increasingly radiant. "What do you think of this world?" Although he posed the question lightly, an imperial aura accompanied his words, carrying an innate majesty. Upon witnessing the golden dragon energy concealed beneath the being's exterior, which seemed to illuminate the entire outer cosmos, Zhang Tian's pupils constricted. What a terrifying imperial dragon aura. Zhu Kuan felt utterly uneasy, as if confronted by a being of higher status. Yet he did not bow his head, for that was the dignity of his ancient dragon lineage. Even the usually placid Xiao Xian became serious, regarding the approaching figure with gravity. Zhang Tian slightly turned his head, surveying the surroundings outside the tunnel. They had now reached the center of the universe, where one side was filled with charred, fragmented remnants, bleak and ancient. A sky-blue ray of light split the universe in two, emanating a faint, precious glow. On the other side lay a realm brimming with vitality. A pale blue cosmos teeming with boundless energy, where stars gleamed brilliantly and myriad life forms thrived among ancient celestial bodies. Indeed, this world is teeming with life. Zhang Tian nodded slightly, his tone affirming. Casting a glance at the dim universe behind him, Zhu Kuan and Xiao Xian's eyebrows twitched, their mouths twitching in disbelief. However, they understood. After all, provoking the other party unwittingly would not bode well. "It is rare for you to witness this scene." He expressed a hint of surprise. "This world is divided into 4 quadrants, east, west, south, and north, ruled by 5 imperial deities, including myself." Upon hearing Yang Zhou's words, Zhang Tian nearly burst into laughter. And even the usually composed Xiao Xian wore an odd expression, struggling to contain himself, while Zhu Kuan's mouth visibly twitched. The so-called northwest quadrants had surely been obliterated. Had they not? It was evident, considering their very presence. We have waited for so many years, and, at last, we have awaited the final one, Yang Zhou sighed, waving his hand as the surrounding endless space began to ripple rapidly, swiftly covering vast distances. Witnessing this scene, Zhang Tian's eyes narrowed slightly. Upon arriving in this universe, he realized he had attained a unique level of connection with it, an ineffable sensation. In this cosmos, once one surpassed the extreme Emperor realm, it seemed one could gain the universe's recognition and acquire special authority. The other party should be aware of this. Yet I cannot see through you. Zhang Tian spoke solemnly, the figure enveloped by a gold-hued eastern dragon of cosmic proportions. Who exactly are you? Upon hearing this, the ancient imperial deity turned his head, allowing Zhang Tian to see the back of his heavenly emperor robes, intricately embroidered with terrifying beings exuding an aura of ancient, primal energy. Some figures were humanoid, while others were beastly, yet all shared an overwhelming presence. I am the once and future sovereign of humanity and deities, the first Do Emperor of eternity, the origin of all gods, the inheritor of the purest bloodline of the primordial ancestor, master of the celestial court, Yang Yo. Each title uttered by him caused the three men's eyelids to twitch uncontrollably, a silent shock coursing through them. Although they had already suspected his immense antiquity, they had not anticipated that this imperial deity could trace his lineage back to countless years prior, having departed from the Doqi continent, this ancient pioneer. Yang Zhou smiled slightly. Aside from Zhang Tian, who possessed some uniqueness, both Zhu Kuan and Xiao Xian bore a trace of the ancestors' bloodline within them. Though scant, it was sufficient to render them powerless in his presence. As the purest descendant of the ancestors' bloodline, even those stronger than him would have to bow in submission. Noticing the prolonged silence from the other party, the atmosphere within the lengthy tunnel grew increasingly oppressive. Zhu Kuan's gaze sharpened, while Xiao Xian waved his hand, summoning a golden imperial bell. Boom! An indescribable, overwhelming aura surged forth, yet aside from Zhang Tian, none were able to perceive it. Zhu Kuan and Xiao Xian merely felt the spatial barrier of this universe solidify. This momentum erupted in another universe, where only an eternal, unchanging faint glow persisted, devoid of any stars. Yet at the center of this cosmos lay a fragmented land. As this momentum passed through a desolate, ancient wasteland, it briefly faltered, only to be instantaneously obliterated by an even more potent surge. Yang Yo wore a smile. That guy lied. Zhang Tian's expression turned grave. An endless and terrifying storm filled a portion of that universe, relentlessly surging toward him. Boom! Silent and unassuming, in a vast expanse of the universe. Zhang Tian's complexion suddenly turned pale, a metallic sweetness rising in his throat, which he forcefully suppressed, while strands of golden blood trickled from the corner of his mouth. Both Zhu Kuan and Xiao Xian were momentarily taken aback. Moments ago, Yang Zhou had stood still, and although they sensed an ominous pressure, they had not anticipated that Zhang Tian, the strongest among them, would suffer even a minor injury. Only Yang Zhou and Zhang Tian were aware that in that peculiar realm of the universe, a colossal golden dragon had swung a claw at him. The ability to endure such an attack indicated that he was indeed secure. Yang Zhou chuckled, realizing that this allowed their opponent to firmly establish themselves in this realm. Is this the Do Emperor continent? Xiao Xian inquired, his tone tinged with a somber weight, noting that the other party seemed devoid of malice while Zhang Tian was recuperating. Although he had anticipated this, the sensation of being subordinate still left him somewhat disconcerted. No, Yang Zhou's words caused Zhang Tian, who was in the midst of recovery, to open his eyes in astonishment. Is this place the Great Thousand World? He pressed, his expression revealing a complex mix of emotions. Could something have gone awry? It was well known that the barriers between worlds were not easily breached. The Great Thousand World? No, no. Outside, indeed, lies a universe that is not inferior to the Great Thousand World. Yang Zhou shook his head and smiled. Seeing that the others appeared bewildered, he further elucidated. Isn't the Doqi continent essentially the Do Emperor continent? Chapter 114. The 9 dragons pulling the coffin across the River of Realms. Please, have a seat. Within the resplendent celestial hall, 9 golden dragons coiled around intricately carved celestial gold pillars, while a small spring and a cloud pool of 3 zhang in radius exuded wisps of misty energy, enveloping the hall in an ethereal haze. As Yang Zhou extended his hand in invitation, Zhang Tian found a place to sit, followed by Xiao Xian and Zhu Kuan, who also sought seats at the lower end. Surveying their surroundings, Within Yang Zhou's lair stood 13 pure golden thrones, with Zhang Tian seated upon one of them. These thrones represented the most illustrious deities of the celestial court, each possessing boundless power, undefeated in cosmic battles. They were ancient and venerable, each capable of recreating the sun and moon, reshaping the stars with a mere thought that could sweep across vast expanses. This world is nearing its limits. It is not a place where I can linger. Zhang Tian shook his head, acknowledging that his progress had been exceedingly rapid, rendering the conventional bottlenecks faced by others irrelevant to him. There lies a path ahead, yet it leads to another world, one of equal stature to our origin world, albeit now in ruins. Yang Zhou explained, lamenting that countless predecessors had perished in the cataclysm, including formidable beings who surpassed them. In their generation, they could only retreat to this universe. They even chose to seal themselves away, concealing this universe from the outside world to fend off the formidable foes from that shattered realm. While our numbers of powerful beings are significant, we require another of equal strength to return to the origin continent. Yang Zhou continued, noting that their injuries were considerable, allowing them to barely exert 70 to 80% of their power. Only by returning to the legendary origin continent, the homeland of their ancestors, could they aspire to reach higher realms. The star, source, Tao, the flame emperor, the 9 nether demons, the imperial sovereign, the nightmare beasts, and the mightiest deity of my celestial family, Emperor Yin. The 3 ancestors of star source Tao were among those closest to the ancient ancestors' retreat into the dark star universe. Much of the legends and ancient records they currently possessed derived from these 3 ancient beings. In bygone times, the 9 suns emerged, annihilating the life of the dark star universe, while the flame emperor, a demigod of human and divine blood, unleashed 9 suns in a single assault. Emperor Yin despised humanity and detested the demon race. The 9 nether demons and the nightmare beasts were close allies, and with the mediation of the flame emperor, they managed to coexist with Emperor Yin. How intriguing! Zhang Tian chuckled upon hearing this. The mere strength of one individual could compel the majority of the 8 most powerful beings to unite, even to bow their heads. Xiao Xian's face also bore an expression of anticipation, eager to witness the demeanor of Emperor Yin. Zhu Kuan remained silent, contemplating whether leaving the Duki continent had been the right decision, abandoning his young daughter for the Dark Star universe, only to find himself shaken by the might of various powerful beings, while the prowess of the Dou Emperor felt utterly insignificant, causing him immense distress. Not merely the majority, but all. Yang Zhou replied with a bittersweet smile. The 3 ancestors of star source Tao maintained a close relationship and were generally reluctant to provoke Emperor Yin. Remarkably, of the 8 deities, 7 feared him. Zhang Tian became serious, recognizing that in terms of combat strength, Yang Zhou might even surpass him slightly. The power of the being who could command the respect of all must be indescribably formidable. Indeed, if it were not for the Flame Emperor, even if we 7 were to unite, we would be unable to contend with Emperor Yin. Yang Zhou elucidated. Is the Flame Emperor truly that formidable? Zhang Tian could not restrain himself from glancing at the remaining 11 thrones, 2 of which undoubtedly belonged to Emperor Yin and the Flame Emperor. From Yang Zhou's words, it seemed that even if the Flame Emperor were weaker than Emperor Yin, the difference was negligible. They had risen together in the past. The current Flame Emperor resided within the inner universe. Yang Zhou then provided Zhang Tian with a brief explanation of the inner universe versus the outer universe. The inner universe was akin to a smaller universe, albeit under greater constraints, while it was also more stable and steadfast. The outer universe enveloped the inner universe, typically remaining concealed. Only beings of Star God, Extreme Emperor, level could breach the outer universe to enter the inner universe. Is Emperor Yin also within the inner universe? We should pay him a visit. Zhang Tian interjected with enthusiasm. No, Emperor Yin guards his imperial palace. Yang Zhou gently shook his head, explaining that Emperor Yin was reclusive, often spending his time alone in his palace. Let us first ensure your 2 friends are settled, Yang Zhou suggested, as if he had something to discuss privately, casting a glance at Zhu Kuan and Xiao Xian before continuing. Your Majesty Yang Zhou, I have a question to pose. Xiao Xian suddenly spoke up, catching Yang Zhou's attention. Yang Zhou regarded him quietly and nodded. Speak. Xiao Xian sat upright, and as his words emerged, even the usually unserious Zhu Kuan straightened his posture, attentive to every word. Is the Dou Emperor the weakest entity within the universe? Xiao Xian clenched his fists, a hint of bloodshot in his eyes. Zhu Kuan felt as though he had been struck by a heavy blow, eagerly yearning for the answer. How could that be? Yang Zhou shook his head, waving his hand. The mist within the cloud pool seemed to respond to his summons, coalescing into rich spiritual energy, while droplets of spiritual essence emerged from the spring, manifesting as 3 steaming cups of spiritual tea in the hands of Zhang Tian and the others. Once, the Do Emperor's realm could command a domain within the universe. The Do Emperor is not weak. Indeed, countless ancient stars house beings whose fighting spirit is far inferior to that of the Do Emperor. For not everyone is born with immense power. Xiao Xian let out a slight sigh of relief. Then there is no need to trouble your majesty, Yang Zhou. He shook his head in refusal, ultimately deciding to journey into the universe with Zhu Kuan. Their greatest fear was that the weakest within this universe would be a Do Emperor. It would be too tragic to be struck down by an infant merely a few months old. Yang Zhou did not attempt to dissuade them. Zhang Tian pondered for a moment, but did not object, recognizing that both possessed considerable talent. As for Xiao Xian, it seemed unlikely he would require many years to surpass the realm of the Do Emperor. After the two departed, Zhang Tian turned to Yang Zhou, awaiting his next words. Yang Zhou had clearly intended to speak with him, yet after Zhu Kuan and Xiao Xian's departure, he remained silent. Your friends possess commendable talents. They may yet reach the Star God realm. Yang Zhou offered a slight compliment. Zhang Tian nodded, interpreting Yang Zhou's mention of the Star God realm as roughly equivalent to the Extreme Emperor realm he had delineated. The Emperor of Do, the Transcendent Do Emperor. The Extreme Emperor, Star God, and the Divine Emperor. Although it is possible to reach the realm of the Extreme Emperor, it appears that this is where the journey ends. Throughout the endless ages, only 14 Divine Emperors have emerged. Upon hearing Yang Zhou mention the 14 Divine Emperors, Zhang Tian, intrigued, inquired, and what of the 15th Divine Emperor? Yang Zhou cast a glance at the 13th seat, as if reminiscing about someone, a glint of cold light flashing in his eyes. I had to eliminate him, he answered. Zhang Tian gasped in astonishment at Yang Zhou's audacity, recalling that this master of the celestial court wielded the emperor's artifacts with ruthless authority. Despite Emperor Yin venerating me as the sovereign of the celestial court due to my noble bloodline, there were always dissenters. 3,000 years ago, a divine emperor conspired with the evil race, and I secretly eradicated him. That battle even shattered the emperor's artifact belonging to Zishou. Who is Zishou? Yang Zhou tapped his head. Oh, I forgot to tell you. Zishou is the true name of Emperor Yin. The evil race was collectively more powerful than us. 3 top-tier experts assisted their leader in stalling Zishou, along with a dozen others who still possessed fighting strength. The rest managed to hold back the fierce emperor and the 3 ancestors without difficulty. Although the evil race could only spare 2 top-tier experts, these 2 were sufficient to deliver devastating blows to those star gods and weaker beings. Zishou, that name sounds familiar, Zhang Tian mused, but his mind was preoccupied, as if he had heard the name before. Suddenly, he remembered the Star Do technique. Zhang Tian recalled that the Do Emperor space was said to derive from Zishou. The Do Emperor space contains our legacy, Yang Zhou chuckled. Is the quick gun technique also linked? Zhang Tian posed the question that had troubled him for years. What manner of person could create such a technique? It was nearly akin to a path, and one could only surmise that the creator was infinitely stronger than Zishou. Quick gun technique. Yang Zhou shook his head in confusion. I've never heard of it. By the way, here, take this. A small, ancient bronze coffin appeared in Yang Zhou's hand, emanating a chilling aura. This was left behind by the one I killed. Zhang Tian curiously accepted it, soon realizing it was one of the 3 Emperor S artifacts. The coffin bore archaic bronze patterns, slightly ajar, exhaling a frigid breath, with a grotesque head atop it, foreboding an ill omen. Inside lies the body of that individual. Thus, our combat powers will be equal. Anyone capable of resisting Yang Zhou would naturally not be weak, but rather a formidable opponent, infinitely close to Yang Zhou's own strength. Yet, even at such proximity, Yang Zhou still managed to slay him, standing before him unscathed. To the Sea of Realms. This time, we must successfully embark on the 9 Dragons coffin to the Origin Continent. The 9 Dragons coffin? Upon hearing this, Zhang Tian shivered. Could it be? While others may not grasp its significance, this time, it could very well lead to the complete destruction of the evil race. In the cold interior universe, the most ancient of the 3 ancestors, the Star Ancestor, opened his eyes hidden beneath a brow of mere inches. 2 long-bearded elders followed closely behind him, their hair and beards white, One bore blue horns atop his head, while the other possessed 3 eyes and 4 arms. The center of the inner universe served as the entrance to the Sea of Realms, where seals prevented the invasion of the evil race, yet simultaneously hindered their return to the origin continent. Numerous years prior, the ancestors endured a great calamity, leading to grievous losses for the celestial court. Only 3 remaining divine emperors were left to lead, and unable to contend with the evil race, one of the divine emperors sacrificed himself, utilizing supreme methods to seal the shadow universe. Though the powerful dwindled and faltered, the celestial court was, after all, a legacy of an extraordinary force. A veritable behemoth of a sacred ground, steadfastly resisting the advances of the evil race for countless years. What a fierce emperor! Zhang Tian eagerly sought to meet this legendary figure, Zisho. Alone, Zisho stood atop a massive ancient life star, vibrant green like jade, where the vast expanse bore no life. Only an endless ocean of life, energy manifesting as illusions. He guarded the depths of the inner universe, and soon he would arrive. Zhang Tian lay not far off, unexpectedly receiving a respectful gaze from the seemingly aloof Zisho, rather than delivering harsh words, appeared to acknowledge him. However, it seemed that the flow of time within the shadow universe differed from that in the Doqi continent, where Shaoyin resided. Not long ago, Zisho had consecutively broken through 3 minor realms, and in terms of pure realm, he now stood on par with Yang Zhou, possibly capable of engaging in battle. How much longer must we wait? The 9 Nether Demon's complexion turned pale, evidently suffering significant injuries, casting a wary glance at Zisho. How did the 9 Nether Demon sustain injuries? Zhang Tian began to communicate telepathically with Yang Zhou, who was in the midst of unsealing the star above. Zhang Tian had gleaned some knowledge of the 9 Nether Demon from Yang Zhou. How could he have been wounded without reason? Did an unknown enemy lurk within the inner universe? Yang Zhou, without turning his head, replied, "It was Zisho who struck." Zhang Tian's brows furrowed. He glanced at Zisho, who appeared genteel and scholarly, a stark contrast to the reality of his formidable nature. Zisho seemed to sense something, casting a glance at Zhang Tian before observing Yang Zhou's back, his eyes shimmering with brilliance. As the master of the stars, every celestial body was his eye and ear. Aside from the ancient continent of the inner universe, nearly the entire cosmos lay within his perception. The unsealing continued, with this ancient life star, 3 times larger than the sun, serving as one of the main vessels for the seal. Countless other celestial bodies were similarly employed to project and link the seals. The nightmarish beast manifested its true form, a terrifying silhouette larger than stars, with muscular, deep purple arms. Standing in the universe with a chest adorned with purple patterns and a vortex of energy the size of a star between its pectorals. Its 5 thick, menacing claws were covered in pale yellow scales, cracking the universe beneath its weight as if standing upon solid ground. It had a human face and beastly body, with bulging veins across its grim purple visage. Even this ancient life star, thrice the sun's size, could easily be devoured in a single bite. Yet paradoxically, this seemingly most terrifying nightmarish beast was the weakest of the divine emperors, its strength perhaps slightly inferior to the newly emerged Zhang Tian. The nightmarish beast's eyes pierced through the endless barriers, fixating intently on the 9 Nether Demon in the void above the ancient life star and Zisho, standing on the surface. Fearing that one misstep would lead to the 9 Nether Demon being slain by Zisho in a thunderous strike. Zisho resembled Panin, with thin lips and starry eyes, yet possessed an aura of extraordinary detachment and coldness. Appearing merely 23 or 24 years of age, his long hair flowed past his shoulders. His gaze was indifferent, clad in a deep blue divine robe that gracefully outlined his form, handsome yet not bewitching, exuding the majesty of an emperor, priceless and noble. He exuded an extraordinary presence, fresh and elegant, and whenever he spoke, his voice was icy and bone-chilling. Even a hint of anger could evoke a sense of impending catastrophe. Only when occasionally locking eyes with Zhang Tian did his tone soften slightly, nodding in acknowledgement. Zhang Tian smiled as he observed this scene, all the while continuously practicing the Burning Emperor technique. He was unaware of the origins of the Burning Emperor technique, which was said to be a method passed down from the myriad worlds. Regardless, the complete version was certainly not inferior to the paths and methods wielded by the divine emperors present. Within the realm of his Iowa square, 24 stone pillars stood in a precise arrangement, each topped with a unique flame of varying colors. These flames comprised 23 types of Ia, along with an ancient chaotic flame that Zhang Tian had cultivated. As his cultivation advanced, he had successfully simulated all 23 types of Ia, even surpassing the power of mature Ia. Each individual flame possessed the might to extinguish stars. The Ia Gongchang has grown to encompass 1/5 of the dark star universe, significantly surpassing the Ia Gongchang left behind by the ancient Disun. The Yanshou and Sandu linger beyond the Feichui Guxing, while Zhushou and Dongtan stand upon its emerald-hued ground, and the Dongtao and Yangzhou hover in midair. The Lair deed has long been missing, yet it seems Yangzhou possesses a means of communication with him. Approximately a month remains. Sweat trickles down Yangzhou's brow as an immense and intricate seal materializes in the sky above Feichui Guxing, and as Yangzhou diligently works to unravel it, the exertion grows increasingly taxing. This complexity is overwhelming. Beside Yangzhou stands a middle-aged man, who, upon observing Yangzhou's actions, shakes his head. Your Majesty has exerted great effort. However, the seal laid by that decent ancestor is exceedingly profound. The once maiden sacrificed everything, even their very soul and body, to forge this seal. Even Yangzhou, knowing the method to break it from within, would require a month. Otherwise, it could not have withstood the ages. The seal's intricacies are unfathomable, necessitating certain bloodline restrictions and requirements. Among the present Tisun, it is likely only that Danshu Di, Xiangzhou, and Di Yusug possessed the bloodline capable of unlocking the seal. Countless golden motes float in the air, transforming into golden dust that dissipates across the horizon. As the seal begins to lift, a plethora of bizarre golden symbols fills the expanse, pulsating and burning as if composing an ancient, mournful war song. Echoes of a primordial horn resound from ages past, igniting an inexplicable sense of nostalgia among all but Dangtan and Jisut, who seem to feel the call of their bloodline, their very veins boiling with fervor. Ancient war chariots descend from the heavens, wielding terrifying power that sweeps away everything in their path. Blood-red banners flutter, ancient war spears shatter, culminating in the appearance of six-winged, four-armed demon god that embraces the universe, exploding amidst the starry void, its divine blood staining the entire sea of stars. Upon the emergence of the demon god, both Yanshou tremble, the call of their bloodline intensifying, echoing in their ears. It is their ancestor, who once matched Asou in strength before gradually fading into an ephemeral shadow. The ancient demon god seems to lament, its dreadful wings unfurling to envelop vast swathes of the cosmos, before four smaller wings fold in, and it ignites in a dark violet glow, merging into the shadowy universe, its body and soul gradually fading into the cosmic ether. Though its heart is shattered, it continues to beat, its scalding blood nurturing this universe, as countless galaxies whirl in frenetic motion. Soon, its head succumbs to the inexorable pressure, shattering. Witnessing the scene, even Zhushou cannot help but feel a surge of reverence. Meanwhile, the Shunbo steps away from Yangzhou, kneeling before the spectral form of the demon god in profound respect, entirely disregarding its identity as the foremost star god of the Shanting. A half-step down, the demon god gestures dismissively, seemingly indifferent to these empty formalities, for in its eyes, such acts are expected. This is the responsibility of the progenitor. It speaks, its voice echoing from the dawn of time. Are you all prepared? Surveying the group, it notes the 8 individuals, some seated, some lying, some standing, others floating, and a flicker of amusement dances in its gaze as it casts a glance at the Sunju. It then acknowledges Yanshou with a nod of satisfaction, surprised to see 2 such commendable descendants. Taking a deep breath, the Sunju's eyes glisten with moisture. When the demon god sacrificed itself, they were but a mere 2,000 years old. Endless eons have passed, and the world has changed beyond recognition. We shall tread the stars once more, Shug declares first. The others echo in unison, their resolve solidifying. Indeed, the long wait of time should conclude in this era. Let the younger generation don our skins, traverse the blood-drenched expanse of stars, and tread upon our undying remains to return. A new era begins, and we too wish to witness whether we shall witness the dawn of a new age or become remnants of the old. Loneliness shall never be defeated. Zhang Tian rises. Friends, there are obstacles ahead. We must suppress all adversaries of the world. With that, a beam of annihilation surges into the seal, suspended in the sky. And to the astonishment of all present, the seal begins to rotate rapidly, its unsealing accelerating exponentially. In the frigid cosmic void, as the ancient demon god lets out a lamenting wail, an inexplicable sorrow rises within the hearts of all beings in the universe. Bason's eyes glisten with tears as it kneels before the warm, ancient violet specter, gently tapping the void 3 times. As the foremost star god of the Shanting, this act serves as a gratitude on behalf of all life in the shadowy universe for the countless years of the ancient demon god's guardianship. Had it not been for Yangzhe's every word and action being intertwined with the fabric of existence, this honor would not have fallen to him. Yangzhou, the stars, Yuan, Dao Sanzu, Jiu You Ren Mo, Yan So, and even so, all bow before the ancient demon god. In a remote corner of the inner universe, upon the Wangu Dalu, the Lidi steps from a wooden cabin, clad in a white imperial robe embroidered with fiery cloud patterns. Beside a well, an ancient, worn Gong lies stained with deep purple-black blood like mottled spots. The Lirdite composes himself, taking a deep breath, and solemnly clasps his fists in a bow. The demon god has long since lost conscious existence, leaving behind merely a fragment of its will and residual soul, devoid of the capacity for thought. Yet it retains an almost instinctual attachment to this universe and all its beings. Gradually it dissipates, releasing vast swathes of purple energy that explode into countless points of light across the cosmos. This immense violet radiance is absorbed by the gathered individuals. Zhu Shou observes a fleeting glimmer of pale purple upon the back of his fair hand, feeling a profound kinship of shared origin. The former sovereign of the stars? Zhu Shou suddenly understands why. During his youth, the starry expanse appeared so dim, and why the universe encompassing the Shenting is named the Dark Star Universe. The ruler of the stars had sacrificed itself to seal this last vestige of their homeland. A faint smile graces Zhang Tian's lips, for he senses that the purple energy enveloping them is shared among all, revealing that the ancient demon god harbored no resentment towards Asoa's prolonged opposition against the Mo and Jinso, treating all equally. Such magnanimity truly embodies the essence of great love for the world. Has the ancestor entrusted everything to us? Sunbo wipes away tears, momentarily speechless. At the level of the ancient demon god, even a mere fragment of its soul can easily reincarnate or become a new deity. Well, this is all for the ancestor, so that we may possess greater strength to resist the wicked tribes. We must not betray the trust placed in us, declares one of the adorned with green horns, his words invigorating the second ancestor, who had been engulfed in grief over the loss of their elder. The seal is on the verge of being unraveled. Everyone, be cautious. Yangzhou warns as golden red blood suddenly streams from his wrist, and a terrifying nebula, nearly 10,000 light years in diameter, erupts around them. As the seal covering the Faritsoi, Guxing, is lifted, countless Iju emerge from the long broken passage, each manifesting in diverse forms, some human, some beastly, and others blending both traits. A colossal ancient warship gradually navigates through the passage, and suddenly, a dozen or more presences comparable to that of Dishan surge forth from the other end of the passage, unleashing a terrifying aura that reverberates throughout the starry expanse. With a chilling glare, Yangzhou unleashed a terrifying radiance from his palm, and the formidable nebula, spanning tens of thousands of light years, surged into the passage with his motion. Countless alien beings were reduced to mere ashes before they could even utter a scream. On the other end, the king of the malevolent race, an ancient sovereign of the Qilin lineage, felt his eyes nearly rupture as he sensed the life force of his subordinates dissipating one by one. Yet, even he could merely preserve his own existence beneath such overwhelming energy. His heart seethed with fury, a fury that demanded endless blood to assuage it. As a monarch of an ancient race, he had never before been reduced to a mere defender against an opponent's onslaught. It was crucial to note that he possessed the strength of a great sage, with several saint kings amongst his ancient subordinates. The aura of the evil king flickered intensely, a vertical pattern appearing on his forehead as if it had opened another set of eyes. Silver patterns emerged on his pale visage, rendering him even more otherworldly and sinisterly beautiful. A beam of violet light pierced through the starry void, and in an instant, he found himself before the ancient Qilin sovereign. Crack! A punch imbued with the power of the stars struck, instilling shock in all present. Even Zhang Tian turned his gaze in astonishment. The evil king's cheek contorted as countless scales mingled with blood erupted from his visage, the shockwaves reverberating through the cosmos, shattering a portion of the starry expanse. Damn it! The ancient Chilean monarch's form reverted to its original shape, his eyes filled with resentment and dread as he regarded the figure in the azure imperial robe. Unexpectedly resilient, Yang Zhou remarked, slightly shaking his hand. Observing the conflict ignited, Zhang Tian seized an alien foe to engage in battle while assessing the combat prowess of both sides. Yang Zhou cast a glance and nodded slightly. Then, let us see how this fares. A massive surge of stellar essence erupted from a blue-yellow planet, ascending slowly, even breaching the planet's atmosphere, forming an illusory star identical to the original. Countless stellar forces were stripped away, coalescing into a phantom celestial body suspended in the starry sky. With a flick of his fingers, the stars cascaded like a torrential rain, each carrying cataclysmic energy as they hurtled towards the evil king. 7 colossal ancient stars, resembling spoons, radiated a brilliance that illuminated the heavens, casting an overwhelming weight upon the Chilean sovereign's form, each falling star pressing down as if mountains bore upon him. The celestial rain, too, grew increasingly formidable, the starry phantoms swelling under the 7 stars' illumination, descending with accelerated ferocity towards the Chilean king. The southern dipper gives life, the northern dipper governs death. One star collided with the towering physique of the Chilean sovereign, shattering upon impact, while the ancient golden armor he wore fractured into a myriad of fragments. Such an onslaught was seemingly inexhaustible, though the starry phantoms formed from the astral forces lacked the strength of actual celestial bodies. Under this relentless barrage, the ancient Chilean monarch's aura waned significantly. The other malevolent beings howled in fury, desperation swelling within them, yet the mightiest among them were merely saint kings, powerless to intervene as they watched their sovereign being mercilessly slaughtered. With a roar reminiscent of a dragon's lament, a colossal figure manifested in the cosmic expanse, its head that of a dragon, body like a deer, hooves of a bull, lion's tail, and adorned with fish scales. A Chilean, its body covered in fiery crimson scales, erupted into the heavens, emanating a fearsome presence, yet was repelled by the cascading stars, thrashing and lamenting in agony. Sensing the energy in this celestial realm nearing depletion, Yang Zhou finally ceased his assault, observing that the ancient Chilean monarch was on the brink of death. A beam of light shot forth from the depths of the cosmos, instantly piercing through the massive head of the Chilean king. Witnessing the monarch's life extinguished, Yang Zhou's movements froze, his arm, which had been poised to strike, lowered involuntarily. Lidi, Chapter 117. Parting the remaining ancient clansfolk, witnessing their monarch's defeat, roared in fury, transforming into Chilean with blood-red eyes as they charged at Yang Zhou and his companions. Even Zhang Tian, who had deliberately diminished his presence, found himself beset by a dozen Chilean attackers. Chilean demon. Yang Zhou's gaze turned icy. Once remarkably handsome, he now appeared as frigid as snow, striking down numerous Chilean, turning them to cosmic dust. The remaining 13 ancient beings of Saint King caliber harbored no desire for a death struggle. Upon realizing their sovereign had perished, they began to retreat, seeking escape to their own universe. However, the 3 ancestors in Yang Zhou had no intention of allowing these ancient races, who had wreaked havoc, to flee. They unleashed their full power, blocking the desperate ancient clansmen. As their adversaries erupted with newfound vigor, a pair of Chilean horns sprouted atop their heads, their claws growing heavier as they began to partially manifest their true forms, eyes blood-red and desperate for survival. Zhang Tian sighed, a withered yellow copper coffin appearing in his grasp. With a swift clap, the ancient Chilean warrior's entire body detonated in place. Even playing around is off the table. I am quite formidable, he lamented. Why must it come to this? Wouldn't survival be preferable? Having resolved the foe at hand, Zhang Tian dusted off his hands and shifted his gaze to another planet. The once verdant ancient star lay in ruins beneath Yang Zhou's onslaught, now reduced to ashes in the cosmos. Is this Li Di? He had certainly noticed the earlier incident of head snatching. After all, as the Chilean king, its combat was under keen scrutiny. Above the ancient star, a blood moon and a white moon hung in the sky simultaneously. Under the dual moon's gaze, Li Di slowly drew back his bowstring. Hiss! Noticing the extraordinary ancient bow in Li Di's possession, Zhang Tian recognized it as one of the 3 imperial artifacts he had previously encountered. The mottled ancient purple blood upon it was unmistakably imperial divine blood. indicating its former wielder's strength was not inferior to beings such as the Nine Nether Demon and Star Ancestor. Only blood of this caliber could remain upon an imperial artifact without fading. Li Di, quite impressive, Zhang Tian mused, feeling a chill as he regarded the arrowhead. This ancient bow had undoubtedly claimed the lives of no fewer than 10 imperial beings. Streams of light flitted past, faster than even the falling star rain, as one malevolent being after another disintegrated mid-air. Approaching Zhang Tian, Li Di exchanged a silent glance before moving toward Yang Zhou, where they exchanged a subtle fist bump. Yi. Their familiarity was evident as Yang Zhou greeted coldly. Li Di's gaze was piercing, and he nodded slightly, both appearing fatigued. Ever since Yi's arrow had obliterated half the universe, he had succumbed to self-imposed confinement, safeguarding the inner cosmos until recently breaking free from his seal. Yang Zhou appeared on the verge of collapse, only sustained by the support of the divine K9. Behind him, Zhang Tian could discern the golden dragon's condition, slightly waning. The final nightmare beast concluded the battle, seizing a Cheelant's twin horns, squeezing with ferocious strength until they cracked and tore free from the Cheelant's skull, blood and flesh spilling forth. Its massive hooves trampling another Cheelant's head, shattering it and extinguishing its life. The entire cosmic expanse was a graveyard of ancient Cheelant bodies. Are you all right? Zhang Tian swiftly supported the nearly collapsing Yang Zhou, while the divine K9 hurried to assist as well. I'm fine, Yang Zhou replied, shaking his head, though a flicker of joy graced his features. The others shared similar sentiments. The malevolent race had been utterly vanquished, allowing them to return to their ancestral continent. With the innate talents possessed by Zishou and Yi, they could have long since transcended to higher realms. However, they have been persistently constrained by the shadow universe. If you wish to traverse to that vast world, the path lies ahead, leading to our origin continent, Yang Zhou remarked, gesturing towards the passageway. At the terminus of the tunnel, he discerned two swirling vortices. Zhang Tian nodded and boldly stepped into the blue vortex, only to be met with an instinctive sense of repulsion. Frowning slightly, he prepared to enter the crimson-hued passage instead. Please take good care of my two companions. Zhang Tian called back to Yang Zhou. Yang Zhou smiled and nodded. They still needed time to prepare before they could return with the entire immortal court to the origin continent. Very well. Your friends are also beings of the Do Emperor continent and are permitted entry to the origin continent, Zishou replied with a smile, though his tone seemed to imply something deeper. Ha ha ha. Indeed, I'm not a creature of the Do Emperor continent, he chuckled. And in a final moment of camaraderie with Yang Zhou and the others, he stepped decisively into the crimson vortex amidst laughter. In that instant, the Do Emperor's space quivered, and the legacies left by all the powerful figures of the immortal court transformed into streams of light, which Zhang Tian absorbed and assimilated. With a flash of brilliance, Zhang Tian's figure vanished. At the terminus, a desolate and frigid cosmos lay before him, where 9 colossal black dragons dragged along an immense bronze ancient coffin. The dragons emanated no trace of life, clearly mere remnants of their former selves. Each dragon's body spanned 100 meters, forged as if from steel, with fearsome claws and fangs. Zhang Tian inhaled deeply. The sight of the dragon corpses instilled in him a formidable sense of oppression, as though he were facing a dire enemy. Indeed, the legend of the 9 dragons lifting the coffin was true. On the other side of this cosmos lay that bizarre and magnificent world of immortals, where the sealed epics of history stirred once more. Ancient battle hymns cascading down the river of time. The war chariots of venerable sages thundered forth from the primordial battlefields, each emperor destined to govern myriad paths. Reawakening in this era, not merely confined to legend. Upon stepping onto the ancient altar and touching the bronze coffin, a chill enveloped him, almost freezing his very soul. In the midst of his spirit's fervent buzzing, he managed to extricate himself from this icy grip. This ancient, frigid, and mysterious coffin, unlike the withered yellow bronze coffin gifted by Yang Zhou, bore no ominous presence. Rather, it exuded a faint glimmer of hope from the immortal realm. It was said to contain a fragment of the shattered immortal world. Shaking his head, Zhang Tian understood that delving into this mystery was beyond his capacity. To restore the immortal realm would require the unparalleled efforts of a great emperor who had fused with the heavenly heart, a feat that could only be attempted by true immortals. The bronze coffin quivered slightly as the intricately patterned lid began to open. Zhang Tian leapt into the ancient coffin, and the lid gradually closed with a soft tremor. Simultaneously, the multicolored altar beneath him erupted with a terrifying radiance, and under the dazzling glow, the bronze coffin, along with the 9 dragon corpses, vanished from sight. Chapter 118, Earth? The 9 dragons lifting the coffin traversed time and space at a speed that even Zhang Tian's spirit could scarcely comprehend. From an external perspective, everything within the coffin appeared distorted and warped, as if on the verge of dissipating into smoke. This was a visual distortion. Within, Zhang Tian discovered an ancient scripture inscribed on the inner wall of the bronze coffin. Though the text was brief, only around 100 characters, it was invaluable, undoubtedly rivaling the scriptures of the great emperors. The assistance it could provide to Yi Fan was on par with that of the Bodhi seed, subtly overshadowed only by the ancient sacred body. After silently committing it to memory, he realized the profound nature of this scripture, causing the burning emperor technique to involuntarily begin circulating within him. As he recited the ancient verses, he sensed a nascent evolution within the burning emperor technique. This filled him with exuberance, for the technique's greatest advantage lay in its capacity for evolution, progressing from the yellow-grade techniques of the Do-Chi continent to the heavenly grade and beyond. Even now, he remained unaware of its ultimate limits. The ancient scripture had remarkably spurred the evolution of the burning emperor technique, igniting hope for elevating it to the level of the emperor scripture. Zhang Tian decided to experiment with Zhishou's star do numbers. He began to channel the supreme technique he had acquired long ago, which he had yet to practice. Now, it was evidently more profound than the burning emperor technique, verging on half an emperor scripture. Gradually, as he completed the recitation of the ancient text, radiant light enveloped him, and countless stars spiraled and intertwined, exuding an imperial majesty. The star do numbers had been perfected and could now be deemed an emperor scripture. Although he lacked the assistance of the Bodhi tree's seed, Zhang Tian's cultivation was far beyond Yi Fan's, allowing him to forcibly comprehend the scripture. Upon completion, the ancient verses slowly sank into the inner wall of the bronze coffin, dimming in brilliance, likely requiring significant time to recover before aiding another in comprehension once more. The scriptures inscribed upon the bronze coffin were indestructible, even against Zhang Tian's utmost efforts, and he felt no regret. The initial phase of the ancient sacred body required 10 pounds of essence. The cycle of life lay dormant, and the sea of suffering was as hard as iron, making it arduous to cultivate. Though Zhang Tian was unaware of the precise value of essence, he recognized from the original text that it was worth a fortune. The subsequent cultivation of the sacred body demanded millions or even tens of millions of pounds of essence, resources sufficient to overwhelm any sacred ground. Due to the drastic changes in the world, the sacred body had become unsuitable for cultivation. Without extraordinary fortunes, even if the sacred body was invincible at the same level, ordinary sacred grounds or K-masters would prefer to invest the same resources to cultivate dozens of practitioners of the same realm, or even several at higher levels. Until a qualitative transformation occurred, the strength of numbers determined the foundation of a sacred ground. "Oh, how I long for the ancient sacred body," Zhang Tian lamented, his desire palpable. After all, the ancient sacred body was an unparalleled and invincible physique, and once it attained enlightenment, its power would far surpass that of the great emperors, allowing it to reign among the myriad sovereigns as the heavenly emperor. The difficulties in cultivation were swiftly disregarded by Zhang Tian. After all, long ago, he had been a waste of potential, only able to ascend through the imperial-grade budding pill. In truth, this waste was not entirely accurate. It seemed his physique possessed a high level of quality and rank, resistant to assimilation and alteration, embodying an essence of invulnerability. However, this also signified that the myriad treasures of the world, including the legendary immortal medicines, were destined to be beyond his reach. "We're close," Zhang Tian keenly noticed as the speed of the 9 dragons lifting the coffin slackened, gradually coming to a halt. Perhaps in the future, various immortal medicines might pursue me due to my refusal to consume them. This was the last thought that flitted through his mind as he extended his spiritual energy beyond the confines of the bronze coffin. The bronze coffin was enveloped in a layer of faint, white, mysterious aura, making it difficult for him to decipher its secrets. Meanwhile, the 9 dragon corpses emanated various, formidable presences, their black scales glimmering with hints of celestial light. The results gleaned through his spiritual sense were less clear than those visible to the naked eye, leaving him somewhat speechless. However, as his spiritual sense extended a bit further. He was struck dumb with astonishment. In his past life, he had been an astronomy enthusiast, and this scene had appeared countless times in his dreams and nights of stargazing. Holy moly, is that not a silvery white planet before me, covered in countless craters of varying sizes, with that familiar azure planet not far off? Life indeed abounds with unexpected surprises. As the consciousness retracted into the body, a formidable power concealed atop the ancient sun star captured his attention. It was the essence of the Sun Saint Emperor. Previously, he felt somewhat uncertain about his own strength, but upon comparison, he realized that even if the Sun Saint Emperor were reduced to mere skin, he still possessed a prowess that could rival his own. Moreover, the Emperor had the capability to unleash a burst of Imperial-level combat power for a fleeting moment, enabling him to contend with the Supreme Being following their utmost ascension. At present, my strength should be comparable to that of a ninth-layer semi-emperor, although my realm is merely at the initial stages of semi-emperor. With the addition of the Emperor artifact and the swift gun technique, along with the Imperial scripture birth for my injuries, I ought to be able to engage in battle with the Supreme who has self-inflicted harm. The impact on the universe of Zhang Tian has been significantly suppressed, making it difficult to shake the very foundations of existence, causing countless imperial laws to manifest in the cosmos. If, in the Dark Star universe, I was akin to a raging, expanding flame, now I resemble a solid piece of iron. The disparity in both volume and influence is immeasurable. As long as I refrain from provoking the life-forbidden zone and those ancient beings feigning death, my strength should render me relatively safe. Furthermore, should I find myself inescapably compelled to confront the Supreme of the Forbidden Zone in the future, I need not antagonize all the Dark Supremes. I could transform into darkness, incite chaos, and ascend to the status of a Dark Supreme without hesitation. As for the possibility of being subdued by an emperor later on, I harbor no fears. For in the face of foresight, Yi Fan poses no threat to me. Swiftly locating Mount Tai, I discovered that a familiar group had already begun their ascent, including Yi Fan, Pang Bo, Li Xiaoman, and others. Observing their jovial banter amidst a throng of tourists enjoying the scenic area, Zhang Tian feared altering the narrative and thus employed his consciousness to subtly obscure the earth, redirecting the gaze of those below while concealing the Nine Dragons' coffin. Once everyone had reached the summit of Mount Tai, Pang Bo, who was conversing with Yi Fan, suddenly lifted his head, his eyes widening as he stared skyward. Yi Fan paused. His unkempt appearance and somewhat despondent demeanor had improved only slightly after conversing with his friends. Yet now, seeing Pang Bo's sudden astonishment, he instinctively followed his gaze. Nearby, Li Xiaoman, entwined with a foreign gentleman, unconsciously cast a glance at Yi Fan, tracing his line of sight, and the group stood frozen in disbelief. Above, in the cerulean sky, 9 black dots materialized, growing larger and clearer with each passing moment. They descended not amidst flames or fiery spheres, but appeared to be gently lowered by some unseen force, akin to a celestial chariot. Moments later, the tourists atop Mount Tai beheld the 9 colossal black dragons from ancient Chinese lore, each bound by chains, seemingly dragging something behind them. At that instant, the astronomical observatory erupted into chaos, red lights flashing wildly, and urgent alarms blaring incessantly as throngs of astronomers descended into disorder. On the majestic heights of Mount Tai, verses of timeless poetry resonated across the land, echoing through the ages. To stand atop the peak and gaze upon the lesser mountains below, the lofty Mount Tai, veiled in summer clouds, seems as if the white waves swell from the East China Sea. Nature's marvels ring with divine beauty, as day and night delineate darkness and dawn. Poets and scholars hastily inscribe their thoughts, their verses mingling with the ancient echoes. Now, at an elevation of several thousand meters, the summit of Mount Tai bore witness to the cracking of the Jade Emperor's peak as the 9 massive dragon corpses stood solemnly, a faint white glow emerging from the bronze ancient coffin, trembling slightly. Just moments ago, lost in the emotions of conquering Mount Tai, Pang Bo's eyes widened as a gust swept past him, pulling Yi Fan back from the brink, sparing him from being hurled off the Fengshan platform. Otherwise, given the height of the platform above ground, Yi Fan would have certainly met his demise. With a whoosh, Zhang Tian transformed into a streak of light, emerging from the bronze ancient coffin, adorned with colorful runes that had yet to dissipate. This ancient coffin was indeed extraordinary. His expression darkened as he realized he had narrowly escaped being suppressed by it. Even with the strength of a ninth layer, semi-emperor, he could contend with the supreme post-self-inflicted harm. Even in the face of the revival of divine weapons, he should not have been subdued. Yet the bronze ancient coffin had achieved this. Had it not been for the refinement of the Zi, Wei Do, Shu into an imperial scripture, he would have lacked even the qualification to shake the ancient coffin. Clearly, the notion of traversing the cosmic forbidden zones in the bronze ancient coffin was no longer feasible. Dismissing that thought, he had initially intended to continue his journey with the ancient coffin, to discover where the Nine Dragons coffin would venture beyond the ancient starry paths. However, it now appeared that he would need to depart from the ancient forbidden zones, lest he risk being eternally suppressed within the coffin. A brief silence ensued before Mount Tai erupted into chaos. Everyone fled in panic, scattering in all directions to evade the looming presence of the gigantic dragon corpses. The scene was nothing short of breathtaking, as the crimson sunset cast a surreal glow, heralding the arrival of the Nine Dragons coffin to Mount Tai. Screams of terror and cries of helplessness filled the air as the crowd scrambled for safety. The descent of the Nine Dragons coffin was not particularly rapid, yet its landing sent tremors through the peak of Mount Tai. The vibrations persisted, as if the very mountain were quaking. Boom! The 9 colossal entities crashed down like mountain ridges, fracturing the Jade Emperor's peak and sending dirt and stones flying, enveloping the area in dust. The bronze ancient coffin thudded heavily upon the summit, causing the mountain to tremble as if an earthquake had struck. Numerous rocks tumbled down, echoing like the thunder of an army in motion. Many were caught in the ensuing chaos, bloodied and mangled by the falling debris, tumbling from the mountainside amid the cacophony of terrified wails. As the tremors ceased, the mountain quickly regained its calm, yet chaos reigned on Mount Tai. Countless individuals stumbled in their flight, leading to an extraordinarily disordered scene, with many injured and fleeing in terror down the mountain. The massive dragon corpses dragged the bronze ancient coffin, gouging the ground with deep fissures over a meter wide. Those who fell and would likely find it impossible to escape. Hundreds of tourists atop Mount Tai screamed in unison, as if encountering a dreadful specter, rushing frantically down the mountain. Some who had just begun their ascent, though they believed an earthquake or tsunami improbable on Mount Tai, nevertheless joined the throng in retreat. "I think I just saw someone fly out," Pang Bo exclaimed, his eyes ablaze with excitement as he gripped the slender Yi Fan. Yi Fan, nearly toppled by the force of his pull, blinked in disbelief. "Surely not, Pang Bo. You must be imagining things." "No, I saw it. It was definitely real," Pang Bo insisted, even more exhilarated, his grip tightening painfully around Yi Fan's arm. With a resigned shrug, Yi Fan acquiesced. Although his ancient sacred body had yet to awaken, his constitution remained far superior to that of an average person in suboptimal health. And he certainly could not dismiss the fleeting shadow he had glimpsed. Perhaps he conceded, having initially claimed not to have seen it merely to dissuade Pang Bo from taking risks. "Huh, I knew it. It must be true." Pang Bo was undeterred. His enthusiasm rekindled as he prepared to forge ahead. His long-buried dreams of martial heroism ignited once more. "Don't go." Yi Fan tugged at Pang Bo's arm, surprisingly managing to halt the towering figure. The 9 immense black dragon corpses exuded an aura of desolation, as if they had lain there since time immemorial. Their forms forged from black iron, emanating an overwhelming sense of power. The sight of the 9 five-clawed black dragons caused everyone's pupils to constrict, momentarily rendering them breathless. Zhang Tian's eyes flickered as his form materialized in midair, a fierce gale sweeping past him. Before him loomed a colossal serpent, its body of vivid crimson with a human head. Strangely, the people around seemed oblivious to this monstrous entity. In a flash, the serpent whisked Zhang Tian away to another battlefield. The chaos, compounded by the towering dragon's corpse, drew everyone's attention, leaving them unaware of the small black dot vanishing in the heights above. "King of the path of slaughter?" The red serpent spoke, its forked tongue crimson as blood, extending forth. Zhang Tian furrowed his brow, not because the serpent's power was particularly terrifying, but rather due to its capacity for conversation. This surprised him, suggesting that the creature bore no profound animosity towards humanity, for it did not immediately seek his demise upon their encounter. Moreover, he sensed a faint yet undeniable air of imperial authority emanating from the serpent, indicating that it was far from ordinary. "Are you the guardian of the ancient Holy Emperor's tomb?" he inquired, recalling that the revered Mount Tai where countless ancient emperors and sovereigns had performed their rituals, stood as a colossal and majestic symbol, esteemed as the foremost of the 5 great mountains, proclaimed the greatest mountain under heaven. Since ancient times, Mount Tai has symbolized sanctity. Located in the easternmost region of the ancient Central Plains, encircled by the Yellow River and the One River, regarded in antiquity as the cradle of the sun's birth and the flourishing of all life. No mountain is grander, no history more ancient. Mount Tai, with its grandeur and profound historical resonance, can be traced back to the era of the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors, a place close to the divine. Indeed, knowing of the ancient holy emperor suggests you're no ordinary being. Nodding slightly, the crimson serpent seemed to lower its guard, mistakenly believing Zhang Tian to be one of the guardians of an ancient power. Do you know what lies within Mount Tai? Zhang Tian inquired with curiosity. In the original text, beneath the Jade Emperor Peak of Mount Tai, there were numerous powerful weapons of dragon transformation and even second-tier celestial artifacts. However, Zhang Tian felt that this was merely the tip of the iceberg. As a site revered by countless ancient emperors as a pinnacle of divinity, Mount Tai, even if not as promising as Kunlun Mountain in fostering the hope of immortality, must possess more than meets the eye. The serpent's reaction to Zhang Tian's probing into Mount Tai's secrets was intense. Its scales flared wide, and its fiery red eyes fixed upon Zhang Tian with a menacing glare. The relics of the Holy Emperor are not to be trifled with. Withdraw at once. With its crimson fangs bared, the serpent unleashed an aura comparable to that of a second-tier celestial being, a power that in the northern Dipper Star domain would be deemed formidable, second only to the sovereigns of the major sacred lands. Fire Serpent, allow me to speculate which great emperor's relics reside within Mount Tai. Naturally, he would not be intimidated by the Crimson Serpent, especially since Yi Fan had yet to enter the 9 Dragons coffin, and the ancient bronze coffin remained dormant. The serpent's overwhelming presence cast a crimson hue across half the sky, and Zhang Tian could feel a wave of heat enveloping him. As the serpent prepared to strike, Zhang Tian smiled, unwilling to harm this ancient guardian beast of the Holy Emperor. A glimmer of light flickered at his fingertips. Though faint, it was impossible to ignore. Instantly, the power of an entire star descended, leaving the serpent in a state of sheer terror as it roared, transforming into a massive crimson-scaled serpent hundreds of meters long, yet unable to move an inch. Ancient sage,